A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Well, back we go for another visit to the home of our friends, Mr. and Mrs. Ace. The scene is the living room after dinner, and we find Mr. Ace with his evening paper. Jane's friend, Marge, who lives with the Aces, reading a book. And here comes Jane from the kitchen. Listen.
Oh, that Laura.
Laura, what'd you do now?
Oh, nothing. Well, I hate to say this about anybody, but honestly, she's dumb.
Dumb?
Yes, just plain D-U-M.
D-U-M. You sure have your problems, haven't you, Jane?
Oh, I sure do. You can talk to her till you're black and blue in the face, but I just can't get her through that thick skin of hers.
Just what through that thick skin of hers?
Oh, something I was trying to teach her, but she just stands there like a bum on a log.
Well, what now, Jane? What did she do?
Oh, she didn't do anything.
Well,
Oh, she's all right, Jane. I think she's caught on pretty well as to what her duties are here.
Yes, and she's quiet and keeps out of people's ways and gets everything done.
Yes, I know. But the minute I want to show her something new, she gets nervous or something, and she just can't understand what I'm trying to tell her.
Well, I don't think you can blame all that on Laura. After all, you do have a, unique way of telling things.
What does that mean?
Oh, now, he doesn't mean anything, Jane. Tell us about Laura. Maybe we can help you out.
No, there's nothing you can do now. I told her, and she's got to do the best she can.
But what is it that...
Dear.
What?
Do you know Mr. Marsh that lives around here?
Marsh?
Yes, they live around the corner, over on the boulevard, 420 Boulevard.
No, I don't know.
Well, what about him, Jane?
Well, it's not about him. It's about her, Mrs. Marsh.
Well, what about her?
Well, this morning about 11 o'clock, the phone rang, and No, it must have been earlier than that. I was wondering what I was going to do all day when the phone rang, and I went
Jane, I wonder if you'd do me a favor.
Not now, dear. I'm telling a story.
Well, that's the favor I'm going to ask. Would you mind omitting the details and just telling us what happened?
Will you please let me tell this my own way?
Yes, let her tell it.
Oh, all right, if I'm outvoted.
Well, the phone rang, and I answered it. I said, hello?
You did not.
What?
You said hello?
Yes. Now, what's the matter with that? I suppose you're going to tell me how to answer a phone now.
Don't pay any attention to him, Jane. You go right ahead. The phone rang and you said hello. Now, go on.
Well, if some people would stop butting in all the time.
Oh, go ahead, Jane.
Well, where was I? Oh, yes. I said hello, and some woman said, is this Mrs. Ace? Yes, I replied. Hold the phone a minute, she exclaimed. Who is this? I questioned. But she was gone. So I thought, that's funny. I wonder who this can be. And pretty soon some other woman came to the phone, and she said, hello, Mrs. Ace. This is Mrs. Marsh. We're sort of neighbors, she said, but I don't believe I've had the pleasure of meeting you. And I said, well, I don't think I have either. And she said, well, we have some friends that are common. And I said, who?
You said you had some friends in common. Is that it?
Yeah, that's what I said. So I said, who? And she says, well, you know Gertrude Benton. And I said, oh, sure. And she says, well, Gertrude suggested that I call you up for a fourth at bridge this afternoon.
Now we're coming to it. She wanted you for a fourth at bridge.
Yes. Well, I told her I didn't play that high. So she
How
said,
high? She didn't say what they played for, did she?
aren't you paying any attention? Didn't I just say she said for a fourth at bridge?
Oh, for a fourth. I didn't understand. I see what you mean, yes.
So you said you didn't play that high. All right, go on.
So I said, how about a tenth at bridge? And she says, what? And I said, I'll play for a tenth. And she says, well, we always play for a 20th. And I said, oh, no, I couldn't play that high.
You said you couldn't play that.
Let her alone.
Well,
go ahead, Jane.
Well, she said, well, you come on over and we'll decide after you get here. Well, she sounded so friendly and everything. And I said, well, all right, what time? And she said, well, get here for lunch, my dear, 12:30, because I want to have a little time to get acquainted with you before the others come. And so I went there for lunch. Well, you never saw anything like it.
Like the lunch?
Yeah. No, like their home.
Oh, like their home.
Honestly, it's the last world. I don't know how to describe it.
Well, that's a break.
What?
So it's a sumptuous place, was it, Jane?
Oh, no, it's gorgeous. From the outside, you wouldn't dream there was anything inside like that. Goodness, I passed there 100 times, and it just looked like any other house. But when you get in, Well, the first thing, a maid came to the door. She was French, and the prettiest maid I think I ever saw.
That sounds pretty ritzy.
Well, I could hardly understand her. She was so French. But she finally understood me, and she told me to go into the drawing room and wait. Well, I never saw anything like it. A rug this thick if it was a day. And furniture, well, I was stunned. And across the room going out into a garden were these beautiful French windows.
To match the maid.
Yeah. What?
What was about Mrs. Marsh? What's she like?
Well, I was a little disappointed in her look. She's kind of fat.
To match the rug.
Now, dear, if you're going to
Don't
start...
mind him, Jane. Tell us more about Mrs. Marsh.
I'm coming to her. First, Nanette came back to where I was.
Wait a minute, Nanette. A new character seems to have entered the story. Maybe I missed something.
Nanette must be the French maid.
Yes.
Oh, the French maid.
I didn't know her name was Nanette then, but later on, Mrs. Marsh called her to take away the luncheon thing.
Well, that lunch passed quickly.
Well, the lunch, I never saw anything like it.
Well, they must do everything in style.
They certainly put on the dog.
What was the luncheon like, Jane?
Well, she didn't have too much, but what there was, I never saw anything like it. Well, we had those little tiny frankfurters, you know, the little tiny ones.
I told you putting on the dog.
What else, Jane?
Well, a salad and coffee and some hot rolls, but I didn't pay too much attention to all that because I was so busy getting acquainted with Mrs. Marsh. She was telling me how sorry she was we hadn't been introduced before and that we ought to be friends and that she just loves bridge games. And I told her I hadn't played in so long I was afraid I'd almost forgotten how.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean by that?
Oh, I didn't say anything, Jane.
Oh, no? Well, let me tell you that everybody there was surprised at how I played.
Oh, I don't doubt it.
Who was there besides you and Mrs. Benton? Who was the fourth?
I was the fourth. The third was some lady I didn't know, Mrs. Malley, I think she said. Was it Malley or Gibson?
Malley or Gibson. It's quite a choice you've got there.
Well, it was something like one of those.
Oh,
It doesn't matter. She was all right. They were all very nice to me. And laugh? Well, I never heard three people laugh so much in my life.
Which three?
Those three.
Oh.
I never dreamed that I could be the life of the party like I was this afternoon. We had more fun. And Mrs. Marsh kept saying to me, "My dear, you're priceless," she kept saying. I wasn't trying to be funny or say anything special, you know, like I always say.
Now, how'd the bridge game go?
Well, that's what I'm telling you, how much fun we had.
Yes, but how did you do in bridge? I mean, besides being the life of the party.
Oh, well, I didn't hold any good cards or anything. After all, you can't win if you don't have any
Yes,
good cards.
I know. How did you come out?
Come out.
Yes.
Did you lose much?
Oh, no, $2.20.
Oh, $2.20.
But I'm telling you that fun we had, I was worth the price of admission.
You were worth the price of admission, and you paid it, huh?
Well, it was better than a show. Well, they just can't wait till we play again.
Really?
Yes. And Mrs. Marsh wants you to meet Mr. Marsh, dear.
Yeah, I'd like to meet Mrs. Marsh playing bridge.
Well,
with
sure,
you.
you'll meet her, too, tomorrow night.
The idea of you playing bridge with tomorrow. Did you say something about tomorrow night?
Yes, they want to meet us and be with us. So I have to call her tomorrow morning and tell her if we've got a date. I knew we didn't have one, but I told her I'd have to look it up in my book at home. She has a date book that she writes down appointments and things. Nanette brought it in while we were playing. Oh, and Mr. Marsh came home just as we were leaving. He's the nicest man. You should have seen the fuss he made over us. Not like you.
Don't drag me into this, Jane.
Well, he's not like you.
Well,
he's so friendly, and he shook hands with all of us and bows and said some awfully cute things. And Mrs. Marsh just laughed and said, "Don't pay any attention to him, because whenever he sees a pretty woman, he's just so girlable," she said.
Oh, girlable.
Yeah, that's what she said. But anyhow, we're going to be friends with him. We don't have a lot of friends like they have. We ought to meet more people, especially Mr. and Mrs. Marsh. I had to ask them to come over and visit us after she had me over there.
You didn't ask them over here for tomorrow night.
No, we're going over there tomorrow. I told her you'd love to see their home.
Mm-hmm.
Then we're going to have to recuperate and have them over here. You know, I almost hate to ask them over here after the way their home looks. And look at ours.
Oh, now, Jane.
Now, wait a minute. What's the matter with this place?
Well, nothing. But after you see their home, and upstairs with all those beautiful rooms and the staircase with the banister curving around, why, we even haven't got an upstairs, much less a staircase.
But now, Jane, there isn't a more homey place in this town than this place right here, and you know it.
Oh, I'm not saying anything against our home. I know it's so comfortable and everything. But I mean, after you see their home, well, I hardly feel like inviting them over here.
Well, that suits me.
Well, I don't see why, and I don't care what their gorgeous place looks like. You can have anybody over here.
Oh, I'm going to have them. I already told her. But I told her we didn't have any home like theirs. I said it was just a little place. I made it sound terrible so that when they do get here, they won't be so surprised. And I think if we fix it up a little bit here and then, we can make it pretty good.
Fix what up? It looks fine to me. I don't...
Oh, well, little things.
Oh.
Like, well, when Mrs. Morris wants to call Nanette, she pulls a golden cord that's hanging on the wall. I thought we could have a cord on that wall over there, and I could pull it, and Laura could come in.
Oh, going in for class, are you?
A cord on the wall.
Well, it's better than the way I have to do it now. How's it going to sound having them over here, and in the middle of everything, hollering, Laurette! Laurette!
Laurette?
Who on earth is Laurette?
Oh, now, don't start anything. I'm changing her name to Laurette.
You're what?
I've already told her, and it's all right with her.
Oh.
It sounds much better than just Laura.
Oh, isn't that awful?
Did you call me, ma'am?
What?
I thought I heard you call me, ma'am.
Oh, no, that was just, well, never mind, Laurette.
Oui, madam.
That'll be all, Laurette.
Mercy, madam.
Oh, what's going on here?
What have you done to our life?
Well, Jane is really on the road to a social life, if she doesn't have trouble with Laura. We'll learn more about the Marshes when next we meet the Easy Aces.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Lights Out, a summer revival of the famous series which many of our listeners will remember. Tonight's story, the eighth and the last in this series, is called The Signalman.
Lights out, everybody. This is the witching hour. The hour when dogs howl and evil is let loose on the sleeping world. Sit in the dark now and listen to Lights Out.
Hello, below there.
I was calling to a man who stood beside a railroad track at the bottom of a deep and rocky ravine. One would have thought that, considering the nature of the ground, he would have looked up to where I was standing. But instead he turned and looked down the railroad line. I called again.
Hello, below there.
Because the terrible glare of the setting sun was in my eyes, I put my left arm across my face and waved to him with my right. He looked up, and I saw in his face an expression of intense horror. He regarded me fixedly without moving. I shouted,
Is there a path by which I can come down and speak to you?
He continued to stare at me. Gradually, the expression of horror seemed to pass from his face, leaving it a gray, empty mask. When he spoke, his voice seemed to come from a grave.
Why do you wish to speak to me?
No reason. Just want to talk.
If you have no reason, then please go on your way.
Well, I do have a reason. Let me come down and talk to you.
He motioned with his little rolled-up flag to a narrow path about 200 yards distant, which descended the rocky wall of the ravine. I carefully made my way down it. The ravine was extremely deep and unusually precipitate. The man's post at the bottom was in as solitary and dismal a place as I'd ever seen. I could see the railroad tracks running into a dark, gloomy tunnel at one end of it. So little sunlight ever found its way to the spot that it had an earthy, deadly smell. And so much cold wind rushed through that it struck chill into me, as though I'd left the mortal world. Hello, I'm afraid I'm intruding.
Well?
I'd better explain. You see, I'm a reporter for the London Times. You know the Times.
Yes, I know the Times.
Well, I'm a new man. I
was assigned to do a series of stories on people who work at little-known occupations in the city. And strolling along, seeing you down here, I thought, here is a story.
And that's the reason that brought you down here?
Yes. Perhaps I'd better ask you a few questions, hadn't I? For instance, how far down are we? I've never seen anything quite like this before.
52 feet.
Is that considered deep for railroad cutting?
Deepest in the country.
52 feet. And how long is the tunnel?
3/4 of a mile.
I see. And that red signal light in front of the tunnel, is that part of your job? I mean, do you have to see that it stays lighted all the time?
Don't you know that it is?
Don't I know it is? Look, you've been staring at me ever since I called to you. Staring as though I were something to be afraid of. I'm just a newspaper reporter, that's all.
I thought I'd seen you before.
Seen me? But where?
There. By that signal light.
But I've never been here before. It's a part of London I've never visited. No, you may be sure of that.
Perhaps I may. Yes, I'm sure I may. I beg your pardon for being so unfriendly. It's just that, well, I made a mistake.
That's all right. I shouldn't have come down, I suppose. After I saw this unusual ravine in the tunnel and your job down here, I felt I had to come down and talk to you.
I think I'm glad you did. I have very little company. This is a world here different from other men's worlds.
I can believe that. May I ask, what exactly is the nature of your job? I mean, besides keeping the signal light burning and flagging the trains, what do you have to do?
Not very much. I operate the telegraph in my hut over there. Turn this iron handle now and then. That's all.
And you're down here all the time?
Yes.
Don't you ever get a chance to take a few minutes off and get up there and top? In the sunlight?
Very seldom. I daren't leave the telegraph. By the way, I have a fire in my signal house. Wouldn't you like to come in and warm yourself?
Oh, indeed I would. This wind cuts right through me.
We'll hurry along. There. This will be better.
Yes.
I'll just put a little more wood on the fire, poke it down.
How do you stand that wind? I'm about frozen.
I've been here 8 or 9 years, maybe 10. I'm used to the wind. It never changes. Here, take this chair close to the fire.
Oh, thank you. Tell me, don't you ever feel cut off from the world? Almost as though you were marooned and isolated down here?
Yes, I do. This is a world in itself, down here. It's as wide as the tunnel is, and as high. Those are the boundaries of my world. For 1 hour, sometimes less, the sunlight falls into it, and at night I see the bright stars, as other men do. But that is all our two worlds hold in common.
But why did you ever take such a job?
Because excuse me, a message.
Certainly.
6:15, Roxborough, 10 minutes late. Received message. All's well.
Do you know, after talking to you, I feel as though I've at last met with a completely contented man.
I believe I used to be so at one time. But now, I'm worried. Worried.
About what?
I don't know. It's difficult to explain.
Perhaps I can help you.
I've been thinking of that. I've been wondering.
Tell me.
I've got to tell someone. And yet, give me some time to think it over. Say until tomorrow night, perhaps then.
You mean you'd like me to come back?
Yes, if it wouldn't be too much trouble.
I'll be here, about the same time. But why not now? Why can't you tell me now?
I want to think it over in my mind first. I want to be sure. Meanwhile, let me light your way to the path.
Oh, yes, of course.
Don't forget your pad and pencil.
Thank you. Dark, isn't it?
Yes, be careful. Everything gets damp and slippery down here at this time of the night.
I didn't think 52 feet would make such a difference in atmosphere.
There's the path, and let me ask one favor of you.
Yes?
When you reach the top, don't call out.
Very well.
And tomorrow when you come, don't call out. Tell me, what made you cry out hello below there tonight?
I don't know. Did I cry something to that effect?
Not to that effect. Those were the very words. I know them well.
I suppose I said them because I saw you below.
With your left hand across your face and your right arm raised.
The sunset was in my eyes.
That was the only reason?
What other reason could I possibly have?
You had no feeling that the words and gesture were conveyed to you in any supernatural way?
No, of course not.
I see. Well, good night then. I'll see you tomorrow night.
Yes. Yes, tomorrow night. That night, I slept poorly. Or rather, I didn't sleep. Because the man's face was constantly before me. And there was something in the eyes of fear, a wordless crying, agony of spirit that fevered my own brain and wouldn't let me rest. All night long, I watched the face, and behind it was the sun going down in flames beyond the ravine, and a figure which I recognized as myself, one arm shading the eyes, the other waving and standing in the ravine and shouting, "Hello, below there!" In the morning, my landlady awakened me. She said I'd been crying out in my sleep all night. Throughout that day, I worked with one eye on the clock, counting the hours until my appointment with the signalman. At last it came. The sun was going down again as I made my way down the path into the dank and unworldly ravine. He was waiting for me at the bottom with his white light. I didn't call to you. It's as you asked.
I'm glad you didn't. I was waiting for you. Come along. We'll go into the hut and talk. It's warm there.
Good.
I'm glad you came. At times during the day, I feared you wouldn't.
I promised you.
Yes. I've made up my mind to tell you the story. The whole thing. Sit down.
Thank you.
But before I do, tell me, do you believe that I am in my right mind?
Yes. Yes, I believe that.
All right. Do you remember yesterday evening the fact that I took you for someone else?
Yes.
That's what's troubling me.
The mistake, you mean?
No. There's someone else I took you for.
Who is he?
I don't know.
Does he look like me?
I don't know. I've never seen his face. You see, the left arm is across the face, always. And the right arm is waved violently this way. It's as though he were trying to signal me, for God's sake, clear the way.
Where do you see him?
I may as well start at the beginning. One moonlight night about a year ago, I was sitting here when I heard a voice cry out, "Hello, below there!" It was just as you called last evening. I jumped up and looked out of the door and saw this someone else standing by the red light near the tunnel, waving, just as you did last night.
One arm across the face, the other waving toward you?
Yes, the voice seemed hoarse with shouting, and it cried, "Look out! Look out!" And then again, "Hello, below there, look out!" I caught up my lamp, turned it on, and ran toward this figure. "What's wrong?" I said. "What's happened?" It didn't speak. stood just outside the blackness of the tunnel. I advanced so close upon it that I wondered at its keeping the arms across the eyes. I ran right up to it and had my hand outstretched to pull the arm away when it was gone.
Gone? Where?
I don't know. I ran on into the tunnel, 500 yards maybe. I stopped and held my lamp over my head. And all I saw were the wet stains trickling down the walls. I ran out faster than I'd run in, searched the area with my light, and then came back here and called Burnham and said the alarm had been given. Anything wrong? They answered, all's well. Disregard alarm message.
Well, don't you suppose you could have imagined seeing him?
Yes, but you forget. I also heard him.
Yes, but listen to the wind whistling through the tunnel. It sounds almost human at times. It's possible to
Let
imagine...
me finish. You haven't heard the rest. Within 6 hours after the appearance, 6 hours, mind you, the 2:40 train came through the tunnel, slowed down and stopped. The engineer signaled me and I hurried up to the cab. What's the matter?
No. One of the conductors signaled for a stop. Everything all right here?
Yes, just got the all clear signal.
Here comes the conductor now. Hello? What's wrong back there? What did you pull the cord for? An accident. Where's the signalman around here?
That's me.
You have a shack nearby.
Right over there.
What happened, man?
A woman was killed.
Killed how?
She was passing between the coaches. I suppose she slipped, was caught between the couplings.
But how?
Nobody seems to know, sir. She was crushed horribly. On account of the other passengers, we've got to get the body off.
Have them take her to my shack. One morning, just as day was breaking, I looked toward the red signal light and saw him again.
Did he cry out this time?
No. He was silent.
Did he wave his arm?
Yes, the right one. The left, as usual, was across his eyes. He seemed to be pointing down into the tunnel. He leaned against the shaft of the light like a statue over a grave.
Did anything happen? Any accident, anything?
Not immediately. He was there. I saw him. Then he was gone. I waited for the hours to pass. And when 6 hours went by and nothing had happened, I began to feel relieved. By nightfall, I had almost forgotten it and was able to read quite calmly as the hours passed. I was sitting here reading, the door open, when I heard a train. It was the Midnight Express from Brighton. I recognized the whistle. I got out my flag, stepped to the door. I could hear them for miles beyond the tunnel entrance. I listened to the wheels, filling the night with their driving, pounding, rhythmic beat. And I thought of the people on the train, the tired, worn-out picnickers and weekenders returning from Brighton. It made me feel responsible for them, as though I were their guardian and keeper. I listened to the rhythmic beat of the wheels. The train was nearing the tunnel mouth. I listened to the regular, powerful beat of them, and then suddenly I realized that they weren't regular. There was no rhythm, only the terrible raging cry of a machine that has suddenly broken through its own power and is heading for destruction. It was the worst wreck on the line. They brought the dead and dying in here. They laid them at the place where he stood waving to me that very morning.
And this was the second accident after you'd seen him?
Yes. And the thing that is worrying me now, he came back again a week ago.
Oh.
Ever since, he's been there now and again by fits and starts.
Standing by the light?
Yes.
What does he seem to do?
The left arm is over the face. The right arm is waving. He seems to be trying to say, for God's sake, clear the way. Can't believe it. I have no peace or rest from it. It calls to me for many minutes together in a frightful manner. Below there, look out, look out. It stands waving to me.
Well, have you seen it tonight?
No. Not yet.
Will you come to the door with me and look for it now?
Yes. Yes, I will.
Do you see it?
No. It's not there.
Then let's go back.
It wasn't there now, but it may be there a moment from now. What troubles me is, what does this spectre mean? What is the danger? Where is the danger? There is danger overhanging somewhere on this line. Some dreadful calamity is about to happen. It's not to be doubted this third time after what has gone before. But what can I do?
Nothing that I can see.
If I telegraph danger, I can give no reason for it. I should get into trouble and do no one any good. They would think I was mad. I would wire danger, take care, and they would answer what danger, where? And I would have to wire back, don't know, but for God's sake, take care. And they would, of course, discharge me. What else could they do?
Yes, I see.
When it first stood under that light, why didn't it tell me? She is going to die. Let them keep her at home. When it came the second time, why didn't it tell me how the accident could have been averted? If it came on those occasions only to show me that its warnings were true, why doesn't it warn me plainly now? Why doesn't it tell me what is going to happen so that I can change it?
Listen, there's nothing you can do. Or rather, you're doing the only thing that any sane, normal person would do, and that's nothing. The important thing is to keep your balance now. Don't get worked up to the point that if you need to act later, you won't be able to.
Yes. You're right. Of course you're right.
You're doing your job as well as it's humanly possible to do. You're not responsible for the future. You're responsible only for the present. What happens at this switch, now? You've got to look at it that way.
I know. Only I can't forget that something is going to happen.
I don't doubt that. But if you keep your eyes open at all times, you may be able to prevent it.
I pray to God I may.
It's easy to say, but try not to think about it too much.
I try. But it's the responsibility that crushes me. Because of this spectre, because of this knowledge of things that will happen along this line, I am responsible for every child, every mother, every person that rides upon it. I know that something is going to happen. I ought to warn them, but I don't know how to warn them. And when they die, if they die, their deaths are on my shoulders.
Look, would you like me to spend the rest of the night with you? Perhaps it would help keep your mind off things.
No, thank you. I'll be all right. You don't know what a blessing it's been just to be able to tell you the whole story.
Would you like me to come back tomorrow night?
Would you mind?
No.
And when you write your story about me, about this job...
Yes?
If you could tell the whole story, everything I've told you, it would help lift this awful responsibility from my shoulders. People would know then. They might think me mad, but they would know. And the weight would be from my spirit.
Yes, I'll write that story tomorrow. Everything. You needn't be afraid that I'll skip anything. I'll bring it along with me and show it to you before I turn it in.
It would mean so much.
Yes. Now, I think it's best that I go.
Good night, then. And you will come back tomorrow?
Oh, yes.
Can you find the path?
Easily. I'm beginning to know it by heart now. Good night. I went to bed immediately after returning to my lodgings. If I had slept unsoundly the night before, I slept little, if any, this night. There were the same dreams, the man's face, his eyes with their deep inner secret and pain, and in the background the sun going down over the ravine, and the figure, no longer my own, with one arm across the eyes and the other waving toward me, crying in a low moan, "Clear the way, clear the way." In the morning, when I came to work, I felt tired, almost feverish. Could hardly wait until sundown when I would again visit the signalman. I wanted to show him the story as I'd written it. At last, the hands of the clock pointed to 6:30, and I left the office on my way to the ravine. About half an hour later, I arrived at the top of the cutting. I glanced down, and there, close at the mouth of the tunnel, I saw a man, his left arm across his eyes, passionately waving his right arm. But the nameless horror that oppressed me passed in a moment, for I saw that this man was a man indeed, and that there was a little group of other men standing at a short distance, to whom he seemed to be rehearsing the gesture he made. With an irresistible sense that something was wrong, with a self-reproachful fear that fatal mischief had come of my leaving the man there alone in his state of mind the night before, I descended the rocky path with all the speed I could make and ran up to the crowd.
What's the matter here? Signalman killed.
When?
Just a little while ago.
Not the man belonging to this post?
Aye.
Not the man I know.
You will recognize him, sir, if you are a friend to him. The body is over here.
There. You see? Oh. How did it happen?
He was cut down by the engine, sir, just as he was lighting that red lamp. No man on the line knew his work better. But somehow he wasn't clear of the outer rail. He had the lamp in his hand ready to light it as the engine came out of the tunnel. His back was toward it, and she cut him down. Here's the engineer now. Tom, show him how it happened.
Yes, how did it happen? I'm a reporter from the Times.
Well, sir, coming around the curve in the tunnel, I saw him at the end. There was no time to check the speed, but I always knew him to be very careful. Only this time, he didn't seem to pay any attention to the whistle. I finally shut it off when we were running down on him and called out to him.
What did you say?
I shouted, "Hello, below there! For God's sake, clear the way!"
No.
Yes, sir. That I shouted. Oh, it was a terrible thing, sir. I never left off calling to him. Finally, I put my left arm across the eyes so that I wouldn't have to see, and I waved this arm to the last. But it was no use, sir. No use. No use.
I walked away. I was trembling so that it took all my efforts to climb the rocky path to the top of the ravine. I knew the sun was going down in flames behind me, but I dared not look. I hurried back to my desk at the office and began writing the tragic end of the story.
Sir?
Yes, boy?
Is your copy ready, sir?
In just a moment.
Please hurry, sir. Paper goes to press in a half hour.
I'll have it ready. Come back in a few minutes.
All right, sir.
This, then, is the story as it was told to me and as I saw it. I make no judgment of it, no deductions. It happened. I know it happened. That is all. Except I bear with me the memory of a humble man, lonely and isolated from this world of ours, one who bore the responsibility for his fellow men so strongly on his conscience that he died from it. For I am convinced that that alone is what brought him to this end, not the train, which was merely an instrument of fate. Signed, Charles Dickens.
All right. You can turn them on now.
You have just heard the eighth and the last in the summer series of Lights Out. Tonight's story, Charles Dickens' The Signalman, was adapted for radio by Frederick J. Lipp. Starring in the role of Charles Dickens was Nelson Olmsted. The Signalman was played by Herb Butterfield. Others in the cast included Boris Apland, Nathan Davis, and Jess Pugh. And now it's time to turn the lights out for the summer. We've enjoyed bringing you these shows, and if we've managed to send a few chills up and down your spine, well, that's what we set out to do. Beginning next week at this time, be sure to hear the new Judy Canova show, which returns to the air. You'll have the time of your life, so be sure to listen. Lights Out was produced and directed by Albert Cruz. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
It's recorded that in the beginning of time, Cain slew his brother Abel, and thenceforth wandered across the face of the earth with the mark of the murderer upon his head. Those who have followed the original slayer in the footsteps have found to their everlasting regret that murder, like the clock, has its own 11th hour, when the alarm will ring forth like a paean of retribution, and the chimes will announce its horror to the world.
I first made up my mind to kill my wife on the day I left for the South. I wasn't angry with her. I was even a little sorry she had to go. But go she must, because the situation had become unbearable. As I drove steadily south, I turned the problem over in my mind. It had to be done with calm deliberation. As I pondered my destiny, I narrowly avoided striking a young woman who suddenly appeared in the glare of my headlights as she stood on the side of the road. Are you all right?
I think so. But you splashed some mud on my stockings.
I'm terribly sorry. I'll pay you for them.
Oh, that's all right. They're washable. Going south?
Why, yes.
So am I. I said, so am I.
May I give you a lift?
Thank you.
How far are you going?
As far as you.
I'm going to Palm Tree Beach.
And so am I.
I glanced at her closely for a moment, then started the car. If she thought she was riding all the way as my companion, she was very much mistaken. She was dressed in cheap clothes, and her shoes were misshapen and in need of repair. Altogether, she looked rather disreputable. Although I had to admit that in the dim glow of my dashboard light, her face was pretty, in a pathetic sort of way. Perhaps I would have gone so far as to say the girl had a sort of animal charm. But not for me. What are you doing on a lonely road at this time of the night?
My car broke down.
Your car?
Oh, I've nearly got two of them, but I used the Cadillac tonight. My chauffeur is back there trying to fix it.
Oh. May I ask who you are?
My name is Gertrude. Gertrude Slade. My father is Johnson Slade, the millionaire.
I'm afraid I've never heard of him.
I'm on my way to our estate in Palm Tree Beach. We have a wonderful place. 3,000 acres all covered with palm trees. Oh, it's so nice to be rich.
Yes. I presume you're one of those wealthy eccentrics.
Huh?
Well, you're the first debutante I've ever met with holes in her shoes.
I like to dress this way. I'm democratic, that's why. I've got money enough to buy up half the shoes in this country. You ought to see my wardrobe at home, full of evening gowns and silk underwear. And shoes, why, goodness, I've got 5 dozen. Don't you believe me?
Yes, of course, Gertrude. I believe every word you say. My friend of the night was obviously a pathological liar. I'd seen her type before, but she was an advanced case. Perhaps bordering on dementia precox. She lived only for the dreams she concocted in her childish mind. Her life was a succession of unfulfilled wishes, and she compensated for them by imagining herself to be what she was never born to be. It made her rather an amusing person. But I suddenly realized that her value to me might assume a greater importance than I had at first imagined. As the miles ticked off, she grew drowsy, and soon she was fast asleep with her head on my shoulder. The cheap perfume she used was rather distasteful, and I noticed her nail polish was cracked and streaked with grime. Not exactly what I'd call my feminine ideal. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized how useful she could be. So I drove all that day and into the night. It's amazing how little sleep you need when your mind is full of plans and your thoughts are intent on murder. After 30 hours of driving, I was still as fresh as ever, much to the admiration of my companion in crime.
You've got a constitution like a horse. I don't see how you can drive so much.
Oh, it all depends on your state of mind. Besides, I wired my wife that I'd arrive by tomorrow morning at the latest. I wouldn't want poor Hilda to worry.
You're married?
Very much so.
Oh.
You sound disappointed, Gertrude.
I just thought that you were a single man.
Well, as a matter of fact, I haven't been married very long. Just 2 years, that's all. And my wife is an invalid.
You mean she's sick?
She's unable to use her legs. She gets about mostly in a wheelchair. She took a train down while I drove the car.
I suppose she's got to have somebody help her around a lot.
Well, I've been doing that for her since we married, but I'm getting tired of it. I'm looking for someone to take over.
A nurse?
Well, more of a companion than anything else. The salary would be rather good. You wouldn't consider a job, would you, Gertrude?
Work?
For, say, £10 a week?
£10 a week? Oh, I spend more than that on perfume.
Oh, come, Gertrude. Let's face reality for a moment.
What?
You're no millionaire's daughter, and you know it.
What are you talking about?
You're a poor, drab female who doesn't have the price of a cup of tea. Stop lying about yourself.
Who's lying?
I'm giving you a chance to earn some money in an easy way.
My 2 brothers would horsewhip you for saying that. Where I come from, a man treats a lady with respect.
Have you ever been to a mental hospital, Gertrude?
No.
You're lying again.
I'm not lying. There's nothing wrong with me. The doctor said...
What did the doctor say?
Nothing.
That you could have your freedom as long as you behaved yourself?
Stop putting words into my mouth.
Did he say you mustn't excite yourself? Did he tell you you'd have to go back for another treatment if you stepped out of line? Oh, you needn't be afraid of me, Gertrude. You can trust me. Even if you ran away from the hospital, you can still trust me.
I didn't run away. Don't say such things. I'm all right. There's nothing wrong with me. I'm all right.
Stop crying, Gertrude. I said, stop crying. Perhaps I made a mistake. I suppose I'd better look for someone else to care for Hilda.
Yes, I suppose you'd better.
You wouldn't want a job. You wouldn't need one.
No.
I beg your pardon again, Gertrude. The mistake was mine. But I have £20 in my wallet here that I'll give you in advance if you happen to change your mind. She looked at the £20 in my hand and licked her lips. It was probably more money than she'd ever seen at once in all her life. But her lies were precious to her, too. She had to find a way to take the job and still be true to her other self, the part of her that lived in a world of make-believe. So I gave her an opportunity, and she took it. Don't be foolish, Gertrude. I made a mistake. The least you can do is to forget it.
I've never been so insulted in my life.
If you want the truth, I was only testing you.
Testing me?
I wanted to see if you were honest, and I find you are. If I'm to get someone as a companion for my wife, she must have breeding. She must come from excellent stock. In that way, you fit the bill.
Oh, that's different.
And as far as money is concerned...
I'll take it. And donate it to my favorite charity.
I arrived at my wife's estate a little after midnight and parked the car near the beach just outside the garage. Only one more problem remained. To coax Hilda into accepting Gertrude. And from that point on, the drama would unfold itself.
Who's there?
Oh, it's Charles, Hilda. May I put on the lights?
Oh, I suppose so.
Did I awaken you?
Naturally. Why didn't you come down by train as I asked you to? Why did you insist on driving down?
I had some thinking to do.
Well, if you're trying to work out how to get hold of a larger allowance, you're wasting your time. Sick and tired of squandering my money on you and your worthless friends.
Yes, I can understand how you feel, Hilda.
Oh, Captain, now, well, that's very decent of you. And can you understand that I've discovered at last that you only married me for my money? Can you understand that as well?
You wrong me, Hilda.
Do I? Well, from now on, you won't get 1 red cent out of me. You'll go out and earn your money like other men.
I fully intend to go to work, my dear.
You what?
I've accepted a position with a banking firm. I start next week.
Oh, have you? And what do you know about banking, may I ask? You can't even save money. All you can do is to spend it.
The least you can do is let me prove myself.
I don't believe that you have a job. What are you doing down here if you're telling the truth? Why didn't you stay up north?
Well, I wanted to make certain you'd be taken care of.
The woman who came down with me on the train is satisfactory enough.
Yes, but you hardly know her. We only hired her a day or two before you left.
She seems to be capable.
I have someone better.
Someone better?
I've never told you about my cousin, Gertrude. She and I were very close years ago.
What about her?
Well, she's had an extensive experience as a practical nurse. She's an excellent companion. I'm sure you'll get along.
What makes you so concerned about my welfare, Charles?
Perhaps I'm turning over a new leaf. Perhaps I found out how much you mean to me.
No, I don't believe
you can keep your money, Hilda. I'm going to show you once and for all that I married you for love. My job will prove that, and my behavior from now on will be perfect. I ask you to give me a chance, darling.
You haven't called me darling since our wedding day.
Give me a few months, and if by that time I don't prove to you, I mean every word I say, I'll give you a divorce with no strings attached.
Oh, Charles. If only you meant it.
You'll see, darling. But in the meantime, tomorrow we'll dismiss the woman you brought down with you, and Gertrude will take her place.
But I don't
As
need...
a personal favor to me, my darling, take her on. She needs the money, and I've always been so fond of her.
Very well, Charles.
May I kiss you good night?
Yes, Charles. You may.
I leaned over and kissed her lips. I consoled myself with the thought that this kiss would undoubtedly be the final one. The kiss of death. Like the moving finger in the poem, time goes ever forward, and our lives are firmly hinged on its passing seconds. The future is ours to do with what we will. It is only the past that is impossible to alter. I gave Gertrude a room in the servants' quarters for the night. The first thing in the morning, I dismissed the woman my wife had brought with her. Then, just before Hilda wheeled herself down to breakfast, I gave Gertrude a few pointers on how to behave. Now remember, Gertrude, she must be humored.
What's the matter? Is she crazy?
No, not really, just eccentric. I've told her you're my cousin. Don't say anything about your social background for the time being. You can tell her about your family later on.
Good morning.
Oh, good morning, darling. Let me put you near the window. You sleep well?
Yes, moderately well. Oh, who's this?
My cousin Gertrude, you remember? I told you about her last night.
Oh, yes, my new companion. Well, I've changed my mind, Charles.
Changed your mind? What do you mean?
I've decided to keep Mrs. Kelsey after all.
But I've already dismissed her.
What?
Now, please, Hilda, be reasonable. How can I go north again unless I know that you're in good hands?
Can you play canasta? Gertrude? Canasta?
Oh, she's an expert, Hilda. Gertrude can do almost anything at all.
Of course I can. When I went to school in
Would you sit to
Switzerland...
the breakfast, please, Gertrude? Mrs. Roberts must be rather hungry.
Yes, I'll fix it now. What was all that nonsense about a school in Switzerland?
Oh, she's very well educated. I'm certain you'll find her interesting.
Yes, she's rather attractive, too, in a common way. When did you say you were going up north to take up your new position, Charles?
In a week or so.
I'll miss you.
And I'll miss you. But I'm anxious to get to work. Perhaps I'll leave even sooner than I planned. For the first time since I thought of what I was going to do, I became a little nervous. These things have to be done quickly or they can't be done at all. Besides, everything was set. What was I waiting for? So that very afternoon, I sent Gertrude into town on an errand, and I took Hilda for a walk along the beach.
Oh, it was sweet of you to wheel me out here, Charles. You're becoming more considerate by the minute.
I've decided to change my plans a bit. I wanted us to have these last few hours to ourselves.
How have you changed your plans?
I'm going north a little sooner. Tomorrow, perhaps.
What for?
It certainly won't hurt my reputation with my new employers if I show up a little sooner.
I can hardly believe it's you talking, Charles. It's so wonderful seeing you this way. Oh, you're getting a little too close to the water, dear. Do wheel me up the beach a bit.
It's a lovely afternoon, Hilda. The air is soft. The sun is warm.
Charles, the water, the surface reaching my chair.
You'll find the water very soothing, Hilda.
What are you talking about? Charles, I'm getting wet.
Goodbye, Hilda. It's been a most unpleasant marriage. But in spite of that, I feel just a little wistful seeing you go.
Charles! For heaven's sake, wheel me back! Don't kill me, Charles!
Breathe deeply when your head submerges. You'll find it faster.
No, Charles! No!
I pushed the wheelchair into the pounding surf and watched the undertow carry her away. Now all that had to be done was to make the phone call and summon the police. Gertrude's background and pathological addiction to lies would be enough to convince them. The girl had taken Hilda for a stroll and had gone berserk. It was as simple as that. Gertrude, what are you doing here in the house?
Waiting.
When did you get back from town?
I didn't go. I was watching you and Mrs. Roberts through the window.
I see.
You shouldn't have done it.
I shouldn't have done it. My dear girl, now I know you're out of your mind. You killed my wife, Gertrude. You took her to the beach and pushed her chair into the water.
Don't be silly.
I feel sorry for you, Gertrude. I'll have to call the police. But they won't hurt you. They'll take you back to that hospital where you came from. And I'll send you some flowers.
Isn't that nice?
Why are you smiling at me that way?
Because I think it's funny.
Stop smiling, Gertrude. This is a serious business. Stop it, I tell you. Stop it, Gertrude, stop it! And then I saw what she was laughing about. It was in her hand. A small camera Hilda had given me some months before. Gertrude had been standing by the window taking pictures of the murder. Give me that camera! Give it to me, I said!
You won't find the film inside.
Well?
I took it out and hid it.
Get it out of its hiding place, Gertrude.
I don't want to.
Get it out before I strangle you.
And have no one left to take the blame for you.
Gertrude, I'll make you a proposition. I'll give you £1,000 for that film, and you can leave the house. I won't call the police.
£1,000 when your wife left you $1 million?
If you won't give me the film, what do you intend to do with it?
I haven't made up my mind yet. I'll think about it during the next few weeks.
Judy? The next few weeks?
Yes. I'm going to live here in style. I always told you I was rich, and you wouldn't believe me when I said I had a beautiful estate in Palm Tree Beach. Well, I've got one now. Haven't I, Mr. Rabbit?
I searched the house like a madman for that film. Gertrude was master. She sat on the divan all day and ate chocolate. She ordered me around as if I were a lackey, and she was the empress of the world.
This house is mine, isn't it, Mr. Roberts?
Yes, this house is yours.
It was left to me by my dear departed grandpa.
Gertrude, won't you give me that film?
I think I'll invite my aunt and uncle to spend a few months here. Uncle John is an English baron, you know. All my family come from very fine stuff.
The film, Gertrude. Where is the film?
Where you'll never find it, Mr. Roberts.
I went through every room in the house and dug through all the wardrobes. I opened up the pillows and cut the mattresses to shreds. She couldn't be that smart. How could she have hidden the film so well? My wife's absence hadn't been noticed yet. But I knew I didn't have much more time. Someone would come there sooner or later to make an inquiry, and that might lead to a search. I had to get my hands on that roll of film before it was too late.
What are you doing, Mr. Roberts?
Oh, I was just looking for something.
You must have gone through those drawers at least 12 times, poor boy. And goodness, what you've done to the wardrobes and bedrooms.
Where is that film, Gertrude?
In a place where it's safe.
Who's that?
I haven't the slightest idea.
You didn't call the police, Gertrude. You wouldn't do a thing like that to me.
I haven't made up my mind yet. exactly what I'm going to do with you.
Oh, excuse me, mister.
What do you want?
Well, the kids and me were playing on the beach.
This is private property. How dare you trespass?
Oh, but we were just digging for crabs, and we found something.
You found something?
But yeah, it was out of the sand, see, about a foot under. And we thought it might belong to you.
What was it you found?
This roll of film in the box.
I couldn't believe my eyes. He had it in his hands. The same roll. It must have been. It had to be. I almost cried. I was so happy. I felt my strength return. She'd see who was master now. Give it to me quickly.
Well,
Here, take this.
Oh, a whole pound?
Split it with your friends and thank them for me. Yes. Thank them for me from the bottom of my heart.
Oh, gosh. Okay, mister.
Mr. Roberts?
I have a little surprise for you, Gertrude.
What kind of a surprise?
Look what I have found.
Give that.
Oh, no, you don't. It's mine now. And look what I'm going to do with it. You see, it's no good anymore, Gertrude. The light ruined it. And just to make certain it's gone, we'll put a match to it. You were very clever, weren't you, my dear? Well, now you're through. I had them put you in a place with bars across the window, an asylum, Gertrude. That's where you'll go, you and your crazy dreams. You'll have them in a madhouse from now on, where you belong. I picked up the phone. The line was dead. She'd cut the wire. Without a word, I turned and left the house. She had my car key, but there was a neighbor half a mile up the beach. I could call from there. I started to run. Time was precious now. She might track me. I didn't see the piece of driftwood that tripped me, but I felt the terrible pain in my thigh as I hit the stump. It was my right leg. I knew the bone was broken. As painful as it was, I started to crawl to the wheelchair that had been washed back on the beach. If I could reach it, I could wheel myself along. With my last ounce of strength, I pulled myself into the sea. But the pain was too much. I couldn't maneuver the chair by myself.
Need a little help, Mr. Roberts?
It's my leg, Gertrude. It's broken.
Oh, that's too bad. Here, let me help you.
Where are you pushing this chair?
You know where, Mr. Roberts. I'm sure you know where.
No, Gertrude! Gertrude, no!
There's a house that squats atop a lonely crag in the mountains. Inside, the ill who have forgotten that time exists. And in a room near the gabled roof, behind a small barred window, a girl named Gertrude sits and smiles to herself and dreams. Perhaps she is thinking of the deceased Mr. Roberts and his late wife, Hilda. But more likely, she's thinking of the estate she was once mistress of, the one that overlooked Palm Tree Beach.
The Clock was written by Lawrence Clee, narrated by Hart McGuire. You heard John Bushell as Charles Roberts, Coralie Neville as Gertrude, with Moira Redmond as Hilda and Rodney Jacobs as the boy. The Clock, directed by John Saul, was a Grace Gibson radio production.
Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler.
can't go on. I got to get away from it all. For a year now, it's been nothing but murder and death. How much do you think a man can stand?
Saturday night, and again, CBS presents The Whistler. I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the odd story of the blank wall. A thin, bespectacled little man paces nervously up and down the floor of his office, up and down, back and forth. He runs his hands nervously through his hair. Time after time, he cleans his glasses, lights cigarette upon cigarette. The tension increases with every passing moment. This man is fighting against time. Time. With him, every second counts. Every minute becomes an eternity. Yes, this man is up against a blank wall. Suddenly he stops, and in sheer desperation, he almost screams at the man facing him.
I can't go on any longer. I won't. There's a limit to everything. I've come to the end of my rope.
You made a deal with me, Wilson. So far, you've done very well. But you can't back down now. It's too late.
I've done everything you assigned to me. But don't you understand? It's tearing me to pieces. It's wrecking my nerves. I can't eat. I can't sleep.
It's too late to quit, Wilson. You've gone this far, and I warn you. You can't pull out now.
Murder, death. How long do you think I can go on doing such things? How long?
You'll go on and on until we're through with you.
I won't.
Yes, you will. Furthermore, you'll like it, or... Well, you know what'll happen.
Well, what do you mean?
You know what I mean, Wilson. If you think you can walk out on me after all you've done, considering what you know about everything here, well, you've got another thing coming.
I'm afraid.
Afraid of what?
I'm afraid I'll lose my mind.
You won't.
For the last 6 nights now, I haven't been able to close my eyes. All I can see is poor Gregory Hellman.
Hellman?
Yes, awake or asleep, all I can see is his body buried in the cellar. And 2 weeks ago, it was John Henderson, dying in agony. I wake up in the middle of the night screaming.
Oh, nonsense.
On the surface, I'm a quiet, gentle person. No one around me knows the awful things that go through my mind. That's what I'm afraid of.
What?
Oh, that I'll suddenly go haywire. Look, Griskin, you've got to let up on me, for a while at least, or I'll crack up.
All right, Wilson. All right. We'll give you a rest.
You will, Griskin?
Yes. After this one.
Oh, which one?
Olivia Martin.
Olivia Martin?
Yes, Olivia Martin.
Oh, what's wrong? I thought I'd worked that all out.
Oh, the plan's fair, but there are a couple of loopholes, Wilson. And one thing we don't want is a loophole. Right? You've never slipped so far. We can't afford to now.
No. Well, all right. I'll check on it. I'll straighten it out.
And make it airtight, Wilson.
And then can I get away from everything for a while?
If you plan it so that Olivia Martin takes the rap for everything, then I see no reason why you can't have a rest from all this.
All right, Griskin, I'll do my best, but...
But what?
Oh, is there anyone else who could work it out?
No. Only you, Wilson. And you'd better start now. Understand?
Yeah, I understand.
I'll be back around 5:30, and I'll expect a foolproof plan. I mean, one with no holes in it. So long, Wilson.
Yes.
Well, Wilson, you're on the spot, aren't you? You heard what the boss said. No loopholes, no slip-ups. And Olivia Martin must take the rap. But just how are you going to plan this murder, Wilson?
Olivia Martin, husband Fred Martin, both the advertising executive. How? How can I work it out?
Oh, you can do it, Wilson. You can do it. You've planned things like this before. And the one who really did it was never caught.
But Olivia Martin is innocent.
You're very clever. You can concoct something and make everyone believe it, whether it's true or not.
Yes, but what? I'm up against a blank wall.
Come, Wilson. A professional killer. A murderer. One who knows all the tricks up against the blank wall.
Yes. There must be some way.
Yes. Why don't you plan this one in reverse? Look at it from the standpoint of the detectives. Start with the moment Olivia is accused and trapped. Think in reverse, Wilson, and work backwards.
Yes. I'll start with Olivia when she's caught.
That's right. Now, supposing it's this way. Suppose Olivia Martin had returned to her home in New York. The plane she was flying crashed, and her husband's secretary, Doris Hammond, was killed. Now Fred Martin, Olivia's husband, who has been living at his club, goes home to question Olivia.
Hello, Olivia.
Fred. Oh, Fred, it was terrible.
I can imagine. I'm sorry, Olivia.
I don't know what happened. All of a sudden, my motor went dead. I couldn't find a clearing anyplace. I thought I saw a place, but it was more trees, and with no motor, I couldn't pull up in time.
Where were you going, Olivia?
Why, after you left for the club, I got to thinking things over, and I just couldn't remain another night in this house alone. So I decided to go to my sister's in Detroit.
I see. Poor Doris, I was never so shocked in my life.
Fred, I'm so sorry. So terribly sorry.
No, get hold of yourself. You couldn't help it.
I know how you must feel, Fred.
I'll certainly miss her.
Can you ever forgive me?
Of course, Olivia.
I never want to fly a plane again, never.
Tell me, how did Doris happen to be with you? Where was she going?
She said she wanted to visit a friend in Buffalo, asked me if I'd drop her off there.
How did she know you were flying that way?
Well, I went to your office and told her I was going to Detroit and asked her to draw some money for me. I told her I'd be glad to put down in Buffalo.
I can't imagine why she'd leave the office in the middle of the week to visit friends out of town.
Maybe she had some business to attend to on the side.
Olivia, are you telling me the truth?
What do you mean?
Have you told me the real reason why you wanted to leave town?
Certainly.
Are you sure you weren't carrying out a plan?
Plan?
Didn't you have a definite idea in mind when you wrote that note to me at the club?
Note?
Yes. You seem to have forgotten the note. Why don't you tell the truth, Olivia? Aren't you running away from something?
Running from what?
Why don't you tell the truth?
Yes. Yes, I did make up my mind to do something terrible. I was going to kill her. And myself. But after I mailed the note to you, I seemed to come to my senses. I couldn't go through with it.
So you decided to forget the idea and go on to Detroit?
Yes, I swear I changed my mind about killing her. I just couldn't be a murderer.
You expect me to believe that?
I know what you think, the note and everything, but I didn't do it.
The note is certainly evidence against you.
Where is the note? You must destroy it, Fred. Don't tell anyone about it.
What time did you talk to Doris at the office?
About noon, I think.
And you mailed the note the night before?
Yes.
Left town at 5?
Yes.
What did you do in the meantime?
I can't remember. I'm so confused. I went shopping for a while.
Are you sure?
I changed my plan to kill her by the time morning came.
You're going to have a hard time proving that.
It's the truth.
The police think you did kill her.
Police? What do they know about it?
They were waiting for me when I got back from Boston. They'd already found the note at my club. That's where you made your big mistake, Olivia.
But
The detectives are here now. They want to talk to you. Come in, Captain Evans.
Thank you.
Olivia, this is Captain Evans.
Good morning.
He'd like to ask you a few questions.
Yes. Is it true that your husband left you a few days ago with the idea that you were to get a divorce?
Yes.
You believe that your husband was in love with another woman?
I did.
Do you know who that woman was?
I did.
After he left you, did you write this note to him?
Yes, I wrote it, but I didn't mean
The next day you got some money at your husband's office. And at exactly 5 o'clock, you took off in your plane.
Yes, but I changed my mind. I couldn't go through with it.
Where were you between noon and 5 o'clock?
I went about town. I really don't remember what I did.
Can you prove where you were during that period?
I don't see how I could. What difference does it make where I was between noon and 5 o'clock?
It makes a lot of difference. Because it was about that hour that Rita Bartow was stabbed to death in her apartment.
Rita Bartow? The head of the art department?
Yes. The weapon has not been found. There were no clues. Excepting your note to your husband.
Rita Bartow? I don't understand.
Rita Bartow was the other woman. The woman your husband was in love with. I'm sorry, but you got yourself in a tough spot. Come along, Mrs. Martin.
Well, there you are, Wilson. Conclusive evidence against Olivia Martin as the murderer of Rita Bartow. Olivia will never be able to prove where she was between noon and 5 o'clock when she took off.
Rita Bartow was dead, stabbed, no weapon found. But why should Olivia kill Rita Bartow? Because Olivia knew her husband was in love with another woman. That's what she said in the note.
That's right.
But what about that note? How can I manage that?
Oh, you can do that easily, Wilson. Someone as clever as you are can arrange a detail like that. Now, let's move back to the day of the plane crash. The day when Doris Hammond, Fred's secretary, was killed in the plane flown by Olivia. Olivia, we are presuming, has told Fred that Doris was going to visit friends in Buffalo. Now, let's see what happened between New York and Buffalo.
How far have we come now, Mrs. Martin? Oh, I don't know. About 75 miles. That was quite a storm back there. Hope we don't run into any more. I don't like a plane during a storm. I don't know anyone who does. Doris, aren't you just a bit upset over this trip? What do you mean? Just that. Do I seem upset? Yes. Is something preying on your mind? Yes, there is something bothering me. A guilty conscience? What? Isn't that what it is? What are you talking about? Are you looking forward to a nice visit in Buffalo? Well, I don't consider it a visit. It's part of my job. A very pleasant job, too. I'm sure you'll miss the job and its attending interests. Working late at night, several nights a week. What do you mean by that? Why should I lose my job? Your job isn't all you're going to lose. What? Fred isn't in Buffalo. Where is he? I don't know, but wherever he is, you'll never see him again. Put this plane down. Let me out. You're mad. I'm going to put it down. Straight down on its nose. What? Fred won't think you're so attractive the next time he sees you. You can't do this. You can't. Put that key back in the switch. I won't. Give me that key. Pull up. Those trees. Pull up.
Well, they hit the treetops, and when a farmer who sees the crash reaches them, he finds Olivia thrown clear of the wreck and still alive. Doris, of course, is dead. Not bad so far, is it, Wilson? But now what?
Now, this should happen after 5 o'clock when Doris and Olivia took off in the plane. Now, what should happen between noon and 5 o'clock? Yes, that's the period Olivia can't account for.
All right. Let's go back to, say, 2 o'clock, 2 in the afternoon. One of your own choice characters, Wilson, who has been working in Fred Martin's advertising agency as an artist, has just returned from an errand on which he's been sent by Doris Hammond. Remember that. Doris Hammond. And the character is Jack Mallory.
Jack Mallory, where on earth have you been? You know what time it is, 2 o'clock.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got to talking and I didn't realize the hour.
What about the art layout? Did Rita select one?
Oh, yes, this one. She made a couple of changes in it.
What change?
Oh, nothing important. Just wanted this section here set up in red. Stands out better.
Yes, so it does.
Well, I better put this through right away. Sorry to have been so late with it.
I'm glad you got back with it before I left.
Left?
Mm-hmm.
Where are you going, Doris?
Mr. Martin phoned. He wants me to join him in Buffalo. Something important has come up.
Buffalo? I thought he was in Boston.
Yes, but he had to run over to Buffalo in a hurry.
Oh, Buffalo?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's strange.
What's strange?
Oh, well, I mean his being in Buffalo.
Oh, what's strange about it?
Oh, I don't know. I suppose he could be in Buffalo.
What's the matter with you, Jack?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all.
You lean over here.
What?
A little closer.
What's the matter?
Full of all things. Now I've seen everything. You've actually had a drink. You of all people.
Well, I don't approve of it as a rule, but I walked back from Rita's place. I got my feet a little wet in the rain. Felt kind of chilly. Afraid I was catching cold, so I stopped in the bar on the way back and had a drink.
Well, I hope you don't get sick. Can't afford to have you and Rita both out.
No, that's right. Lots of work to be done this
Here,
week.
take off that top coat. It's damp. Let me have it. I'll hang it over the radiator. Well,
What's wrong?
how on earth did you do this? You spilled ink on the front of your coat.
Yeah? Well, what do you know? That's a fine thing. I just got it yesterday. Oh, I must have done that over at Rita's when I blacked that section in red.
You ought to get it out as soon as possible. Here, hand me that towel from the closet and dampen it.
No, don't bother, Doris. I'll have it cleaned tomorrow.
Get some of it out now. Thanks. Certainly hard to get off.
It's probably dried in by now.
Strangest ink I ever saw.
Doesn't seem to be ink. More like blood, if you ask me.
Blood? Let's see. See, that is strange. Let me see that art layout. It does seem a little darker than this on the card. Oh, maybe the cloth has something to do with it.
Perhaps.
Better let the cleaners worry about it, huh? What time are you leaving, Doris?
In a few minutes, I'm flying from the airport around 5.
Well, good luck, Doris. I'll see you in a few days.
Thanks, Jack. Take care of yourself. And lay off the liquor. That's bad stuff to get started on.
Are you kidding?
What do you think?
For a few moments, Doris stands staring after Jack as he passes through the door to the outer office. She picks up the towel, studies it for a second, then tosses it into a desk drawer and leaves the office. Now, Wilson, what happened preceding the incident we've just worked out?
Well, suppose it's arranged that Olivia Martin visits her husband's office and calls on Doris, her husband's secretary.
Good afternoon, Miss Hammond.
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Martin?
I'm afraid I won't have time. I'm in rather a hurry. I've a number of things to do this afternoon.
Help you?
I suppose you're quite busy yourself.
Yes, my work always doubled when Fred leaves town.
Fred?
Yes, Mr. Martin.
Oh, yes. My husband.
I suppose it does seem strange for an employee to call him Fred. But for some reason I've gotten into the habit and can't seem to break it. He doesn't seem to mind, however.
Is that so? After all, you're like one of the family, aren't you, Miss Hammond?
Yes, I've been here for several years.
You've been Fred's private secretary for how long now?
Almost a year.
Pleasant work, is it?
Oh, you've no idea how absorbing this business can be, Mrs. Martin.
I realize that it must have a certain amount of extremely interesting moments.
You should drop around here more often, Mrs. Martin.
How right you are. Things might have been different.
Different?
Yes, I mean if I'd taken an active interest in the business. Well, at times it gets rather dull waiting at home, especially on long evenings when one's husband has to stay in town on business. But I mustn't take up your time with personal problems. I want you to have a check drawn to me for $500.
Very well, I'll attend to it at once.
Have you heard from Fred since he left?
No, I haven't.
He phoned me this morning.
He did?
He left an important paper at home, and he knew I was flying to Detroit tonight to visit my relatives.
Yes.
So he wants me to drop it off for him at Buffalo.
Buffalo? I thought he was in Boston.
He was, but he had to rush over to Buffalo. Some unexpected business came up. He says he needs you very badly.
He wants me to come to Buffalo?
Yes. I told him I'd notify you and bring you with me. I'll be leaving the airport about 5.
Well, I'll meet you at the airport. Is there anything in particular he wants me to bring?
No. Nothing but the paper he left at home.
Very well. I'll be at the airport.
Do you mind flying, Miss Hammond?
No, not at all.
That's good. I'll see you at 5.
Well, Wilson, so far, so good. Doris, the secretary, has been killed in a plane piloted by Olivia. Prior to that, Jack Mallory returned from a visit to Rita Bartow's apartment with a stain on his coat. And shortly before that, Olivia talked to Doris in the office. Now, what happens while Olivia is wandering about town till 5 o'clock, the time she took off from the airport?
Well, it was after 2 o'clock when my man Jack Mallory, who was working in the art department, returned from Rita Bartow's apartment with the art layout. Doris had sent him there about noon.
All right. Now, let's see what happened while he was at Rita's.
Oh, hello, Jack. Doris phoned me. Said you were bringing that layout over.
Oh, yes, Rita. The client wants you to pick out the one you want to use for the display.
I know.
How do you feel?
All right. I just didn't feel like coming to the office today.
Oh? Well, Doris said you were ill. Had a bad cold. Huh?
Oh, no, not too bad. I'll be all right tomorrow.
No, I see. Well, here are the layouts for next week. Which one do you want?
Well, I'd planned on this one, but I think you should make this section in red.
Mm-hmm, I see. Well, that's easy. I'll fix it up in a jiffy.
Well, it'll stand out better that way. We'll run this other one for the week following.
Okay. You look mighty lovely, Rita.
Thanks.
You're going all dressed up. Shouldn't you be in bed?
Why, I've got to go out of town this afternoon on that Henderson deal. I wanted to put it off till next week, but, well, Mr. Martin insisted that I get it settled as soon as possible.
You shouldn't be running around too much, darling.
I don't really have a cold. It's that sinus trouble again.
Why don't you try a change of climate, Rita?
Change of climate?
Uh-huh. Yes, you can take that job in California.
Quit Fred Martin after all he's done for me?
Fred Martin isn't the only advertising man in the world.
No.
I should think you'd like California, Rita. I've always wanted to go there. I've had an idea I could do very well. Some nice jobs in the movie art department.
Well, I'm not interested in movies.
I've thought about going out there and settling down. Buying a nice little home and really enjoying life.
Why should a bachelor do all that? You have ideas about getting married, Jack?
Yeah. Yes, I have, Rita.
Well, good. I'm glad to hear it.
What time's your plane leave, Rita?
At 2.
How about a little lunch while you're waiting, huh?
Very well.
We'll leave your bag here. We'll pick it up later.
All right.
I've got something important to talk to you about, Rita.
Important?
Yeah. Well, I got a nice raise this week.
Well, that's fine, Jack.
I want to ask you a question about you and me.
Yes. Well, go ahead.
No, not now. Come on. We'll talk about it during lunch, huh?
Now, we know, of course, what Jack had to say to Rita. That's obvious. Marriage. But if Rita was ill, why was she leaving for an out-of-town appointment? Well, the next step is the most important. Remember, Wilson, Olivia and her husband Fred had come to the parting of the ways, and Olivia wrote a note.
Yes, that was the part that made the whole thing logical, the part that afforded a perfect setup for me. Olivia was pacing the bedroom floor long past midnight when Fred came home and knocked on her door.
Olivia? You awake?
Yes. Come in.
I thought you might be asleep.
Asleep? How could I sleep?
Well, it's 1 o'clock, isn't it?
Yes, Fred.
I really didn't realize it was so late.
You don't usually bother to see if I'm awake.
Don't I?
For the past 2 months, you've gone right onto your own room.
Yes, I guess I have.
Get your business settled?
Yes, I had quite a bit to attend to.
Have dinner at the club?
Oh, yes, the club.
Then why didn't you answer my call? I had you paged. They said you hadn't been there this evening.
Oh? Perhaps I hadn't arrived yet.
Really?
Well, I think I'll turn in. Good night, Olivia.
Why don't you say it?
Say what?
What you came here to say.
What makes you think I had anything particular to say?
I've known all evening you were planning to tell me something when you got in.
Well, that's nonsense.
I've known for months this was coming. I know what sort of business detained you. A woman.
What?
At first I believed your stories about working late. But as the weeks passed and I realized you were growing colder, the whole thing became clear to me. Then I knew you were evading me, that you were lying.
Go on.
We've been married 10 years, Fred. I've done everything humanly possible to make our marriage a success.
Have you?
I think I have.
That's your opinion, Olivia.
Oh, Fred, I'm just sick all over. I've tried not to believe it.
Oh, let's not have a scene, Olivia, please.
What do you expect me to do? Laugh it off?
No, not you, Olivia. Certainly not you.
I suppose you'll say it's all my fault. I'm to blame for everything.
I haven't said anything.
Then why don't you? Why beat about the bush? You came here to say something. Say it.
Very well, since you put it that way, I will. I'm going out of town tomorrow on business. I'm sending my things to the club. When I return, I intend to live there.
Fred.
Now, wait a minute, Olivia. I haven't finished. I want you to get a divorce on any grounds you please. Desertion or whatever you wish.
Divorce? Do you mean that?
I do.
Very well. If that's the way you want it, there's nothing else I can do.
No, Olivia. Nothing. Good night.
Well, there you are, Wilson. That was what led up to Olivia's writing the note to Fred at his club. The note that made this whole thing possible. She mailed it the following night. That note was the complete evidence against her, Wilson. What does it say?
Fred, the very thought of losing you, the thought of divorce, the thought of giving you up for another woman is more than I can bear. The shame, the disgrace, the scandal of it all would, I know, drive me insane. Regardless of what you may think, I refuse to accept the responsibility of the failure of our marriage. I know who caused it, and I know who she is. You'd never be happy with a woman of her type. You'd be throwing your life away. I refuse to give you up to her, and so I have made a decision. Goodbye, Fred. Olivia.
Now, Wilson, because of that note, Olivia will be accused of the death of Rita Bartow because Rita was really the woman her husband was in love with. She thought it was Doris, Fred's secretary. She lied to Doris when she said Fred had asked her to bring Doris to Buffalo. Fred wasn't in Buffalo. Olivia planned to crash the plane and kill herself as well as Doris. But Olivia survived only to be accused of the death of Rita. Actually, you fix it so that your choice character, Jack Mallory, killed Rita when he learned that Rita was really going to Boston to be with Fred Martin. And the ironical part of it will be that Olivia killed the one person who knew about the odd stains on Jack's coat. Blood stains. Yes, Doris will be the only one able to clear Olivia and place the guilt on Jack Mallory. But Doris will be dead. It works out perfectly, Wilson. You're not up against this blank wall now. The murder is perfect, and no one will ever know who really did it. That is, no one but you and I.
It's wonderful. Airtight. Not a single loophole. I've got it, Griskin. Not a slip up on the whole thing.
I knew you could
No
do
one
it.
will ever figure this one out. I tried a new slant. I started at the end and worked backwards.
Backwards?
Yes.
Well, just so it works out okay, what does it matter?
Now, look, Griskin, you said if I figured this one out that I could get away from all this for a while.
I know.
Well, then how about it?
Okay, Wilson? I'll give you a month on one condition.
Well, what's that?
That you really get out of town.
What do you mean, Griskin?
I know that other outfit's been after you. I know they've offered you a better deal, but if you try to walk out on us now, well, I don't think I need to say any more.
Well, then, how about a raise when I come back?
A raise? Okay, Wilson, that's a deal. You'll get a raise. But if you know what's good for you, you'll be back here in exactly 1 month.
Yeah, sure, I understand. I'll be back. Why, I'm not going to leave you. You know, I wouldn't think of such a thing. Maybe while I'm gone, I'll figure out some new tricks.
Yeah? Well, enjoy yourself, Wilson, because you're going to be a busy man when you get back. We've got this is going to be a busy season for murders. So long.
Yeah. So long, Chief.
Well, the boss was perfectly satisfied with the way Wilson worked out the details of the job. And Wilson was more than pleased, too. Of course, all I did was to suggest a plan he used once before. Only I suggested it to him in reverse. And the strange thing was, he didn't even recognize his own plan. Yes, Wilson had used this one before. He used it last year, about 6 months ago. November, to be exact. But neither he nor the boss were aware of it. In other words, a plot is just as good worked backwards as it is forward. Oh, by the way, I should mention now that Wilson was not an employee of Murder Incorporated, and Griskin is not a gangster chieftain. No. Wilson was really a top writer for a detective story weekly, and Griskin was the editor of the magazine. Poor Wilson was just up against a blank wall, so I thought I'd help him out.
Beginning next week, The Whistler will come to you at a new time. Friday night at 9. Remember, next week, Friday at 9 p.m. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler.
No, it wasn't a dream. It was too real. This is what I've been afraid of. I know you don't believe me. You think I'm insane, both of you.
Friday night, and CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the weird story of the Avengers. In the great Southwest, a range of high mountains extends as far as the eye can see. This is mining country, silver and gold. Halfway down the mountain is a tiny village, the mining town of Rainbow, a raucous sort of place composed of a number of stores, many saloons and the Federal Land Office, where the fortune hunters file their claims. 15 years ago, Rainbow was a rip-roaring village, and in a back room of the Crystal Palace Bar, a young man and a young woman hold an earnest conversation.
Tell me, Miss Martin, how long have you been in this town?
Oh, about 2 years. Came here from Kansas City.
And you know my brother, John Maddox?
I certainly do.
How well do you know him?
Well enough. He came out here a year ago, and he's been hiding out up on the mountainside ever since. Got a cabin up there.
Prospecting, of course.
Who isn't?
How well do you know him?
Oh, he used to come into town quite often. I got acquainted with him in here. First, I fell for him in a big way, but he seemed to resent it. Finally gave me the cold shoulder.
Well, he has a wife and a 5-year-old daughter back east.
That's what he said, but I didn't believe him. He's a bit nutty, isn't he?
Nutty? No, I wouldn't say nutty. He's a smart boy. He's an engineer. Graduate of the State School of Mines.
He is? Well, what's he doing here, living like a hermit?
I wonder. So he gave you the cold shoulder, huh?
He certainly did.
Well, John is an educated mineralogist. He came out here to make a strike. And if anyone does, he should be that one. Maybe he's located a vein of ore.
What do you have on your mind, Mr. Maddox?
Well, I thought maybe you'd seen him visiting the Assayer's office a little more often than usual.
And what if I have?
Or the land office?
Go on, Mr. Maddox.
Well, I wouldn't be interested in knowing the activities of an ordinary prospector. But a graduate mining engineer like John, well, he may have a lead on something good.
Yes?
And I thought, that as I heard, you might be more or less familiar with his activities.
That's right. I am.
And maybe you'd like to come in with me.
What do you mean?
You know where he's been working. You know the area he's most interested in, so if you let me know, I'll beat him to it. We'll split.
Split?
That's right. How about it?
Sure. Why not? You know, I think I'm going to like you, Mr. Maddox.
Frank is the name, Nova.
All right, Frank. This is it. He has found a spot. It didn't mean much to me until now, but he's been working on the same location for a week or more. I'm sure he's hit something.
Good. That's all I wanted to know. I'll just drop in and surprise him. See you later, Melva.
See you later, partner.
And so that night, John Maddox is working on some maps and papers. The meager lamp throws a dim light about the room. For an hour, he sits at the table. Then suddenly the silence is shattered by a sound from the kitchen.
Who's there? Come out of there. Come on. What are you doing here? What do you want?
Nothing.
How long have you been in that kitchen?
Why?
So you're the little thief that's been stealing my things, huh? What are you after this time?
Nothing.
I know who you are. You're Tony Watson.
So what?
Just this. You're the one who pinched my camera, my binoculars. Yes, and several other things.
I didn't know.
And I'm turning you over to the sheriff right now.
Sheriff! No, I didn't take him. I didn't steal anything, but...
But what?
I know who did.
Why, you little liar. You're the one. And believe me, you're caught on the job this time, and I'll... just a minute. Sheriff.
I didn't.
Hey, come back here. Why, that little devil. Just a second. Well?
Hello, John.
Frank.
That's right, your brother Frank himself.
Come in. What do you want? What are you doing here?
Oh, just dropped in town. Thought I'd see how you were doing.
Getting along all right.
But you might like to hear about your wife and your daughter.
Is that why you came here?
Your wife is very well. Your daughter's just 5 years old today. I'm still wondering how you're getting along and when you're going to send for them.
I know all about that. I'm going to send for them very soon.
Are you? All going to live in this little shack?
Certainly not. There's something a lot better by the time they arrive.
Will you? Oh. Didn't have a dime when you left.
Yeah, thanks to you and your lies. I know who's responsible for Father's cutting me off with only $1. You.
Have you struck pay dirt here, John?
No.
What are all these interesting papers and maps on the table?
Nothing.
Oh, but they must mean something.
Get away from that table. Let them alone.
Put up your hands and stand
if
back.
If you touch those papers...
Get back there. Uh-huh. Interesting. So you have struck something. All ready to be recorded.
Frank, if you dare, I'll kill you.
Why do you think I came here?
You
Don't
dirty...
worry, I'll settle up later. I'll see you get a share.
My wife and my daughter, Doreen, they haven't a cent. I've not been able to give them anything in months. You can't do this.
Do what?
You put those papers down, Frank, or I'll break your dirty neck.
You'd better stay where you are.
Oh, no, I'll kill you. First, I'll kill you.
John, you're crazy. Keep back. Keep away.
You crazy fool. I told you I'd shoot. You're the fool, Frank. You're the fool. You won't get away with this. I'll see to that. You'll pay, Frank. I'm not through with you yet. You and everything you hold dear will be taken away. You'll pay it back, Frank. To me and mine. If I have to climb out of my grave.
John. John!
Frank stands for a moment, then stuffs the papers and maps into his pocket and rushes to the door and into the night. A few seconds later, a face at the window disappears and suddenly reappears through the back door. And a boy stands looking at the inert figure on the cabin floor.
Huh. Serves him right. He won't tell the sheriff anything about me now.
15 years have passed, and now the little mining village of Rainbow is a thriving city of mines and smelters. And the richest mine of all is the one owned by Frank Maddox. And Frank Maddox rules the city. Frank is married now and has a child, a girl of 5. The child has been ill for days. And tonight, as Frank Maddox steps through the door, his wife meets him with a strange, vacant stare.
Melba, what's happened? How is she?
She's... Oh, Frank.
All those doctors, and they couldn't save her.
No. They said she didn't have a chance. They did their best.
Fools, what good are they? What are they paid for? They don't even know what was wrong with her.
No, Frank. But, well, whatever it was horrible. She died in agony.
Specialists. I told them they could name their own price. The sky was the limit.
It didn't seem to make any difference.
Oh, the poor little thing. The poor baby.
It didn't seem to be anything serious at first. It was just a week ago. She was sitting at her desk, drawing pictures, and then all of a sudden she started to gasp for breath and fell to the floor in a faint.
Yes, I know.
And then she lapsed into a coma. Oh, Frank. Frank, what was it? Why?
Darling,
couldn't they...
What is it?
I can't get my breath.
Here, drink this.
Frank, I didn't want to tell you, but I'm frightened. I've had it for several hours. It's just like the baby. The same thing.
The baby and now you. I know what it is. It's him. It's John.
John? Your brother?
Yes, I knew this was going to happen. John told me.
But John's dead.
The night the baby took sick, I saw him in a dream. He told me something was going to happen to us, and last night I saw him again. He was grinning and laughing. He told me that...
Told you what?
He told me that he'd finally reached through to me, that he'd finally made contact.
That's crazy.
He said tomorrow would be a sad day for me. Today.
But it's a dream.
I know, but he said something else. He said that now his wife was dead, that the sooner I made things right with his daughter Doreen, the better.
Frank, that's nonsense.
No, there must be something to it. I'll find the girl. I'll get her down here. I'll try to fix things up. Maybe that'll stop all this.
Frank, please use your head. It was a dream.
I've got to find that girl. I'll send Anthony to find her. I'll explain the whole thing to him. He can find her.
Why tell him about it?
Well, he's my assistant. I confide in him. He'll find her.
Very well, then. Tell Anthony. Tell him to find her and bring her here. Because if you... Frank.
Melba.
No, but darling.
Please find that girl. Doreen.
Frank Maddox carries his stricken wife to her room and calls the doctor. The next day, he explains in a way to his young assistant, Anthony Watson. Anthony rushes to the east to locate Doreen Maddox, and needless to say, he does. Before she knows what it's all about, she's aboard the train with young Anthony.
Didn't you even know you had an Uncle Frank?
Oh, yes, of course. But I didn't know much about him.
When did your mother die, Doreen?
5 years ago. She committed suicide.
What became of your father?
Oh, he went west to prospect for gold or silver or something. But he got into trouble. Someone shot him, and that's all I know about it.
Has your Uncle Frank ever offered to help you?
No, not that I know of. Mother never mentioned it, if he did.
He's a very rich man, you know, and as I've told you, very ill.
Ill?
Well, he's sort of mentally ill, as well as physically.
Oh?
Doreen, are you... That is... Well, a girl as lovely as you should be engaged or in love.
But I'm not.
You're not? Really?
No.
Well, that's wonderful. I can't believe it.
Well, it's the truth, whether you believe it or not.
Oh, I believe you. And, well, I'm glad to hear it.
And so you see, Doreen, I had completely lost track of you. I wondered about you and your mother since the tragic death of your father.
Mother died several years ago, Uncle.
Yes, I should have attempted to locate you long ago.
Should you?
Yes, you're my brother's child. It was my duty to look after you. See that you want for nothing.
But I've been getting along all right.
I've not been well, Doreen. I've been quite ill lately. I've been terribly upset, my nerves.
Perhaps you've been working too hard.
No, it isn't that. Doreen, I'd like you to stay here. Make this your home. And I have a check for you, a little present, $5,000.
No, please, Uncle. That isn't necessary.
You must accept it, Doreen. You must.
I don't need it. I'll be glad to stay here with you until you're better. But really, I don't know what I'd do with $5,000.
I'd feel better if you accepted it. And perhaps your father would...
Father would what?
Doreen, I must tell you. I've got to tell you. It's driving me mad. John is trying to kill me.
Oh, Uncle. Father's been dead for years.
I know, but he died hating me.
Hating you?
He blamed me for his having been cut off with only $1 in our father's will. But he was wrong, and... Well, now he's trying to kill me.
Oh, I can't believe such a thing.
I have horrible nightmares. John appears to me, always threatening me. He came to me the night my little daughter became ill, and then after she died. He came again when my wife was stricken, and said that after she was gone, it would be my turn.
But that's just your imagination, Uncle. Well, get it out of your mind.
I can't. I'm afraid to go to sleep.
You only see him in your dreams?
Yes, but each time he comes nearer, closer, more real. Oh, it isn't just imagination. I'm afraid that one of these days I'll see him when I'm not asleep.
And you think my being here will help matters? Is that it?
Yes. If he knows you're here, that I'm taking care of you and have your welfare at heart, perhaps he'll let me alone.
Prove to him that he judged you wrongly?
Yes. I must make him understand. I can't go on this way. I'm a physical wreck. I'm afraid my mind will snap.
I understand, Uncle. I'll try to help you. But you must try to get this off your mind.
Yes, I'll try.
You'd better go to bed now, Uncle.
Please, take the check.
Very well. Good night.
An hour passes, and in spite of himself, Frank drops into a fretful sleep. He moans and tosses about, and as usual, he dreams of John again. Sees him come through the wall and stand in the center of the room.
You won't get away with it, Frank. Everything and everyone you hold dear will be taken away. You'll pay it back, Frank, to me and mine.
No. Let me alone. Anthony! Doreen! Doreen!
Uncle! Uncle, what is it?
What's happened?
Doreen, he was here just now. I saw him. I heard him laughing.
But, Mr. Maddox, that isn't possible.
I heard him, I tell you. You could hear his laugh all over the house.
I heard nothing, Uncle. Not a sound.
I woke up, I tell you. I heard him.
But, Uncle, you must have been dreaming. Why, I haven't been asleep since I left you. I've been reading. I didn't hear a sound.
You
You didn't hear anything, really?
No, not a sound.
You, Anthony?
I heard nothing. You were just dreaming.
Oh, no, it was too real. This is what I've been afraid of. I know you don't believe me. You think I'm insane.
Uncle, please.
Yes, maybe I am.
Come, Anthony.
No, Doreen. Don't go, please.
But, Uncle, there's nothing I can do. It's up to you. You must convince yourself that it's all imagination. Good night, Uncle.
And then the next night comes, and Frank dreams again, the same frightful dream. John appears, repeats the same words, and laughs in the same way. Frank is wide awake now, shaking with fear, and all the while trying to convince himself that it's only his imagination. Then the bedroom door opens suddenly. Doreen steps into the room. Her face is white with fear. She trembles as she moves slowly toward the bed.
Uncle.
Doreen, what is it? What's wrong?
Uncle, just now, I heard something.
What? Doreen, what did you hear?
I must have been dreaming. I must have. But it was so clear.
Your father?
Yes, I heard him. And he was laughing.
Then if you heard him, it must be true. He has come back.
Oh, did you hear it, too?
Yes, he was here in this room. What did he say to you?
I can't remember. I was so frightened. But I heard him. And that laughed.
Now you believe me. Now you know I'm not imagining things.
Oh, Uncle, I don't know. I'm so frightened I don't know what to think. I can't stay here any longer. I've got to leave. I can't stay another night.
Oh, Doreen, please, don't go. Not yet. Promise that you'll stay just a while longer. Please.
But, Uncle, all right, I'll try. I'll stay.
Then comes the next night, another dreadful night of horror. Frank tries his best to control his mounting fear as evening passes and midnight comes. He fights sleep, the sleep that brings him nothing but horrifying dreams and the voice of John. But finally he can hold out no longer, and his eyes close. A half hour goes by, then...
Frank, you're not asleep, Frank. You're wide awake, and this is real.
John, what do you want? Tell me. I'll do it. I'll do anything.
I told you you'd pay. Everything and everyone dear to you would be taken away. At this very moment, your wife is dying, Frank. First your daughter, now your wife, and then you.
John, please, I'll do anything.
Then sit down at that table and write. Write a will. Everything to the one it belongs to. My daughter, Doreen.
Yes, I'll do it.
And a confession, Frank.
Confession?
A confession that you came to my cabin that night and killed me.
Oh, no, I can't, John.
You can and you will.
They'll hang me.
They won't hang you.
No?
Write the will and the confession.
Yes, but I'm afraid that...
They won't hang you. Because in just 1 minute, you will be dead.
John,
hurry,
no.
Frank. You haven't much time to save your soul. You're going to have a stroke, Frank. In just a minute, you'll feel a sudden beating of your temples. A stroke is what they'll call it. And you'll be dead. Hurry.
Yes, I'll write it. I will.
Your conscience will be clear, Frank, and that'll be best for you. I know. I said I'd reach you if I had to crawl out of my grave.
There it is. Now, please leave me alone, Frank. Please.
Too late, Frank. You're going back with me. Look at the clock. 15 seconds left. Now it's starting. Your head is beginning to whirl. Strange sounds beat in your ears. Faster. Do you hear?
Yes. Please don't, John.
5 seconds. There it is. You're dying, Frank. This is the end. The end of Frank Maddox.
No, John! No!
Uncle Frank! Anthony!
Doreen, what's happened? I heard him screaming.
Anthony, I think he's... Feel his pulse.
I can't find it. Not a trace.
Anthony, is he...
I don't know. He's had a stroke, I think.
I'll call the doctor.
Yes, I'll have to go after him. His car is out of order. Come on. It may be too late for the doctor, but we'd better get him anyway. Use this phone and tell him I'll be there in a few minutes.
here, Doctor.
What happened to him?
I think he had a stroke.
A stroke, eh? Well.
We heard him screaming, and when we got here, he was unconscious.
Well, he's dead. But he didn't have a stroke.
What?
You can see for yourself. He's been stabbed in the heart. You don't need me. You want the police.
You say, miss, that you heard your uncle screaming?
I did.
What did it seem to be? A scream of pain?
No, I couldn't make out what it was. But it sounded as though he was horribly frightened. It seemed as though he was pleading with someone.
Did you hear him, Anthony?
Yes, it sounded just as Doreen said, as though someone or something were after him.
What do you mean by something?
Oh, I just used that as a form of expression.
And when you reached him, he was on the floor, unconscious?
That's right.
Was he dead?
We didn't know. I couldn't find any pulse, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything. That's why I went for the doctor.
And you didn't notice the knife wound in his chest?
No.
Did you see it, miss?
No, it may have been there, but I didn't notice it.
Are you sure he didn't have a stroke, Doctor?
Positive. He may have had a collapse, fainted, but there was no stroke. He died from this stab in the heart.
What sort of instrument would you say was used?
Well, I'd say a long, thin knife, about a half-inch wide.
Like a letter opener?
Yes, sort of a stiletto.
Doctor, had you been treating Mr. Maddox lately for any particular ailment?
Well, I've been attending him frequently of late.
What was troubling him?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know. Are you sure?
Well, I couldn't find any definite physical trouble, but he was becoming terribly run down. Seemed to get worse each day. He couldn't eat nor sleep. Extremely nervous. Hypertension. I gave him sedatives and tonics, but they seemed to do no good, so I finally came to the conclusion that it was mental.
Mental? What do you mean?
I think he had developed some sort of phobia, a fear. What, I was never able to determine. In time, it would have resulted in insanity and finally death. Or perhaps a stroke and death. But in this case, it was not a stroke.
You've been attending his wife?
Yes.
What is her ailment?
Carcinoma. But she doesn't know it. There's nothing more I can do for her, except alleviate the pain.
Miss Maddox, from the tone of your uncle's screams, would you say that there was some person in the room with him at the time?
Yes and no.
Yes and no? What does that mean?
I mean, he may have thought someone was here with him.
May have thought someone was with him.
Yes, that is...
Well, from all appearances, there was someone with him. The someone who stabbed him. Anthony, was Miss Maddox in this room when you came in?
No, we met in the hall and came in together.
Neither of you saw the knife wound.
I'm sure I didn't.
Doreen, you just said that he may have thought someone was here in this room. What do you mean?
Well, he was afraid of...
Afraid of what? Afraid of who?
Afraid of my father.
What? Why, your father's been dead 15 years.
Yes, but that's just it. I may as well tell you. He was afraid my father was trying to kill him. That's what was wrong with him, why he couldn't sleep.
Oh, gosh, now it's spooks.
No. He said that father appeared to him every night and threatened him.
Threatened him? Well, all right, so he threatened him. Why?
He said father hated him, that father thought Uncle Frank had caused him to lose his inheritance.
Well, Doctor, do you think that's what was wrong with Frank?
Could have been. Quite possible.
All right, I'll grant you that. But no spook produced that knife wound. Doreen, do you believe that your father lost his inheritance because of your uncle?
No, I do not.
Are you sure?
I'm sure father did not lose his part of the estate because of Uncle Frank.
Are you sure? Could you prove that?
Well, no, I couldn't. I never heard father mention it. I never heard him accuse Uncle Frank.
What brought you here?
My uncle sent for me.
Why?
Because he was afraid of my father. He thought my being here might help matters.
That's right, Captain. He sent me for Doreen. I located her and brought her here.
Oh, me. Oh, my. This gets worse and worse. You know all about it, too, did you?
Yes, Mr. Maddox confided in me. He had the idea that if Doreen were brought here and he showed good intentions toward her, that John would leave him alone.
Oh, poor John. What a busy guy.
It isn't funny.
You said it. Frank Maddox has been murdered, and it wasn't a spook. I know who did it, and I know why.
What are you talking about?
Frank Maddox didn't send for her. She came here of her own accord and for a definite reason.
She did not. I brought her here.
You're lying. You're trying to cover up for her.
I am not.
It's because you're in love with her. Anybody can see that.
Well, what if I am in love with him? That doesn't have anything to do with this.
Frank Maddox sent me for her.
He did not. She knew that Frank was the cause of her father losing his inheritance, so she came here to kill him, and she did.
Well, that doesn't make sense. Why would she kill him? What would she gain by that?
Ever hear of revenge? If it hadn't been for Frank, her father would have been wealthy, and so would she.
But she didn't know about her father's accusations until Frank Maddox told her himself.
Oh, then you admit that she does know about it now.
I knew nothing about it until Uncle Frank told me. But I still think father was wrong.
Whether you knew about it before you came here or learned it after you got here, what's the difference? It's a motive. You stabbed him. You left the room, and then you met Anthony in the hall. You stuck Miss Maddox, and you haven't a chance.
Wait a minute.
Mrs. Maddox, don't come in here.
And why not? Why shouldn't I come in here?
You shouldn't get up. You should...
I know all about it. I know what's happened. I've heard every word.
You're very ill, Mrs. Maddox.
I know. I heard you. And now I know what's wrong with me. I know what carcinoma is, Doctor.
Please go back to bed.
No, not just yet. Well, this girl, Doreen, you're wrong. She's innocent. She had nothing to do with it. That is, not directly.
What do you mean, Mrs. Maddox?
She didn't kill Frank. I did.
You?
She's perfectly innocent. Frank did send for her. He was afraid of John. He dreamed about him every night. He did think John was trying to reach him from the grave, trying to kill him. It was his imagination, I know, but he really believed it. And he had a good reason to believe it.
What reason?
I've heard Frank moaning and yelling for weeks and weeks. I heard him tonight. I came in here and found him on the floor. He'd made a will, this paper, leaving everything to Doreen and explaining why. Oh.
Sit down, Melba.
Yes, well, he came out of his faint, and I found this will. I went wild when I saw it. He tried to get it away from me. He said it had to be that way. We struggled for it, and I took the paper knife and stabbed him. I went back to my room, but I've been standing outside the door. I heard everything, particularly what you said about me, Doctor. So what does it matter? This girl is innocent.
What is this paper? Let's see it.
I'll tell you what it says. It leaves everything Frank has to Doreen. And the reason why? Frank killed John.
What?
Yes. It was all my fault. I knew John had made a strike, and I told Frank about it. Frank went to John's cabin and killed him, took the maps and the papers and filed him a claim. I was the one responsible for everything. But it all rightfully belongs to Doreen. And now... Well, now that I've heard the doctor's sentence, what does it matter?
Well, Doreen, that was lucky for you. Lucky that Melba was standing outside the door and heard the doctor. But oh, what I know about you, Doreen. You and Anthony. Anthony did bring you down here, but on the way he fell madly in love with you. He told you about your uncle's fears, and so between the two of you, you decided to make his dreams more than real. Anthony arranged a little radio speaker in Uncle Frank's room. Yes, it was Anthony who spoke to Frank, not John's voice from the grave. Anthony merely amplified Frank's dreams, yes. You and Anthony planned to work on Frank psychologically in order to get that will and the confession. But how did Anthony know the exact words to use? The words John used when he was dying that night in the cabin? Why, because Anthony was the little boy John caught in his cabin that night. The boy who heard every word said between Frank and John. The smart little boy who saw it all.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next week, same time,
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you another unusual tale. Good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for tonight is called Not Responsible After 30 Years.
I suppose I'm glad to be out again. It's close to Midsummer's Eve again. I've got a date for that night. I've been thinking about the date all the time I've been in Dartmoor, planning how to get back to the circle and everything. And those 3 years have gone pretty slowly. Pretty slowly. Listen, the British prisons aren't like the ones at home. They don't fool around here. Well, they're fair, all right, I suppose, but British prison food isn't exactly what I'd order. And those gray uniforms stamped with a broad arrow are pretty depressing. In for? Why, I was in for stealing. Stealing a wristwatch, to be exact. 3 years ago, just about this time of the year. Stealing a wristwatch off a skeleton's arm. Well, sure, I don't mind telling you. I was in the OWI this last war. I'd been in the other war, first in the British Army. Oh, I'm an American. I just got kind of carried away in 1914. And when this one came along, I put in for OWI and made it. They sent me to England. I'd always wanted to come back to England, all those 30 years since I first came here and enlisted in the Coilies. The King's Own Yorkshire Light Infantry, Koyli, Coily. But you know how it is. You're in the advertising business. You've got accounts to look after. You go fishing in the summer with a client and all that. So the OWI was what you might call a heaven-sent opportunity. Well, anyway, forget the war if you can. I want to tell you about Midsummer's Day, 1945. This end of the war was over, you see. And so I put in for some leave, as I'd been planning to do for the 4 years I'd been in Britain. I got it easily enough. And I set out for the Circle. The Circle? I'll tell you about that in a minute. You wanted to know why I got put in jail. Okay. So, when I got to the Circle, it was the morning of Midsummer's Day, the 24th day of June in England, a quarter day. The morning after Midsummer Eve. Well, I hardly recognized the place, well as I knew it. At first I thought they were digging some kind of fortification or something. And then I remembered that the war was over, and why should they be digging air raid shelters or whatever it was now? And when I went closer, I discovered what was going on.
That's an old Roman camp or something, sir. They found some old Roman soldiers down there.
My heart turned over. Old Roman soldiers. A Roman camp. I remember the 9th Spanish Legion, Tiberius Claudius. The 9th Snails, the other Romans called them. And I remember the motto on the eagle standards of the 9th, the bronze ribbon below the SPQR of the regular army. The words the 9th cherished and fought for. Slow but sure. The 9th that helped defeat Caractacus, king of the Britons, 19 short years after Christ was crucified. And it stayed in Britain almost 400 years afterwards, until the very language of Rome disappeared among them except for the commands of the centurions at parade. I remembered so many things. And I drew nearer to the excavation where a couple of navvies were handing up a long canvas-wrapped thing from the muddy clay. And I wasn't surprised at all when the man who seemed to be in charge unwrapped the canvas to reveal a skeleton of a man, his short bronze sword at his side. And on his left arm, dangling loosely from the muddy white ulna, an Elgin wristwatch of the vintage of 1915. Yes, of course the archaeologists were thunderstruck. No, nobody had lost a watch in the pit. No, it couldn't be anything but the skeleton's own watch. Well, they couldn't slip it off the bones of the hand. The metal band was too small, and it had corroded so that it couldn't be unstrapped. Nobody thought to ask the American in the OWI uniform if he knew anything about it. I could have told him a lot about it. I could have told him what they'd discover if they cleaned the watch and wound it up. I could have told him who the dead man was. And I could have told him that it wasn't his watch. After all, it was mine. So, I stole it. But, of course, they caught me, and that was 3 years ago. Today, they let me out of Dartmoor with a little time off for good behavior. And tonight, I'm going to find that watch, and I'm going to steal it again. Then, I'm going to clean it very, very carefully. And I'm coming back to the circle. And when the watch is wound and running, I hope it will run. Well, it's been underground there for 30 years. Or is it... Well, the Roman legions left Britain in the year 411 A.D. That's more than 1,500 years ago. Lance Corporal Edward Mullen was my friend. I was the only American in the battalion, and the hard-headed Yorkshire dalesmen don't take up easily with foreigners. But Mullen, who had been my drill master, took rather a liking to me somehow. And between the chores of slope heights and Form 4's 2-deep quick march, we found quite a good deal in the way of common interest, particularly English history. We could see the towers of York Minster from our drill ground, But I wish you could meet Edward Mullen.
Aye, lad. The old wall that Severus built in the year 208 ran straight across yon field over there. Aye. York's always been a garrison town. There was Severus, and then Constantius about 100 years later. And Constantius, he died by yonder clump of trees, they say.
I suppose they dig up a lot of Roman relics and stuff, huh? Around here?
Oh, aye. Old pieces of armor, coins, and that sort of thing. And occasionally part of a skeleton. This is a lively place in the old days, Yank.
I wish I had a chance to see more of it.
Well, perhaps we could wangle a day off and have a deco at things.
Wish we could.
Well, Sergeant Major's an old pal of mine. See what I can do, eh?
Oh, boy.
Like it, eh?
Not up.
Don't come that cockney stuff on me, lad. You know, think bloody coal streamers.
Where could we go, for instance, Corporal? You know some places where we could find some stuff? A coin or something?
I do know. I know a score of places. Hey, ever hear of Druids?
Druid? Sure. They used to go around in white robes with mistletoe in their hair and play harps and do magic tricks.
I wouldn't be quite so flip about Druids, Greg.
Huh?
You know, there's people about that take Druids somewhat serious.
In this day and age?
Aye.
Huh. What'd you ask about it?
Well, I know where there's a Druid circle.
Where they used to meet?
Aye. Well, maybe they still meet.
Oh, now, come on.
You know what tomorrow night is, Greg?
23rd of June.
Uh-huh. Have you got guts, Yank?
Well, I suppose so.
Guts enough to go to a Druid circle on Midsummer's Eve?
Huh? Well, why not, for Pete's sake?
Well, you'll not get frightened and run away and leave me.
Well, of course I won't. Why should I?
Well, it just might be, lad, that you might see something you might not be expecting right.
What?
Oh, I don't know. But I know a man, I knew a man from Huddersfield, over in the West Riding, He made a wager he'd stay all night alone in Druid Circle on Midsummer's Eve.
And did he?
They found him there in the morning.
Well, what did he see?
He couldn't tell. He could only just slobber like a baby. He was raving mad.
I don't believe it.
Nobby Clark, his name was. From Huddersfield.
Well... oh, I don't know. You have never seen a Druid Circle by moonlight. I want you to picture tall, wide-spreading oak trees, hundreds of years old. I want you to see a circle of great stones, twice as tall as a man, casting long black shadows across the grass. I want you to hear the little night wind rustling the leaves of the ancient oaks, sounding like the far-off, whispered conversation of a great conclave of beings from another world. See the moon, dead pale in the sky above, and feel the oneness of all nature in the whispering silences. And know that you are very close to an infinite something. Sense that you, who came to watch in the Druid Circle on Midsummer Eve, are being watched. And there is nothing to see. Nothing but the grim old monoliths standing in a silent circle and their lengthening shadows reaching out to the two soldiers crouched under the low-hanging branches of the oaks. There is nothing to hear. Nothing but the rustle of the leaves and the quickened breathing of the man beside you in the dark. I looked at my watch. It lacked less than a minute of midnight. And as the hand slowly crept to the hour, a veil seemed to come over the moon, though the sky was cloudless. And there was the sound of a deep-toned bell, clanging thunderously once and echoing across the empty glade. And suddenly the glade wasn't empty anymore. In the center of the circle stood an ancient man, a tall, straight man, robed in gleaming white with a wreath of mistletoe about his head and a long silver-white beard that descended to his bosom. And I heard Edward Mullen's sharp intake of breath and his whisper in my ear, "The Druid." And the majestic old man turned, and I could see his eyes gleaming in the moonlight as he gazed straight at us. And then he raised his staff entwined with oak leaves and brandished it. And from somewhere behind us, I heard the tread of marching men. It was a long time, it seemed to me, before I realized that these were not men in British Army ammunition boots, armed with Lee Enfields and bayonet short Mark III. It wasn't until they marched out into the moonlight in the circle that I recognized them in their tight leather helmets and kilted battle dress, with their lances aloft and their short drawn swords clanking at their hips. That I recognized them as a cohort of the legions of Rome of 1,500 years ago. I have not much memory of what happened after that for a while. I remember how the glade seemed to have changed, how the sagging monoliths seemed to have straightened up, how there seemed to be more trees there than there had been at first. The shapes of the hills seemed altered somehow. And there was a high wall stretching across the field beyond us, a wall shoulder high, built of heavy stones and with guard platforms at regular intervals. I was looking at Severus Wall, built by the Romans in the year 208, and as I was to learn very shortly, now only a scant 2 centuries old. I heard Edward Mullen speaking to one of the legionaries.
We're British soldiers, friends. We mean no harm.
And I heard the legionary reply to him. And the tongue he spoke was English of the fashion?
We be British soldiers too, man, of the 9th.
Why, you're a Roman.
Aye, so. Civis Romanus sum. I have not the Latin, see. Though I'm a Roman citizen, you British? Aye, so we all are. All English born, but Romans. There have been no true born Roman in the 9th since days of Constantius, more than 100 years ago.
What year is this?
Why, 1163. This can't. There were no Romans in Britain in 1163. Why, Henry II was King of England then. What age day?
Wait. Anno Domini?
An orbis conditae. The army we use the old style from the founding of Rome. Aren't you Christians then? Oh, we're Christians, many of us. Greg?
Let me see. Rome was founded in 753 B.C. 753 from 1163, 410. This is A.D. 410. Look, soldier. The legions go back to Rome next year, don't they?
How know you that?
I just know it.
Aye. It's true. It would be a sad day of parting for most of us. For we have never known any other land save this where we were born.
Yes, I remember reading about that.
What?
Look, man. Huh? What about us?
Why, man? Come and have supper with us, comrades. There's always room at the mess for a British soldier. And there'll be wine issue later. And our wives and our families are coming to join us. This is Midsummer's Eve, my friend.
I could tell you about that Midsummer's Eve. I could tell you about the songs. And the stories our new comrades told us about fighting the outlaws who swarmed down from the north to shatter themselves against the stones of the wall of Severus. And I could tell you of the women, the wives and daughters of the legionaries, the ones who danced, the ones who poured the heavy, sour red wine and drank with us out of sweaty leather helmets. I could tell you of Lance Corporal Edward Mullen brimming with that wine, drilling a squad of Roman soldiers, teaching them the manual of arms with their lances, even to the aloe of the right foot against the heel of the left when they came to present. And me, I was applauded loudly when I stood forth and declaimed, Arma Verumque Cano, and followed right through in my best Lakeview High School elegance until I fell flat on my face at the 6th line. And flat on my face I was when the sun came up on Midsummer's Day in the year of our Lord 410. Flat on my face with 60 Roman legionaries, none of whom had a worse hangover than the one I sported. That was when I discovered a strange thing. My watch was running backward. Perhaps that was an effect, not a cause. Perhaps the Druid had laid a spell on it that made it, in time, run backwards. Perhaps the going backward in time had affected the watch. I don't know even today. But I have an idea. And tonight, I'm going to find out. The legionaries accepted us. We accepted them, as soldiers are quite apt to do. In time of war, everything is wrong. We were there. We saw no way of returning, so we refused to bother our heads about it. Well, perhaps we were influenced by Elaine. Elaine, the daughter of our friend, the legionary who had first greeted us. His name was Spurius Decius Athelstan Horrick. Elaine and I fell in love with her. And Edward Mullen fell in love with her. I remember how we talked one early fall day beside the wall. Elaine and I.
I do hate to go.
Well, your father will probably be discharged as soon as he gets back to Rome, and you'll just have to come back here.
I'd like the trip.
Well, I'd take you to Rome, Elaine.
Would you, Greg?
And not in a troop ship either.
I'd like that.
Elaine.
Hmm?
What if I asked your father?
Well,
May I?
no, Greg, don't.
Well, why not?
Well,
Don't you love me? I love you, Elaine.
I like you, Greg.
I try to make you very happy.
Greg,
Well,
no.
when you come back then? Elaine?
When I come back, Greg, Mullen and I are going to be married.
And I talked to Edward Mullen, my friend. And he talked to me.
I don't know what to say, Greg. I know you love her.
Yes.
But,
Edward, I can't stay here then.
Why?
Well, I can't stay here and see you and Elaine. I just can't do it. It's not... I can't do it.
You'll have to stay, Greg.
No.
But why? Elaine likes you.
Look, old boy. We're friends, aren't we?
Of course we're friends. But don't
Let's always be friends.
Oh, where could you go?
Maybe I should go back, Edward.
How?
I'm going to find the druid.
You don't know where he is.
I'm going to the circle.
Greg, now don't be a fool.
No.
Well, what if you can't find him?
The Legion will be gone soon. I'll go over the other side if I can't get back where I belong.
You won't do that.
Listen, Edward, I can do as I please.
Greg,
Can't you see that I don't ever want to see you again? Can't you understand that you're taking from me the one thing?
It was a fair contest, Greg.
Fair contest or no fair contest, do you think I'm going to stay here in this godforsaken place and see you and Elaine every day? Well, don't you understand?
I'm sorry, Greg.
I've got to leave.
I know. I hope you'll forgive me someday, old friend.
I'll never forgive you. I wish I hadn't said that to Edward Mullen. Because I know now I didn't mean it. I knew I didn't mean it a few short hours after I'd said it. I went to the circle that night. At midnight. I stood and looked around me. I could just make out the distant light from the sentry's godfire alongside the wall. I looked up at the moon and at the shadows of the stones on the greensward. And I listened to the rustling of the leaves of the ancient oaks. And I spoke aloud. Druid, I said. Druid, I need you. Druid, come to me. And I looked down at my wristwatch. And the minute hand slowly moved backward until it touched the figure of 12. It was midnight. And again I heard the solemn tone of the great bell. And from the shadows, the old druid walked slowly toward me. I raised my hand. Druid, I said. Druid, let me go back. Druid, I must go back. And the old man halted by my side. And I saw an infinity of pity in those wise old eyes. And I said again, let me go back. I felt his hands on my arm. And he unfastened my watch and held it up. And from the shadow under the great oak, Edward Mullen and Elaine came toward me. Silently, he fastened the watch on Edward's wrist. And Edward raised his other hand in solemn, final salute. And as the druid lifted his staff and a veil seemed to slip over the moon, There was a sudden scream from the lane. And dimly I saw a crowd of shaggy, howling men pull over the wall and race toward my two friends. And brazen trumpets sounded in the darkness as I screamed, "No! No, let me come back!" The wild, savage men of the North had chosen that moment for their attack. And I had deserted my friend and the woman I loved in the hour of their direst need. And it was 30 years ago that the red-capped MPs found me and got me back to camp. But they never found Edward Mullen, once Lance Corporal of the King's Own Yorkshire Light Infantry, and late legionary in the 9th Legion of Rome, the slow but sure Legion. So now Midsummer's Eve is nearly here, and I must have my watch back. And perhaps the Druid will let me come back to the 9th and start over. Maybe I can help if I can get there in time. Maybe not. That skeleton with the wristwatch, with my wristwatch. Its right arm was lifted in a very military, final British Army salute. The title of tonight's Quiet Please story was Not Responsible After 30 Years. It was written and directed by Willis Cooper, and the man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell. And J. Pat O'Malley played Edward Mullen. The legionary was Court Benson, and his daughter Elaine was Nancy Sarden. As usual, music for Quiet Please is played by Albert Berman. Now for a word about next week, my good friend Willis Cooper.
The people you heard tonight are not intended to be anyone you know or even anyone you don't know. They're products of my typewriter and as fictitious as all get out. And next week's Quiet Please story will be entitled What the Lilies Consider. It's about a man who loves flowers and vice versa.
And so, until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell. Tonight's Quiet Please show was especially written for your enjoyment, with the hope we would please many people with many different tastes for many different reasons. You like Quiet Please for one reason, and you for another. And that's just as it should be. For we in America aren't stamped with a mold. We have our differences in tastes and talents, in hopes and ambitions, in color and creed. Our American differences have resulted in a variety of contributions which have made our country great and kept us free. Today, as America seeks to establish peace in the world and to continue prosperity at home, our differences must not divide us or hamper our efforts. On this Flag Day of 1948, let each of us pledge to wipe group prejudice out of our lives by meeting every American as an individual. This program was heard in Canada through the facilities of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Lipton tea, and Inner Sanctum Mysteries. This is your host of the Inner Sanctum, welcoming you again through the squeaking door for an
always good time. Why am I smiling? But I always smile. Indoor on Tuesday nights. You see, each week when I say good evening, I think to myself, a good evening what? And of course, there's only one answer to that question. A good evening, murder.
A fine thing to say. You wouldn't feel so chipper about it if you were going to be murdered.
Why, Mary, there's no bigger thrill than to be murdered. Happens only once in a lifetime.
Well, I know.
Now, don't tell me that Lipton tea.
No, I'm not thinking about Lipton tea. I'm talking about sterling silver medallion that the Lipton tea people are offering to the ladies. Yes, ladies, the chance of a lifetime to get a lovely piece of jewelry. The kind you find at those smart shops on Fifth Avenue in New York. Now, let me tell you about the medallion. It's made of real sterling silver. It's about 1 inch in diameter. It's the Chinese inscription. The medallion is hung on a narrow black rayon satin ribbon, so it can be worn as a necklace, or you can simply add it to your charm bracelet. And here's how you get the medallion. Just 5 cents and the box top from a package of Lipton's, the tea with the brisk flavor, to the Lipton Tea people, Box 92, New York City. Yes, that's Box 92 in New York.
And now it's time to begin. All Dead to Rights. It's an original spine tingler, and our stars tonight are 2 radio favorites, Elspeth Eric and Sanctum. So relapse in your chair, settle down of alarming but charming entertainment. Why not get really ready? Go the whole works. Turn off the main switch in the cellar. The darker it is, the more strange things. Lou Dunn is nervously pacing his room in a dingy boarding house near the East River in Manhattan. His wife, Dottie, is looking at an old newspaper.
You can see for yourself. That's Jensen, that Quirrell guy. Lives upstairs with $20,000.
Mm-hmm. That's him, all right.
All that money. Only a floor above us.
This paper. William Jensen was found wandering through the streets in a sick condition due to lack of food. The police discovered $20,000 in $100 bills mixed with crusts of bread. Harkett. He's being sent to Bellevue Hospital for observation.
A month old. Jensen's been back for 2 weeks. Hey, Dottie. Must be some way we can get them.
There is.
You mean rob him?
Rob him. Maybe kill him. If you're not scared.
Scared? Well, I ain't scared of anything.
I know you. You always talk tough, and that's about all.
I'm not scared. I'm off. Make it look like suicide.
You really want to do it?
Yeah, sure. I'd like to put my hands in that 20 grand.
Boy, what we couldn't do, honey.
It'll be easy.
If we do it smart. Very smart.
Sure.
Maybe you could sort of, just before he goes to bed, turn on the gas. That would make suicide. Then we could go back and pick up the money. Not all of it. We'll leave half of it, so it won't look like robbery.
Sure, crazy guy. It's natural for a crazy guy to knock himself off.
Mm-hmm. Well, if we're going to do it, we got to do it right now. We'll never have the guts to do it. Now, you're sure you want to do it, Lou?
Sure I do, Dottie.
Mrs. Scully was going to the movies. What time is it now?
It's 5 to 10.
She won't be back till after 11. You got plenty of time. Jensen goes to bed just about this time. Go on up, stay with him until he's in bed. And then on your way out, you turn on the gas. Not too much, because that'll make a lot of noise. And keep your finger off the spigot. Use a stick or a glove or something.
Yeah.
Hey, what are you waiting for?
You want me to go now?
Oh, what do you want to do? Die a heart failure?
Who's there? It's me. Lou Dunn, the guy that lives right up.
Oh, just a minute. I was just about to get to my bed. Anything special you want?
No. I just had a little argument with the wife.
Oh.
I don't want to go back right now.
You're going to teach her a lesson. Yeah. All right. Come in. Here. Get into bed.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Jensen. I will, Jensen. You going to bed right now?
Yeah. Would you mind having me take off my shoes?
Sure.
I'm getting too old to bend down.
Sure.
Thank you.
That's no place to hide your money. Behind the pillow.
Huh? That ain't no money. It's just a lot of pictures. That's all. Just pictures.
Oh, yeah, sure.
You're gonna be good company. You're kind of sleepy.
Maybe I'd better get back.
Nice, sir. Come and see me, little.
It's freezing outside. I'd better close the windows or you'll catch cold. Well, good night, Mr. Jensen. Good night. Oh, it speaks like a killer. If I get downstairs without being seen, everything will be all right. Hey, someone's coming up the steps. It's Mrs. Scully. It's dark. She won't recognize me. I'll pull my hat over my face.
Mr. Dunn?
I beg your pardon.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were Mr. Dunn.
It's all right. Good night.
Good night. Who is it?
It's me.
Everything all right?
Close the door.
What's the matter with you? Anything go wrong?
We're going to be caught.
Calm down. Tell me what happened.
I did everything you said. Everything went planned until I got outside. I met Mort. I pulled my hat over my face.
You recognize it?
She called my name, but I disguised my voice.
Nothing to worry about.
I'm sure she knew it was me. We're going to get caught.
Did you come right down here?
I went outside for a few minutes in case she was watching me.
That's good. Now you got to go back and get... He's dead by now.
I can't go back.
You gotta go now before nobody knows about it.
I can't do it.
All right, I'll go myself. Where'd you say the money was?
Hunter's head.
Stay here till I get back.
Maybe we ought to forget.
No. Not after we've gone this far.
Who's there?
It's me, Mrs. Scully. Let me in.
What do you want?
Well, downstairs have been for painting. There's water leaking down the ceiling.
Water?
Yes. I'd like to take a look at the sink.
Sure.
Honey, pipes aren't leaking.
Just a mistake, huh?
Oh, they must be cranks. Floor's dry.
Is that all, Mrs. Scully?
No. Well, it's over on your rent.
We'll have it for you tomorrow.
tomorrow.
To pay the bills, you know.
Sure, I promise you.
Well, all right. Say, did I pass you upstairs on the 4th floor a little while ago?
Me? Had me mixed up with someone else.
It looked like you. How'd you build?
Out of this room for a couple of hours.
Okay, Lord.
Dolly, Miss Scully.
Oh. Hello, Mrs. Scully.
Hello, Mrs. Dunn. I was just telling your husband about the rent that's been... Hey, do you smell gas?
Yeah. Be a gas jet open someplace.
Well, you'd better take a look at your stove. Don't want any accidents in it. It seems to be coming from the hall. I better take a look at that empty room.
You should have knocked before you came in. You almost gave the whole thing away.
Yeah, I know. Had the money right in my hand. I only took that figure.
The cops questioned Mrs. Scully. We'd be done for.
She smelled the gas on me. I almost died in that room.
We gotta get away from here.
Maybe you're right. I'm getting kind of scared myself. Things ain't working out so perfect.
Let's get packed.
Okay. Wait a minute. We ain't gonna pack.
We're not gonna stay here.
Listen, if we walk out with our suitcases, we'll be giving ourselves away.
They found out about Jensen.
We gotta stay calm or we're dead pigeons.
What should we do?
We gotta get out of the house first.
We can't go out the front door, not now.
With all this excitement going on, we can sneak out without them noticing.
I tell you, I'm scared, Daddy.
Oh, my. Come on. Now or never.
There's nobody at the front door.
Oh, that's a break.
The cops. The cops. They just went in.
We'll escape. I'll escape. They're a mile away.
Dottie and Lou are in bad shape. My only hope is that they don't die of heart by the end of the program. That would be very embarrassing. The characters in our stories would show a little more nerve. Yeah. It's not that they aren't first-quality villains, but they're too indecisive.
What do you think is going to happen to them?
Oh, they'll probably turn on the gas again.
Oh, please.
And brew them again of Lipton tea.
Well, you fooled me that time. And now I'm going to fool you. I'm not going to talk about Lipton tea. Instead, I'm going to tell you a story. Yes, I think there's a true story behind that sterling silver medallion that the Lipton people are offering to the... It's really a good luck charm. The original, was given to an American flyer by Chinese guerrillas who rescued him after his territory. The flyer was told that the Chinese letters on the medallion would bring him safely through the lines. Well, he did get through. And only then did he learn that the medallion said, "Good luck," in Chinese. Now, ladies, there's something. And to get this good luck charm, this lovely sterling silver medallion, just in the flyer carried, all you have to do is send 25 cents and the box top from a package of Lipton's, the tea with the brisk flavor, to the Lipton Tea people. That's box 92, New York City.
Well, now let's go back to our pale and weird pair of murderers. If you remember, they ran back into their room when the police came in. And since then, they've been trying to go out. Maybe they've got a plan. So let's take a look. We've got to think of something.
How about that back stairway?
I don't know where it goes.
Well, it's better than staying here. Get a chance. They're probably still upstairs. Come on.
It's fine. Well, I gotta open the door to get to the back door.
Oh, slow.
Oh, the door's locked.
You fool, maybe it's just rats.
That's Jane.
I suppose if I try to open it.
So use the cuffs, will be down in a minute. Come on, let's push through. Get up. Open it. Just a little bit more. We can just get through.
You all right?
Like it's cold in here.
Here we go down to the cellar, I guess. That's down here.
Another exit that leads out into the alley.
Listen, That's the cops coming down to look for us.
They're coming from the hallway stairs.
We've got to hide. Here. This old silver. Lie down on the floor.
There's nothing you'll find down here.
Hope you don't mind, Andy, but we'd like to look over the premises.
Oh, move this dust. Move this. I'm going to sneeze.
No.
Yeah, you won't.
It's just a waste of time and anything here.
All right. Let's get out. There's too much stuff here.
Dolly.
You're not dead.
You tried to kill me.
I had to put my hand over your mouth. You'd have sneezed we'd been caught.
Let's get out.
We'll get these barrels where we can get out through the alley.
Well, feel a little safer out on the street. Please, will you stop looking back?
There's someone following us.
There's nobody following us.
I know all the detectives in New York must be looking for us.
Stop acting so suspicious. All the time. We gotta look like normal people.
Normal. So scared normal all my life.
I told you not to turn around.
The same guy.
Who are you talking about?
Take a look at yourself. Guy with gray hat.
He could be just an ordinary guy. Maybe we just think he's following us.
We gotta get away from him.
No, look. We'll fool him. Make believe we're in love.
What's the matter with you? I don't get it.
Act like you're crazy about me. Act like you're... Go on.
What am I supposed to do?
Say I'm wonderful. Wonderful. Say I'm the best girl in the world. Go on.
You're crazy.
Do what I tell you.
You're the sweetest girl in the world. You're the sweetest yet.
Hurry up.
You're wonderful. I love you.
Put your arm around my shoulder.
I can't do any good.
Now, walk slow. Act like we don't care where we're going.
He'll catch up to us.
He can always catch us. We gotta make him think we're the wrong people he's following us. Keep talking. Keep wonderful.
I'm crazy about you.
You're wonderful, too, Lou Dog. I waited all my life for somebody like you.
I don't know what I'd do without you. He's still following us.
Look, we gotta figure out something.
Maybe we can give him the slip in the subway.
Yeah. Look, I'll go in the subway first. You go in the cigar store. He'll follow you. I'll wait for him. You come down a few minutes after me. Have a nickel all ready. Then as soon as the train... Wait till the doors are closing. Then drop your nickel in the slot. I'll hold the door open for you. Whoever's following won't be able to make it. You understand me, dear?
Oh, what if he arrests me first?
He won't. Look, here's where I go down the subway. You go into the store. Kiss me.
Okay, darling.
Don't forget to wait until the doors are closing. Lou, here I am. Hurry up.
I couldn't find you.
Head of the platform for everybody to see me.
I thought you'd run out on me. You hide. I'll give myself up.
Yes, you would.
Where are we going?
Next station. We'll get a bus going to New Jersey.
Maybe we ought to run.
Come on. We're getting off here. What are you hiding away in there? We gotta hide this money so they won't have anything on us in case we get caught.
Yeah. That's a good idea. We can come back with it later.
Hide it right underneath the platform.
Yeah, that's a good spot. There's no one in the station.
Money. I'll hold you while you bend over. You can't stop it.
Hold on good. I'm liable to fall.
Hurry up before somebody comes along.
Yeah. Okay. It's hidden.
Let's go. We'll be back for it in a day or so. Put your arm around me.
I can't do it anymore.
You don't do it, I'm leaving you.
No, don't.
That's better. Sweetheart.
Yeah. I guess you're the best girl for me.
You just wouldn't know what to do without me. Would you, darling? Don't tell there's nobody following us.
There's a cop right behind us. He must have radioed a description of us.
Cops don't follow people. They arrest them if they think they're guilty.
Well, maybe he ain't sure. Maybe he's watching us first.
We'll turn the corner. You do love me, don't you? Don't you?
More than anybody else in the world.
I love you, too.
What are we going to do?
There's a factory up ahead. We'll make it on the night shift. We'll throw him off the track.
We'll get caught in the building.
Well, it's worse out here on the street. When the cops sees us going to the factory, he'll think he's made a mistake and he'll leave us alone. Now hang on to me tight and walk slow.
Is this the building?
Yeah. We'll walk in just as if we belong here.
He hasn't followed us in.
Oh, it worked fine. Now we can stay here for a few minutes and we'll...
It's the cop. Let's take the elevator up. Come on.
Floor, please?
16.
There's no one on the 16th. It's empty, man.
She means the 15th.
Yeah. Hurry up, please. We're very late.
In a second. There's an officer coming in. Floor, please.
Just take these people wherever they're going.
Yes, sir. Watch the door.
Where are you two going?
15th floor.
Who are you seeing on the 15th?
What do you want with us? We didn't do anything.
I just asked you who you're seeing on the 15th floor.
We work up there.
See.
15, please.
On, Luke.
Just a second.
Radio, Johnny. Round the corner. You'll kill us. There's the freight elevator. So good. If we can make it, we can slam the door and run ourselves. Run them through. Come on, as fast as I can. Quick, through the elevator.
Those poor devils.
Operator, get me precinct 23. Oh, hello, Lieutenant. This is Officer. Oh, hello. I want to report a double suicide. Their names are Lewis and Dorothy Dunn. They're going to do it, and I tried to stop them. I saw him in the subway station. The man was trying to jump off the platform, but the woman was holding him back. He changed his mind, and they went upstairs. It looked like a lover's suicide pact to me. Saw them holding each other around and kissing on the street. I followed them from the subway into this building, and when I asked them a few questions, they got frightened and got off on the 15th floor. Well, I did. I tried to stop them, Lieutenant. They ran down the corridor and then threw themselves down an empty elevator shaft. Dead. Lieutenant, you know, the funny part of it is, they lived in crackpot Jensen committed suicide by gas a few hours ago, you know? Yeah, that sure is an unlucky house. Well, that's one way of getting rid of the Dunns, making them throw down the elevator shaft. Not a very pleasant way, I'll admit, but business is business. Just fool around with characters like that.
Well, I can't help feeling sorry for them. Those poor people probably never had a lucky.
It's your fault, Mary. You should have given them one of those good luck charms you've been talking about. You know, the medallion with the black ribbon. Yes. If the medallion didn't bring them good luck, they could always hang themselves with the ribbon.
Now, you stop that kind of talk. Because Lipton's sterling silver medallion on its black set is a lovely, lovely piece of jewelry. But you may never own it if you don't act now. Never own it if tea people make it easy for you. Listen, just send 25 cents and the box top from a package of Lipton's, the tea with the brisk flavor, to the Lipton Tea People, Box 92, New York. 25 cents includes the full cost of packing and postage.
And now, a word of advice. Theater service is bad, and you're in a hurry. Just throw yourself out of the window. Oh, by the way, the mystery novel is The Red Right Hand by Joel Rogers. Oh, and I must tell you about next week's story. It takes place on the high, but it's about a man who doesn't like singing. Yes, singing seems to strike the wrong, and he goes around opening up throats with to find out just what makes that wrong note. So, if you're one of those guys who sings in the shower, just cut it out before next week's killer does it for you. Now it's time to close the squeaking door. When Lipton Tea and Lipton Soup present another Inner Sanctum Mystery. Brown. Good night. Pleasant dreams.
Folks, it's wonderful how quick and easy cook. I guess lots of you remember when it used to take half a day to make a pot of chicken noodle soup. But now we have Lipton's noodle soup mix, and delicious chickeny tasting soup it is. Yes, Lipton's has an old-fashioned homemade flavor, and it's brewed with tender golden egg noodles. Lipton's is economical, too. It costs less and makes more than canned soups. Of course, sometimes it's hard to get in stores, but there's lots of good things scarce in wartime. So, folks, remember soup. And remember to tune in next Tuesday night for another Inner Sanctum.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting.
And now, the Hall of Fantasy. Welcome to the Hall of Fantasy. Welcome to the series of radio dramas dedicated to the supernatural, the unusual, and the unknown. Come with me, my friends. We shall descend to the world of the unknown and forbidden, down to the depths where the veil of time is lifted, and the supernatural reigns as king. Come with me and listen to the tale of The Dance of the Devil Dogs.
Hello? Anyone out here?
You don't think...
I don't know what to think, Chuck. We'd better take a good look around.
There's something strange about this whole set. I don't know...
Emery. What? Look. It's him. Come on. No wonder he didn't answer us, Chuck.
You mean?
That's right. He's dead.
In just a moment, the Hall of Fantasy will present
The Dance of the Devil Dolls. And now for our story. An original tale of fantasy by Richard Thorne entitled The Dance of the Devil Dolls.
Have you heard of avoutement? Literally, the word means face image. The practice of avoutement is as ancient as Egypt and Assyria, and still found from Ceylon to the United States, Europe to Africa, South America to Scandinavia. A figure is made to resemble that of a hated enemy, then methodically injured or destroyed, resulting in pain and death for its human counterpart. Charles and I had gone up for a weekend of fishing. Saturday night at dusk, when the sky had dulled from blue to gray, and the gray was shading darker every minute, we were walking back up to the cabin.
Not a bad haul, huh, Emery?
For you, not for me. I'll bet you the smallest of those 3 bass weighs over 4 pounds. What bait were you using?
A spoon. Fish just wouldn't leave it alone. Anyway, we'll have a good fish dinner tonight.
And maybe tomorrow my luck will change.
Well, I hope so.
What time is it?
About 9. We've been out 5 hours.
Chuck.
Yeah?
There's someone coming down the trail towards us.
Where? Oh, yes, I see.
Can't be going down to fish this late.
Oh, we can't tell. Some guys really get the bug. There's a guy I know named Lloyd Erskine who will fish off...
Excuse me, gentlemen.
He means us.
Wonder what he wants.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I lost something. I wonder if you found it.
I don't know what you're looking for, mister, but we haven't found it, whatever it is.
Perhaps you saw it lying on the ground. It was a doll.
A doll?
Yes, about 12 inches tall. It looked something like me.
I'm sorry, we haven't seen it. Of course, you can always buy your daughter
It doesn't belong to my daughter.
Oh. Well, we haven't seen it.
Are you staying at a cabin on this lake?
Yes.
Only until tomorrow night.
It's right at the head of the trail up there. You must have passed it as you started down.
If by any chance you do come across it, I'll stop in before I leave this area, if you don't mind.
Well, that's perfectly all right.
Thank you, gentlemen. I must have the doll for the dance tonight, or the old woman will be angry.
Well, what do you make of that?
Search me.
He talks so strangely. I must have the doll for the dance tonight, or the old woman will be angry. I think he's off his rocker.
Well, it's not our worry, Emery. Come on, let's go.
We went back up to our cabin, cleaned the fish, and had one of those fish dinners you talk about for years. It was about 11 o'clock, and we'd started to go to bed, intending to get up as early as possible the next morning when there was a knock on the door.
I wonder who that is.
I don't know, but we'll soon find out. Oh, it's you.
Yes. May I come in?
Of course.
I see you found the doll.
Yes. I wanted to let you know that I had.
Well, thanks for telling us.
Now I must take him to the dance.
Well, the dance ought to be just about over.
Oh, no, it hasn't begun yet.
Well, you'd better get there or your wife will be angry.
You misunderstood me. I said the old woman, not my wife. You see, I'm not married.
Oh.
I hope you'll forgive me. I see that you're just about ready to retire, but I'm afraid.
Afraid? Of what?
The old woman is already angry with me. I told her I'd lost the doll, and she swore that if I didn't find it, she'd kill me. That's why I've come to you. If you hear that I'm dead tomorrow, that I committed suicide, you'll know it's not the truth. If I could only get in touch with Dr. George Coltman, he could help, but I'm caught up in something I can't stop, and it's too late to get out now. I've tried to... Oh, my head!
You dropped your doll.
I didn't drop it. She caused it to move. She doesn't want me to talk. I've said too much already. I must go now.
Here's your doll.
Thank you. Remember what I told you. If I'm dead tomorrow, it's murder. Good night, gentlemen.
After he dropped the doll, did you get a good look at him, Chuck?
Yeah.
The doll hit the floor on its forehead. A few seconds later, there was a heavy bruise on the right side of his forehead.
You know, he said if he was found dead tomorrow, that it would be murder.
It was about 11:30 when we finally got to bed. We'd opened the windows of the cabin. The sound of the alarm clock we brought with us mingled with that of the crickets outside.
The old woman said you must die.
I heard something. I didn't know what it was. It sounded strangely like words, but they were uttered in a voice so tiny and shrill that I thought I was imagining things. But then, I heard his voice.
No, I won't die. That'll help me.
Emery, I didn't know you were awake.
I couldn't sleep. I thought I heard a tiny little voice.
I
Be
thought
quiet. Hey, no.
The old woman will take care of them, too.
But I'm not going to die. I'm not going to... Ah!
Back now to our story. An original tale of fantasy by Richard Thorne entitled The Dance of the Devil Dolls.
Charles and I had retired for the night, but neither of us could sleep. Suddenly, from outside, we heard the voice of the man we'd met earlier, and another voice, high and shrill, and somehow deadly.
The old woman will take care of them, too.
But I'm not going to die. I'm not going to... Ah!
What's going on out there?
We'd better take a look.
With a pair of pants and some shoes on.
Remember what he said about dying?
Yeah. You ready?
Yes.
All right, let's go. Beginning to think that guy belongs in an institution.
Maybe not. I think his scream came from the left.
I'll take a look over there, then. Didn't tell us his name, did he?
No.
Well, I'll try calling him. Anybody out here? Hello? Anyone out here? You don't think...
I don't know what to think, Chuck. We'd better take a good look around.
Something strange about this whole setup. I don't know it. Emery.
What? Look. It's him. Come on. No wonder he didn't answer us, Chuck.
You mean?
That's right. He's dead.
That little doll looks so much like him. I don't see it anywhere around.
Neither do I. You know, Chuck, it sounds crazy to say it, but that shrill, high little voice we heard...
You're letting this thing run wild with your imagination, Emery. Even though it looked like him, it's just a doll, nothing else.
It had to be my imagination, of that I was sure. But the mere thought of it, of the doll which so resembled the man with its shining face and beady little eyes, caused a strange sense of apprehension and fear to come across me. And I glanced out into the darkness and saw only the lumbering shadows of the trees and heard the rustle of their leaves as they brushed together. I saw nothing. Yet I had the feeling that something with beady little eyes was watching us. We notified the authorities. They came out, found no evidence of foul play, and diagnosed his death as being caused by heart failure. Our luck was exceptionally bad out on the lake Sunday, and we drove home that night, speaking but little, thinking only of what had happened the night before. About 10 days after we returned to the city, both Charles and I were home one evening. We shared an apartment together, and that night neither of us had anything to do. We were playing gin rummy.
One more hand like that and you'll be out, you lucky dog.
It was pure skill, my friend. No luck involved.
Cut? No, I trust you.
It's a good thing Pamela stood you up tonight.
She knew that you wanted a gin partner.
Don't be humorous. Proposed to her yet?
No, but I'm working on it. You know, you deal like a card shark. I have nothing but...
Expecting anyone?
No, you.
Mm-mm.
Well, I'll see who it is.
Whoever it is, get rid of him. I got a good hand.
Coming right up.
Is this the residence of Mr. Emery Ryerson and Mr. Charles Hunter?
Yes, it is, but...
I have a package for you.
Are you expecting a package, Emery?
Just bills, no packages.
It's for both of you.
All right, I'll take it.
Thank you. And good evening, sir.
Oh, yes, good evening. It's an old woman. She had a package for us.
Well, set it down on the table and open it, man. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth.
So I'll open it. Oh, wrapped very well.
Maybe it's a bottle of scotch.
Who will be sending us a bottle of...
Someone has a real fine sense of humor.
It's like the doll that fellow had with him.
It's the same doll. Notice that little nick out of its forehead? That happened when he dropped it on the floor.
What are we going to do with it?
I don't know.
We can keep it, I suppose.
Well, let's get back to the game.
No, I'm not in the mood now. You know, Emery, I can't help but remember what he said.
The man who died?
Yes. He said I must have the doll for the dance tonight. Or the old woman will be angry.
Yes, that's right. What brought that back to your mind?
The woman who delivered this package.
We put the lid back on the box and left it on the kitchen table with the cards we'd been using. Neither of us entered the kitchen again that evening. We went to bed a short time after 12. Again, I was restless and couldn't sleep. I had the same feeling I'd had that night in the cabin. And I remembered the words I'd heard spoken in that unearthly little voice.
The old woman will take care of them, too.
And I wondered if I'd only imagined those words, or whether they had actually been uttered by the creature in the box in the other room. It was then I heard it, like a thin, reedy piping. It sounded like music, a rhythmic, discordant melody I'd never heard before. And then I heard another sound.
Henry?
Yes?
Am I going crazy?
I hear it, too. I think we'd better see what it is.
All right. I don't like this, Emery.
It sounds
I know
like...
what it sounds like. Emery.
I can't believe my eyes.
The box is open. And the little doll, Emery. It's moving. It's dancing on the table.
Back now to our story. An original tale of fantasy by Richard Thorne entitled The Dance of the Devil Dolls.
Charles and I couldn't believe our eyes, for the scene before us was as bizarre and fantastic as the wildest dream of an insane imagination.
It's moving. It's dancing on the table.
Yes, I see it.
This is something that... I'm going to destroy that thing.
Be careful. Look out, Chuck. It's running.
Going to get it if it's the last thing I do.
It's running over toward the window.
It's gone. Gone through the glass.
Maybe it's down there on the sidewalk.
Possible, but that's a 2-story drop.
I can't see it.
No, Emery. It's gone. They turned again to the old woman.
The man who had died had mentioned a name that night in the cabin. The name of Dr. George Kaltman. Now it came back into my mind. Kaltman was associated with occult research. If Kaltman could have helped the man who died, perhaps he could explain what was happening to us. We got in touch with him and made an appointment for the following evening.
You have told me everything that has happened. Is that correct, gentlemen?
Yes, everything.
We'd like to know what it all means.
Well, I shall explain it to you as best I can. Have either of you ever heard of envoûtement?
No.
Not that I recall. Well, envoûtement is the practice of making little dolls to resemble a hated enemy and then methodically injuring or destroying it, thus bringing about either pain or death, or both, in the doll's human counterpart.
Dr. Colton, this doll we saw last night, it moved, it danced.
I know. What you witnessed last night was the dance of the devil dolls.
You say these dolls bring about pain or death, Dr. Coltman. Why should we be singled out?
The man who died told you about the old woman. Is that not correct?
Yes.
Therefore, you must be destroyed. She feels that you are dangerous to her, that you know too much. Undoubtedly, the woman you saw last night, Mr. Hunter, was the manipulator, controller of the little figures. Since you saw her, she has probably made little figures of both of you. But before it will live and be subject to her will, she must have a part of you, a lock of your hair, a fingernail clipping, anything that will make yours and the doll's identities one and the same.
What should we do?
go back to your apartment. I shall return with you. She will send the little doll back to your apartment tonight. I'm sure of that. We must capture the doll, for it is the only thing that will lead us to her.
Kaufman, Charles, and I returned to our apartment and took up our vigil in the bedroom, for that was the place the doll and the old woman would expect us to be. We made dummies of the extra blankets and arranged the beds so it looked as if we were sleeping.
You left the apartment door unlocked?
Yes. But why? It only makes it easier for it to enter.
That is what we must do. One way or the other, the doll would find means of entrance. If not tonight, then another. You have no idea what those little creatures are capable. Listen. It is coming. Be quiet. Wait until it is in here. Then close the bedroom door and put on the lights.
We understand.
Now, quiet. Now! Catch it quickly!
There it is, over there. This time it won't get away.
Don't let it get near the window! I've got it! Quickly, put it in here! Ah, there. We have it.
Now, what do we do?
This doll will lead us to the doll woman.
You mean now? Tonight?
Yes, Mr. Ryerson. She will know that we have captured her little messenger if it does not return in a few hours, and she will be prepared to stop us. We must find her, destroy her if need be, before she has a chance to destroy you.
Then began one of the strangest sights I've ever seen. Kaufman took the doll out of the box in which we'd imprisoned it, tied its arms and legs while it writhed and twisted in his hand. Then he began speaking to it.
It's mine.
Softly, rhythmically, slowly putting it into a hypnotized sleep. The eyelids of the little figure finally closed, and it was in an hypnotic trance.
Sleep and tell me. Now, listen to me. You must tell me where your mistress is. You must tell me where your mistress is.
The house of dolls.
The house of dolls.
It's a strange answer.
Not so strange, my friends. I know what it means.
What is it?
She's a diabolical person, this doll woman. The House of Dolls is a toy shop with rare and unusual dolls. What better place to hide? No one would suspect what was behind those burning eyes of hers. I myself have purchased dolls for my little granddaughter from her. We must go there immediately. We have no time to lose. This is the place.
Let's go.
Right. It's past 2. There's no one on the streets.
Point the better. Try the door.
It's open.
Probably waiting in the rear of the shop for the creature she sent out.
Well, let's go in.
As quietly as possible. We must catch her by surprise.
All right.
There's a light coming from beneath that door back there.
That is where we must go.
Listen.
It is the dance of the devil dolls.
The door's ajar.
They're in there. I can see them.
Yes, so do I.
Be quiet.
And soon, my children, you will be joined by 2 others. And then, no one can harm you. For when the new doll returns, he will bring with him what I need for the spell of the dancers.
We must take her now.
And they will join you in the dance of the devil doll.
Now!
What are you doing here?
We've come to stop you.
Look out, Holmes. She has a gun. So have I.
She is dead. She will cause no more harm.
Seems strange to see those little creatures on the floor. All of them so quiet and still. just a short while ago.
They were participating in the dance of the devil dolls.
Yes.
Do not feel pity for them, Mr. Hunter. The dolls did not really live. They were a creation of evil, sparked by the malevolence of the old woman. When she died, they died with her. Perhaps the humans they resembled will rest quietly now.
Tonight's tale of the unusual, the terrifying, the unknown. Join us again when next we journey down the corridors of the Hall of Fantasy to hear another strange tale of the supernatural. All characters and events portrayed in these programs are fictional, and any similarity to actual events or persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental.
Broadcasting Systems presents The Mysterious Traveler, written, produced, and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Coben, and starring two of radio's foremost personalities, Ralph Bell and Chuck Webster, in Key Witness. This is The Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, and it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can, as we watch an underworld syndicate and the government go in desperate search for the same man. It's the story I call Key Witness. The scene, the penthouse office of Mike Bruno, the nationally known and feared crime syndicate boss. Bruno, a tall, ruggedly built man in his 40s, paces back and forth as his head accountant, Oliver Smith, turns the pages of a ledger, reading the figures before him.
Income from Waterfront Enterprises, period ending July 31st, $42,765.50. Income from Wire Services, period ending July 31st, $71,942.20. From Nightclub Enterprises, the same period, $56,713.42. Income...
Okay. That's the income on the books for the government. Now, what are the real figures? You got them in your head?
course, Mr. Bruno. Income from waterfront enterprises, $103,652.28. From wire services, $156,421.10. Nightclub enterprises, $211,410.28. Liquor distributorships was $87,642.15. Racetrack interests, $48,675.34.
Ah. All right, you got the total?
Yes, sir. $518,731.15.
I sure got ahead of you, Oliver. You and that photographic memory of yours. It's a lucky day when we got together.
Be 5 years tomorrow, sir.
5 years tomorrow, huh? And in all that time, you've never forgotten a fact or a figure. Yes, sir, Oliver. The T-men can search high and low. They'll never catch me with a set of books showing the real take. Because it's all in your head. Oliver?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, come in. Ah, hello, Frank. Come on in, come on.
Boss, I got to talk to you, alone.
Oh, yeah, all right. Oliver, I'll call you when I need you.
Yes, sir. I'll be in my office.
You look worried. What's the matter? Let's have it.
I just got word from the big boy. Treasury men are going after you.
Is it winter dressing, or do they really mean it?
They really mean it. But with all the headlines in the papers, they'll have to make a cleanup. And you're it.
Can't the big boy stop?
No. This is too big even for him. And he says you're on your own.
That's nice. Where's it coming?
The T-men will be here tomorrow morning to seize your books.
Don't waste any time, do they? Tomorrow morning, huh?
Bruno, what are the chances of the books standing up under a real investigation?
Maybe yes, maybe no.
The books don't satisfy them. They start questioning Oliver.
Yeah.
Well, what are you going to do?
I gotta think.
You wanted to see me, Mr. Bruno?
Yes, Oliver. Have a seat.
Yes, sir.
Now, look, I've just gotten word that the T-men are going to look at our books.
What?
Tomorrow morning they're coming to get them.
But you've always assured me they'd never look at our books.
Things have changed. You read the papers. They're looking for a fall guy. Me.
The boss has a way figured out to beat the rap.
The books will stand up until they start asking you questions, Oliver.
Yes, I know.
Now, you're the one man who's got all the answers. The answers are all in your head.
Without you, the T-men wouldn't have a case against the boss.
That's right. All right, Frank, open that suitcase for Oliver.
Okay.
Why, all that money.
$500,000. And it'll all be yours if you do exactly as I say.
Mine?
Yes. I want you to write a letter saying that as treasurer of the corporations, you embezzle large amounts of dough.
What?
That's right. You're to assume all responsibility for the books.
But they'd send me to prison?
No. You're taking it on the lam. There are a couple of countries in the world where you can't be extradited for embezzlement. Denmark's one of them.
Denmark?
Yeah, that's what my attorneys tell me.
That passport you used last year is still good, Oliver.
There's a plane leaving at midnight for Europe. You just have time to write that letter and pack.
But, Mr. Bruno...
Yeah.
If I do as you ask, I'll be an admitted criminal, forced to live abroad the rest of my life.
With $500,000, Oh, what's so bad about that?
And Oliver, you're forgetting one thing. You filled out the corporation tax returns for me. You go to prison with me.
Play it smart, Oliver. $500,000 and a life of ease in Denmark.
You haven't much choice.
No, I don't, do I? Very well, Mr. Bruno. I'll do as you say.
Nah, you're showing good sense. Okay, Oliver, write that letter assuming all responsibility for the dough I've held out in the government. When you're finished, I'll send one of the boys along with you to help you back.
Yes, Mr. Bruno. If you'll excuse me.
Sure.
Which of the boys do you want to take him to the airport?
No, nothing. I'm not taking any chances on a slip-up. You and me will be taking Oliver to the airport.
Mr. Bruno.
Yeah?
Haven't you taken the wrong road? This isn't the way to the airport.
Relax, Oliver. We got plenty of time to make the airport.
Sure, you're planning to leave for another hour.
But we're going in the opposite direction of the airport. Why, at this rate...
All right, shut up.
That $500,000. Denmark. You never meant it, did you?
You catch on fast.
Now that you have that letter I wrote you... You're going to kill me.
No one lives forever. Easy does it, Oliver.
Where are you taking me?
Please stop at the top of the hill, boss.
Right.
Mr. Bruno, you can't kill me. Not after 5 years of loyal service. Haven't I always done everything you asked without question?
Take care of him, Frank.
No, don't do...
He'll be out for at least 10 minutes. That'll give us more than enough time.
Yeah. Where's the park of the car?
A clump of trees up ahead, out of sight.
Good. Yeah, it's lucky traffic's light on this road.
That's why I picked it.
Okay, let's finish the job. Put him behind the wheel.
I got him. Easy. There we are.
All right, now release the brake. Start pushing. I'll steer it.
Just a few more feet to the edge.
You say it's 200 feet to the bottom?
Yeah. Nothing but rock down there.
Okay, she's starting to roll. There she goes.
Hear that?
Yeah. But we're going down to the wreck to make sure. I'm not taking any chances. Come on.
Look at that car, completely wrecked. We didn't have to bother coming down here.
Maybe not. He's still behind the wheel?
I can't tell you. No, he isn't behind the wheel.
He's not in back either.
Let's look around. He was probably thrown clear of the car.
I don't see him.
He's got to be around.
Hey, what's that you're picking up?
His wallet. Some keys.
His wallet? That wreck didn't finish him off. He must have gotten away.
A 200-foot drop. He couldn't have.
No, where is he? I said he came out of it alive. He's on the loose.
Well, he couldn't have gotten far. Come on, let's look for him.
In the dark. We never find him. Let's get back up the road. Next tavern's half mile down the road. I've got to get to a phone. Operator, give me Waverly 6678. That's right.
Bruno, what are you doing? You going to round up some of the boys?
Yeah, that's right. Hello, Mac. The boss. Yeah. Now listen closely. I don't want any slip-ups. From the next tavern on Highway 37A. Yeah. Now round up half a dozen of the boys in a hurry. Send a couple of them to Meadville and Lewistown, both on 37A. That's right. Have a couple of more boys drive along 37A between Meadville and Lewistown, yeah. Now, they're to pick up Oliver Smith. You heard it right the first time. There'll be a $10,000 reward to the guys who find him. Yeah. Now get the boys on it, but fast. We gotta get him, Frank. If he ever gets to the police.
Oh, the odds are all in our favor. Probably pretty badly hurt, wandering around in a daze. But for all we know, he might have crawled a few hundred yards and died in the underbrush.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm hoping.
Oliver hasn't any money, Moxie. Come on now, don't worry, boss. He isn't going to get to the cops.
Yeah, sure. Come on, let's get back to my office. What time you got, Frank?
The time? A few minutes after 9.
They've had since midnight to find him. 9 hours. Not a trace of him.
Hey, maybe they found him. Hello? Yeah, Mike? No sign of him, huh?
Give me that phone. Mac, how many boys you got out now? 12. You can't even find one broken down accountant? You can search for the woods, the underbrush. Well, all right, do it again. Tell the boys the reward has been up to $25,000. Yeah, that's right, $25,000.
Oh, will you relax, boss? Will you just take it easy?
Take it easy, take it easy. You know what it means if Oliver spills the feds? Yeah. Oh, say. Have him come in. It's George Tonelli of the Treasury Department. How are you, Mr. Tonelli? Come on in.
Oh, thank you, Bruno.
This is my associate, Frank Stevens.
Hello. How do you do? Bruno, I have an order here empowering me to seize the books of all your corporations.
What for? I pay all my taxes.
The Treasury Department just wants to double check. Make sure.
Well, that's the way you want it. Okay, you can have the books. I got nothing to hide.
Good. Where's your head accountant? Oliver Smith.
Oh, he's out of town for a few days, Mr. Tonelli. Personal business of some sort. He should be back by Friday.
Oh, I want to talk to him. After we've gone over the books.
Oh, yes, I understand. Mm-hmm. Miss Daniels, will you see to it that Mr. Tonelli's given all the books of our various corporations? That's right. All right, Mr. Tonelli. They'll be given to you on your way out.
Oh, thanks, Bruno. Oh, by the way, I heard a police flash over my radio while I was driving here. Seems a car registered in your name was found wrecked off Highway 37A.
One of my cars?
Yes. Didn't you know about it?
No. Huh. Well, after all, I got 6 cars. One of them. Hello.
Boss, this is Frenchie.
Yeah, Frenchy. Anything new?
You still offering 25 G's for Oliver Smith?
You find him?
What about the 25 G's?
You'll get it. Do you know where Oliver is?
Yeah, I found his hideout. I'm calling from a drugstore in Meadville. Corner of Main and Vine.
Corner of Main and Vine. Sit tight, Frenchy. We'll be there in an hour.
Slow down, boss. There's Frenchy on the corner.
Yeah, I see him. Get in, Frenchy.
Sure, boss.
All right, what's the story?
Smith is here in town. He's locked up in the town jail.
What?
The cops have him?
Yes and no.
Come on, spill it.
The local jail is a dump, 4 cells. Just on a hunch, I looked in. There's 2 guys in there. One is a broken-down bum. The other, Oliver Smith, looking like a bum himself. And I done some nosing around. Smith was arrested for vagrancy.
Arrested for vagrancy? Under what name?
Haven't been able to find out.
Don't you get it, Frank? Oliver's in there under a phony name. He's laying low so that neither the feds or we can find him. After he's done 10 or 20 days of vagrancy, he'll try to disappear and act.
Yeah, that must be it. If they'd given his right name, there'd be feds all over the place.
All right, Frenchy. You say there's just Smith and some old bum in the lockup, huh?
That's right, boss.
Point the way, Frenchie. We're driving over that jail. That's it over there? That 2x4?
Yeah, that's it.
Where's the sheriff at this time?
He lives in that white frame house next to the jail. I saw him go in his house an hour ago.
Well, he's probably through for the day, and just the 2 prisoners there.
Yeah. Frank, you got a key that would open those cell doors?
Oh, sure. Those old locks aren't any trouble.
Good. Frenchie, you got a knife?
Yeah?
That's good. I want you to take care of Oliver right now.
Look, boss, it's a dangerous setup. What with the sheriff just a few yards away from the jail, and that bum there's a witness?
You can wrap the whole thing up in a minute flat.
No, I can't Frank do it. This is more than his
Because
line.
Smith knows Frank. He'd start yelling the moment he saw him. He doesn't know you.
Yeah, maybe not, but...
If you want that $25,000, you'll do it. In fact, you'll do it because I'm telling you to.
Okay.
Here's the key, Frenchie. You won't have any trouble with those locks.
Just give it to him. Fast and clean.
Who are you? I'm the sheriff's assistant. He told me to bring you over to the house.
The sheriff doesn't have an assistant, fellow.
Shut up, you bum. You say the sheriff? What? A knife? Yeah, a knife.
Please, you.
What? A gun?
Yeah. Don't let the costume fool you. Treasury Department. Okay, Sheriff.
A frame, huh?
Well, looks like you were right, Mr. Tonelli. So you got your killer, eh? Yes. Throw this guy into our cell, Sheriff, after you've taken that key from him. I'll be right back.
Yeah, he's been gone almost 5 minutes, boss. What could be taking him so long?
I don't know.
Look, do you think the sheriff might have picked Frenchie up?
Frenchie isn't that dumb, but should have been back by now.
Let's get out of here. What the...
Hello, Bruno.
Tonelli.
Yes, small world. Keep your hands where I can see them. That's better. Both of you. Out of the car.
Where are you taking us?
I want you to meet an old friend. Come on. Straight through that door, Bruno.
Now, look, Tonelli, I'm no two-bit hoodlum you can parade around at guns point. I want to call my attorneys.
Now, no one's going to deny you your legal rights. Here's the gunman you sent in to kill Oliver Smith. Right, Frenchie?
I don't know what you're talking about. Smith's an old friend of mine. I just dropped in to see him.
Sure. With a 6-inch knife. Take a look, Bruno. There's Smith in his cell. See him?
Yeah. I see him. And he sees me.
It's no use trying to throw a scare into him, Bruno. Smith has already made a statement. He's now in protective custody.
Mr. Tonelli figured you'd come looking for Smith.
Yes, and my hunch was right. Can we use your office, Sheriff?
Yeah, sure thing. This way.
Take a seat, Bruno. You too, Stevens. Close the door, Sheriff.
Right. Bruno, I've got your fall guy, Oliver Smith, who's made a complete statement. On that alone, I could send you up for 20 years.
Yeah? I got pretty good attorneys?
Yes, but not good enough to overcome Smith's testimony. In addition, I could get you on an attempted murder charge. I have a hunch your friend Frenchie will sing.
Now, look, I want to call my attorney.
However, I'm willing to make a deal with you.
Deal?
Yeah. If the government has to go to trial with you, it'll cost $500,000 to convict you. And a great deal of time. However, if you pleaded guilty, saved the government time and money, I think the court would go easy on you.
How easy?
Well, you'd have to pay the tax penalties, of course, and do 10 years. 7 with good behavior.
I don't know.
If you're smart, you'll plead guilty. You know that with Oliver Smith's statement and testimony on the stand, the government couldn't lose.
I've got to think it over.
There's no time. It's either yes or no. Now make up your mind.
Okay, I'll plead guilty. I know when the odds are against me.
Now you're being smart. I'll get one of my men in. You can make a complete statement. All right, Bruno. You've read your statement over. Sign here.
Now, look, if I sign, you guarantee the limit will be 10 years.
You have my word.
Okay.
That does it. Hey, Sheriff, you bring in Oliver Smith. I'll be taking him back to the city with me.
Sure, Mr. Snelling.
When did you find Smith?
The sheriff picked him up at 6 this morning, after the accident. He was wandering along Main Street.
Did he tell the sheriff who he was?
No.
Here's Smith now, Mr. Snelling.
Thank you. As a matter of fact, Bruno, Smith couldn't have told the sheriff who he was, even if he wanted to.
What do you mean?
When the sheriff picked Smith up and questioned him, Smith couldn't answer.
Couldn't answer?
That's right. The sheriff called in a doctor. An examination revealed that Smith had amnesia.
Amnesia?
Yes. He got it from a severe head blow he suffered in the accident. It's a case of complete amnesia.
But if he's got amnesia, that means he doesn't remember anything of the past. He couldn't have made a statement to you or testified against me.
No, he couldn't. And without Smith's testimony, we had no case.
That build-up you gave me, it was a bluff, a lie.
Yes. But justice has been served. And that's the important thing. Isn't it, Bruno? Some days nothing to do turns out well. How was he to know that Oliver Smith was a victim of amnesia? Some people simply won't die easily. Well, poor Mike is now doing 10 years at a federal prison. As for Oliver Smith, to date he hasn't any part of his memory back, and he never may. Which reminds me of another story. It concerns a young and enterprising undertaker who developed a unique idea of soliciting customers before they were dead. As a matter of fact, Oh, you'll have to get off here. I'm sorry. I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at the same time.
Just heard The Mysterious Traveler. Now you can enjoy other tense and exciting tales of The Mysterious Traveler in the current issue of The Mysterious Traveler magazine, now available. In our cast were Ralph Bell, Chuck Webster, Brett Morrison, and Lawson Zerbe, with Maurice Tarpon starred in the title role. Music under the direction of Emerson Buckley, composed by Richard DuPage. The Mysterious Traveler is written, produced, and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Cogan. Phil Taunton speaking. This program came to you from New York. the Mutual Broadcasting.
The Mummers in the Little Theater of the Air.
Now the Hermit is ready to help you spend an entertaining half hour.
Ghost stories. Weird stories. And murders, too. The Hermit knows of them all. Turn out your lights. Turn them out. Have you heard the story of Vampire's Desire? Then listen while the Hermit tells you the story.
Forbidding-looking place, Mr. Winton.
It is at that. We can't go any farther in this downpour.
We shall most likely have to stay in this doorway, then. The house looks untenanted.
Does it that? However, there may be someone in.
There's no one living in this tomb of a place, Mr. Winton.
I think you're right, John. I wonder where we are.
I haven't had the slightest idea where we are since the beginning of the storm when we lost our way.
I think you're right about the place being untenanted. Try the door. Maybe we can break in. Anything to get out of this storm. Try the door.
Yes, sir. Oh, it's opening.
Good.
Well?
Good evening. We've lost our way, been caught in this storm. We're drenched to the skin.
More fools you for being out on a night like this.
Very agreeable, sir.
May we come in and get dried out?
You're not welcome.
Well, surely you're not going to turn us away on a night like this.
I don't care what kind of a night it is. You're not welcome.
Well, all right. May we come in whether we're welcome or not?
No. Good night.
She's slamming the door in your face.
Kindly soul.
When the old woman tried to slam the door, I stuck my foot in the way, and she hasn't tried to close it anymore.
Good. Let's take a chance on going in, then, whether we're welcome or not.
Right, sir. Now, which way, Mr. Winton?
Who can tell in this pitch darkness? Listen.
The old woman.
Yeah.
Mr. Winton, we're in the house of a mad woman.
It isn't a very pleasant sound, is it?
Doesn't seem to be a light in the whole place. What shall we do?
We'll go to the right. Feel along the wall for a light switch or a door.
All right.
Come along, then. Follow me. Here's a door. Come along, John. Stay close by me.
Yes, sir. Oh, good Lord, sir. Is she going to keep that up all night?
Well, if she is, I wish she'd tell what the joke is so we can laugh with her. Find the light switch?
No, there doesn't seem to be one.
All right, then. We'll continue in the dark. You go to the left, I'll go to the right. Maybe we can find something to sit on.
Yes, sir. What's this? I found something.
What is it?
Well, it might be a bookcase built into the wall.
All right. There may be at least something in it that we can sit on. Even books would be better than the cold floor.
Yes, sir. Although I can't feel anything yet.
Keep talking, John, so I can find my way over to you.
Yes, sir. Why don't you strike a match?
Fine chance either of us have of doing that. They'll be soaking wet. Where are you?
Right here, sir. You're almost up to me.
Now, where's the bookcase?
Right here. Let me have your hand.
Yes. Now, let's feel all through it. Maybe something of use in it. You never can tell. What was that?
Sounds like someone at the door.
What are you doing?
Trying to light a match.
Any luck?
No, sir. Just like you said, they're sopping wet.
Quiet now. Let's listen. You must have been imagining things.
I've been imagining things ever since we first heard that old woman laugh like that. It fairly makes my hair stand on end. There it is again, sir. A rustling near the door.
Who is that? Who's there?
Stay away from that bookcase. Stay away.
Who is it? Who are you?
Stay away from that bookcase.
We wouldn't be near the blessed bookcase if he'd be gracious enough to conduct us to a room with some furniture in it so that we might rest and get dry.
Stay away from the bookcase.
He's leaving, sir.
Well, this is a fine how do you do, isn't it?
Oh, I've had about enough, sir. I'd sooner we were on our way.
Oh, nonsense. However, we leave the bookcase alone if that's what we're asked to do.
He's still hereabouts?
Yes, I heard him. Are you playing some game with us? If so, we're not in the mood for it.
No answer.
No.
Oh, there she is again.
Yes. That's enough. That's enough.
What are you going to do, sir?
This is some fool game they're playing with us. I'm going to find out about it and put a stop to it. There's a man and woman living in this house. There must be some furniture in at least one of the rooms.
Some heat, sir. I'm chilled to the bone.
Yes, some heat. There isn't, and there's something going on here that we should investigate and put a stop to. Come along, John.
All right, sir, if you say so. Where to first?
We'll start right where we are. Search the whole house. From this floor up to the roof. Isn't that...
Look, Mr. Winton. Look.
Where?
Down to the end of this hall. There's the old man who was talking to us in the room downstairs, telling us to keep away from the bookcase.
I think you're right. Carrying a shaded lantern.
Yes, sir.
John, we'll follow him.
Yes.
He'll lead us somewhere. We can't wander in this house all night in the dark.
At any rate, he has a light.
I don't think he's noticed us.
We'll have to get close to him before he turns that corner down at the end of the hall.
Yes.
He's almost at the corner. There, he turned.
Hurry. He might duck into some room close by and we'll lose him. Easy now, while I peek around the corner.
You see him, sir?
Yes. Going into the first room on the left.
Quiet. The air is stale and musty here.
Yes, but never mind about that just now.
That makes me gasp for breath.
Here's the room he went into. Quiet now while I have a look.
Is he in there, sir?
Strange. I'm sure he went in there.
He might be hiding behind the door waiting to pounce on us.
Old man like that couldn't do much pouncing.
He might be armed.
Oh, take that chance. The air is stale and musty here, isn't it?
I can hardly get my breath.
The foul, fetid air coming from that room the old man went into. Well, if he can stand it, we can.
All right, sir. But be careful.
He's not in here. If he is, he's turned out the lantern. Hello. Hello.
There's no one in here.
Huh? The door's slammed shut.
Oh, there's no door here. I ran right into a blank wall.
Where the door was?
Right here, yes.
John, we're trapped. There's some devilment underfoot in this house. We're right in the middle of it.
In a room with no way out. And no air. No air.
Now, don't start whimpering. We're in it, and we'll have to see what we can do to get out.
But what could they want of us?
How should I know?
What shall we do? Just sit and wait?
No, we'll start looking for a way out of this room right now. If we only had a light. Maybe we can find some other way out of this room.
We can try.
You go to your right, I'll go to the left. We'll follow the wall around till we meet.
All right.
You tap the wall as you go along. Listen for hollow spots.
No. Oh,
now what?
I stumbled over something on the floor, sir.
Well, what is it?
I don't know. I shall have to feel. Oh.
What is it, John?
A body, sir.
Are you sure?
Yes, sir. It's the body of a man.
Where is it?
No, don't touch it, sir. Don't touch it.
Why not?
I did. And a part of it crumbled to bits.
Good heaven.
Yes, sir. It crumbled under my touch.
Where is it?
Right at my feet. I'm afraid to move another step.
We'll see what this is.
Yes.
You're right. I just touched it and part of the clothing crumbled away.
Yeah.
And John, I felt bones.
Oh, sir. That's what's going to happen to us if we don't get out of this place. I just know it is.
That fellow must have been dead for years. The clothing just crumbled away in my fingers.
Yes.
John, we must get out of this place as quickly as possible. We're in great danger, I am sure of it. In danger of our lives. We've got to find a way out of this room before we suffocate.
Why don't we try to find the place where the door was, sir?
Yes. Back to the door, John. We haven't time to look for any other exit. We'll have to find out how to open the door we came in.
It's over this way, sir. Right along this wall. Who's there? There's the hideous cackle of the old woman again.
Never mind about that cackle. We've only a few minutes to find a way out of here. When that door closed, it hermetically sealed this room. If we don't get out, we'll suffocate.
What shall I do, sir?
Feel along the floor while I search along the walls here. Feel for any loose boards or any part of the floor that might move.
Yes, sir.
Have you found anything yet?
No, sir.
Keep working. For heaven's sake, keep working.
I can't do any more, sir. I'm through.
Keep searching, John. Keep searching. There must be a secret spring somewhere in here that'll open this door. Did you find anything yet, John? John, answer me. John. He's done for. Don't let go, man. Keep on. Hang on. We're not done for yet.
Mr. Winton and his man John trapped in a house of mystery, suffocating in a hermetically sealed room. Where is the old man with the lantern? Eh? The hermit will tell you before the night is done. Winton and his man John are trapped in a hermetically sealed room in a house of mystery. Yes, John has lapsed into unconsciousness, but just as Winton is about to drop off, something happens.
Listen. John, we've made it. I've found the hidden spring just in time. Now, get you out of here. There. You'll be all right in no time.
Oh, it's you, sir.
Yes. Now, come on. Pull yourself together.
Where are we?
I don't know. But at least we're out of that death trap.
How did we do it, sir?
Just before I went under, I happened on that hidden spring that works the door.
What about the old man with the lantern? And the cackling old woman? And the crumbling body of the man?
We're going to see about those things immediately. I'm going to get to the bottom of this thing. Come on.
And get suffocated all over again?
I don't think we will. Besides, I know where the release for the door is now. Come along. And careful. Take an extra long step when you enter the room. I think we tripped some kind of mechanism when we first entered.
Yes, sir.
Old man with a lantern went into this room and disappeared.
Where can he have got to? If he stayed in the room, he must have suffocated.
He didn't stay in the room. I'm positive of that. Keep your ears open. Listen for any hollow sounds.
There's one, sir.
Yes, I heard it. Listen. Don't you hear someone talking?
No, sir.
Put your ear to the wall and listen.
I can't do it anymore. I tell you, I can't.
You hear it now?
Yes, sir. Two people talking.
Yes. I knew that old man couldn't have vanished into thin air. There's another door hidden here somewhere. We're going to find it. Feel for anything movable around the wainscoting. I'll work up the sides here.
Can you hear what they're saying?
No, they're too far away to catch any of the words. However, from his tone, I'd say he was threatening her.
You found it, sir?
Yes, this little bud on the decoration here.
Look, sir. A flight of stairs.
Yes, and leading down. Come on.
Oh, haven't we had enough for one night, sir, without sticking our noses in any further?
We've gone this far and had an attempt made on our lives. We're going to clear up this business before we leave.
No telling what might be down there, sir.
That's what I'm going to find out. Well, you coming with me, or shall I go alone?
Oh, no, sir, I'm coming.
You can hear them talking a little more clearly now.
Do it, I tell you. You understand that?
Close enough to make out their conversation.
Now there are two more up there with Gregory.
Yes. The man we saw with the lantern is talking about us, John.
Yes, sir.
He thinks we're dead upstairs with that body we found.
If you do not continue to obey me, that's what will happen to you.
Oh, no. No.
Cringe. Cringe. That's what I want you to do.
Come on, John. We'll see what we can do about this.
When I'm gone, you think all the money will be yours.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yes, you do. Yes, you do.
There's a turn in the passage just ahead. I can see a light shining. Quietly now. We'll be able to see into the room in a moment or so.
Tomorrow, you will bring me another young animal to feed upon.
Yes, Brother Garnet.
It's her brother that's talking.
Yes. Easy now while I look around the corner. What in heaven's name?
What do you see, sir?
Come here.
Great heavens. A coffin.
Yes, a coffin.
With a huge lighted candle
And
at each corner.
And look in the coffin.
A man.
The one we heard talking.
When you get back to your cottage each morning, you wonder where you've been the night before. Don't you? Huh?
There you are, John.
But his lips don't move.
No, but that's where the voice is coming from.
You don't know that I have you under my power?
What shall we do, sir?
We dash in there and let matters take their course. Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Come on, then.
Here, the candles. Quick, out with them.
Stop! John, quickly, that cover over there. Slam it on the coffin.
The lady. Look at her. Look at the change that's coming over.
Where am I? A coffin. You too. Where am I?
You should know better than us.
But I don't.
Are you sure?
Oh, yes. Yes. Oh, please believe me. Why, I begin to understand now.
I think I do, too.
It's been this all the time. While I thought it was just a terrible nightmare.
Would you like to make yourself clear?
The coffin. Tell me. Who's in it? Who's in the coffin?
You mean to say that you don't know?
Oh, no, I swear I don't.
Well, you called him brother just a few moments ago.
Brother?
Your own brother Garnet is in that coffin.
No. No, how can that be? We buried my brother Garnet over 8 years ago.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
You are...
I'm Lydia Crampton.
Miss Crampton, I would advise you to start at the beginning so that we might unravel this maze.
Oh, I'll try. But not here, please.
Yes, here. If my deductions are correct, it would be better for everyone concerned to get the truth, right here and now.
All right. There's very little I can tell you that I know definitely. Brother Garnet died about 8 years ago. I hate to say it, but he was horrible. He was a devil. As soon as Father died and he came into the money, he started making my life miserable.
Why?
I never could find out why. Then Garnet died and was buried. And with him was buried the secret of Father's will. I know that the estate was supposed to pass on to me after Garnet's death, but I can't find any sign of the will.
What have you done?
I have a small income from my mother. I've been living in a little cottage not far from here. And now comes the part that's like a terrible dream. But I'm beginning to see it now. I'm positive that I'm right when I say that Garnet somehow was able to exercise his will upon me after death.
What makes you say that?
What I've been thinking were horrible nightmares, I now see were actual occurrences. He made me come here every night to wait upon him. He told me that Gregory, his butler, had placed him here in this coffin and had buried a dummy in his place. Then he killed Gregory.
The body in the room upstairs?
Yes. When he had me under his spell, I used to pass through that room and laugh at the remains of Gregory, call him lazy for always sleeping on the floor. To think that I would do a thing like that.
Go ahead, Miss Crampton.
He made me bring him a young animal every day or two.
What was that for?
He fed upon them.
Ah, I thought so. He feeds upon the blood of animals.
Yes. He sucked the blood from them. And when he had fed, he had the strength to get out of his coffin for a while.
This is horrible. Stop her.
Oh, quiet, John. Then that's how we saw him in the hall upstairs. Go ahead, Miss Crampton.
That is about all. He used to taunt me by the hour, telling me I'd never come into my inheritance.
I see. When we slammed the lid on the coffin, we broke his spell over you.
Yes, you must have done.
Tell me, Miss Crampton, where in this room are we in connection with the rest of the house?
I don't know. It must be on the ground floor, I suppose.
That's what I was thinking. I have an idea.
What is it, sir?
Hear that?
Another hollow spot.
Exactly. Now, watch this point right here.
Yes, sir?
We'll press it and...
It's opening.
What? Why, it's the bookcase in the front room.
And look at this in the back of the bookcase. A small secret compartment.
Keep away from the bookcase. The dead body is talking. Talking even with the coffin lid on.
All right, John. We're ready to put a stop to his talking. Here, Miss Crampton, a package from the compartment in the back of the bookcase. I think you'll find it's your father's will.
Father's will?
Yes. Now, John, take those candles out of the candlesticks. Hand the candles to Miss Crampton. Now, hand me one candlestick and use the other as a hammer.
What are we going to do, sir?
We're going to put an end to Garnet Crampton.
But how, sir? What are we going to do with the candlestick?
I'll show you. Use the ornamental pointed end of this candlestick as a spear. You use your candlestick as a hammer. We'll drive this one through the heart of that monster in the coffin.
No, no.
But that would be murder.
We'll not. He only lives during the night. Go on, strike. We'll release his soul so that he'll never trouble anyone on earth again. Faster, John.
I'm working as fast as I can, sir.
When Miss Crampton told me of feeding on young animals...
Sucking the blood?
Yes, I knew then that we had a vampire to deal with.
What are you doing? For heaven's sakes, what are you doing?
We're ridding the face of the earth of a vampire. It's done. We've driven the point of this candlestick through the coffin and through the heart of Garnet Crampton, who's long been dead, but whose soul has been held in bondage by the result of his evil practices in life.
Candlestick used as a spear, Winton and his man John put an end to the vampire's desire. Yes. Released his soul so it could never again return to the earth. Turn on your lights. Turn them on. I'll be back. Pleasant dreams.
All characters, places, and occurrences mentioned in the Hermit's Cave are fictitious, and similarity to persons, places, or occurrences is purely accidental.
Unsolved Mysteries. Tonight's Unsolved Mystery is made in that land of many mysteries, India, where squalor and wealth side by side bow the head and bend the knee to strange gods. India, where every bazaar, every temple, every compound has its fakir or holy man, a sort of privileged beggar whom white men and black alike fear more than they admit. The scene is the United Services Club in Simla. Officers in their stiffly starched tropical mess dress sit around the veranda cooling off under a waving punkah, while barefooted native servants carry trays of glasses which resound to the musical and appetizing tinkle of cubes of ice.
By Jove, Colonel, I'll say this for India. You certainly know how to make yourself comfortable.
We have to, Buckley. If we didn't, we wouldn't be able to stick it out in the hot season. But tell me, Buckley, what exactly did you mean when you said, I'll say this for India?
Oh, nothing in particular, Colonel. Of course, you fellows don't realize it. But you're always prefacing a remark or following it with, but this is India. Well, I mean, it's all right to stuff the folks back home with all the tommy rot about India's lure and India's mystery, and it couldn't happen anyplace else but India. But after all, you know, the natives here are just ordinary human beings, no different from any place else.
Now, listen, Buckley. You've been out here exactly 4 months now. You will, if you're wise, never curse a native, never laugh at his fears, never ridicule his ideas. And above all, don't try to show your superiority by trying to expose one of their fakirs.
You actually mean, Colonel, that you believe in their superstitious bunk?
Listen, Buckley, I like you. Pull your chair over this way a little, and I'll tell you something. A good number of years ago, I was promoted to captain. I had 3 months' leave in England. I was young, very proud of my captain's pips. I fell in love with every pretty girl I saw back home. Well, I fell hard for a school-day sweetheart. We were married, and Dorothy and I sailed on the P&O. Had a marvelous trip. Landed at Bombay, and I found orders waiting for me to proceed on duty at Bangalore. I wired Lal Singh, my bearer, and told him to get everything ready. Caught the train, and just at dusk, we pulled up at my quarters.
Greetings, Captain Sahib.
Cheerio, Lal Singh. Lal Singh, here's the new men's side.
The servant is honored.
And this, darling, is what we call the living room. And in there, behind the bead curtain, in the combination smoking room, den library, card room, and general sort of get-together place.
Books, books, and more books. I'm going to spend hours in there when you're on duty. Oh, and a complete set of Kipling.
Yes, and anything you want that isn't there, why, just ask for it. Why, Dorothy, what's wrong?
Oh, George, I'm afraid. Something came over me.
What?
I don't know. It seemed as if someone were trying to compel me to do something. I grew cold all over. Afraid. Look, George. Who's that out there in the compound in front of that clump of tamarisk?
Where? Oh, the old fakir. He hangs around here quite a bit. Harmless old fellow.
Send him away. He's doing this to me. I know he is.
Oh, my dear, you're tired.
Please, George, send him away. I can't stand to even see him.
But, Dorothy, I can't do that. I can't send him away.
Why can't you? Why can't you tell someone to get off your own ground?
Well, it's a little bit hard to understand, Dorothy, for a stranger here. But one doesn't order fakirs to do anything. The natives would be offended. It might incur some of the natives' dislike.
You can't offer that to my fear of him?
Now, my dear, listen to reasons. We're in India now, not jolly old England, you know.
And we must do things according to the country.
And telling a dirty, smelly native to get off your own property is against the custom of the country, is it?
By Jove, yes, you know. It really isn't done, don't you see? Yes, sir? Oh, yes, sir. Oh, too bad. Why, yes, of course. Just as soon as I can slip into service, dogs. Why, yes, sir. Righto. No, I won't bother to change. Old Tubby's down with a touch of fever. I have to take guard duty tonight. Singh?
Yes, Sahib.
Sword and service cap.
Oh, George, I don't want to be left alone.
Oh, but you're not alone, my dear. There's Singh and Ahmed is in the compound, and the bestie and the water carrier sleeps all night on the veranda.
I wish you didn't have to go.
Oh, it's got to help out when a chap goes down with fever, don't you know? Might be my turn someday. Oh, cheerio.
Goodbye. Oh, let me see. Oh, here's Kipling's at the end of the passage. Whew, that ought to be a good test for nerves.
Sahib.
Yes, Lal Singh. Oh, you, the fakir. What do you want? Get out. You've no right coming into this room.
The Mem Sahib does not like old Rasam, huh?
No, I don't. I don't want you near me. Now go, or I'll call Lal Singh.
Lal Singh, a simple child. He would not dare enter the room while Rasam Beg is present.
Will you please go?
And the Mem Sahib has given to me the thing which I desire.
What do you want? I'll give you anything to get you out of here.
Rasam Beg wants so little. One strand of the Mem Sahib's hair, no more.
One strand of my hair? What on earth for?
The Mem Sahib would not understand. It is for a charm for my nephew who is in the hill country and very sick.
All right, I'll give you a strand of my hair. Go out on the veranda. I'll bring it.
The Mem Sahib is very kind. Old Assam will not forget. I wait on the veranda.
I'm not being kind. I'm doing it to get rid of you. Ridiculous idea. Strand of my hair. I'd like to make a fool of him and his charms. And I can, too. That Chinese rug. It's made of hairs almost the identical color of mine. I'll get a strand of it. Here's your strand of hair.
Oh, there are some thanks, the Mem Sahib. And now for the present, goodbye. Goodbye.
Oh, thank goodness he's gone. I wonder where Lal Singh can be. I didn't keep that fakir out of the bungalow. Lal Singh? No answer. What can have happened? Lal Singh! Lal Singh, where are you? Something's wrong, I know it is. Lal Singh! Everything's going wrong. Turning black. The clock is grinning at me. The hands are spinning so fast it makes me dizzy. Dizzy.
Come on, Lal Singh. Dorothy, where are you? Oh, good Lord, she's fainted. Here, Lal Singh, help me.
Lift her onto wicker coat, Sahib. That is the way, yes.
Oh, what happened? Where am I? Oh, George, don't leave me.
You're all right, Dorothy. Tell me if you can. What happened?
Why did you come back?
Lal Singh ran down to the barracks for me when he saw the fakir come onto the veranda.
Why didn't he stay and help me?
He couldn't raise his hand against the fakir, my dear. But never mind. Tell me what happened.
That fakir came in here. He wouldn't leave till I gave him a strand of my hair.
You gave him one?
No, I didn't. I fooled him. I gave him a strand from that Chinese rug in the other room.
Oh, that's the stuff, darling. That's thinking on your feet.
But what could he want with a strand of my hair?
I don't know, but this I do know. When I lay hands on him...
What about the natives, my dear? You can't even touch a fakir, you know.
Can't I? You just wait and see whether I can.
What's that?
It's all right, my dear. Something in the back room fell down.
But I know it isn't all right. I've got that horrible feeling again.
Sahib!
Look in the passage. Something moving, rising. A twisting
Keep your head. I got my gun now. Don't faint when I fire.
You didn't touch it.
But I know I hit it. Good Lord, it's dancing out on the veranda. It's the Chinese rug.
Right through the mosquito curtain.
Hey, come on, stick by me. Lal Singh.
Yes, Sahib.
Alan, hurry, jolly.
What's that, Sahib?
Look, there it is on the ground, just in front of the tambours, rising on the ground. Choose the love of that lamp.
Here it is, Sahib.
I can't believe it. It's impossible.
Oh, no, my dear, not impossible, not impossible. It is.
The Chinese rug, Sahib. 2 bullet holes in it. It saved the Mem Sahib's life.
Yes, Lal, the Chinese rug. And it saved more than the Mem Sahib's life. Well, that is an amazing story. That, Major, happened to Dorothy and me. We never talk of it. But you see, old chap, I never sneered at native beliefs. But, Colonel, you didn't finish your story. What do you mean? Well, what about the fakir? Did you horsewhip him? I didn't have to. No? No. Next morning, Lal Singh came and got me. We went out into the compound, and there, right in front of that clump of tamarisk, wrapped in the strangling folds of the Chinese rug, lay the old fakir, dead.
Out of deference to people who are still alive, character names in these unsolved mysteries have been changed. Inasmuch as any solution must of necessity be supposition, Liberties of time, place, and character exist in the solution that will be presented after you have heard from your sponsor. Ladies and gentlemen, the solution for which you have been waiting.
But tell me, Colonel, didn't you ever try to find out how such a thing could be possible?
You understand, of course, that workers in black magic, whether they be in Haiti, Africa, or India, believe that something personal, a strand of hair, fingernail clipping, and such like, are an essential ingredient of the formula of their black art.
And your wife, Dorothy, in taking a strand of hair from the Chinese rug and giving that to the fakir, prevented his powers from controlling her.
Exactly. All the concentration, all the pent-up fury, the hatred and diabolical cunning of the fakir was leveled at the object most closely connected with that strand of hair.
I can understand that. And I can understand, since you say it is so, that the fakir might have done harm to Dorothy, who was a living being. But that such power could really affect a thing like a rug is something else again.
Scientists are divided in their opinion as to how such things are possible. But here, let me show you a brief quotation from the Encyclopedia Britannica. Physical phenomena can be grouped under two main heads: telekinesis, or the movement of objects at a distance other than by ordinary physical means, and teleplasmy, or the extrusion from the body of the medium of a substance sometimes amorphous, sometimes resembling portions of the human body, or even complete figures. Phenomena of both these kinds have long been familiar. I end the quotation.
In telekinesis, the movement of an object is recognized by scientists as being possible?
Decidedly so. And I can assure you that if you live in India long enough, you will see more than one demonstration of the power of concentrated mind over purely inanimate matter.
Thank you, Colonel. But after hearing your story, I really don't believe that I want to.
Unsolved Mysteries. Act of Providence is a phrase so carelessly used today as to have almost lost the very significance of its meaning. But at no time has it held so much meaning as in the true historical case of the Crown versus John Applegate, as reported in the Newgate Calendar. The scene is the Sessions Court of the County of Middlesex. The courthouse fronts the village green, and the holiday attire of the villagers, the laughter of children, and the entire atmosphere is one of gaiety, a gaiety almost beyond our comprehension, since the occasion of it is a murder trial. Laughter gives way to excited chattering. Dame Rumor has it that the jury have reached a verdict. Justice Selden, white-wigged and black-gowned, mounts to the bench. The small square of black cloth lying ready to the sessions clerk's hand rivets the prisoner's eyes as he's marched to the dock.
Hear ye, the Second Court of the County of Middlesex now in session. Chief Justice Selden presiding. All stand while the justice and the jury have taken their places in the court.
Know ye then, John Applegate, that you must face the jury and prepare to abide by their verdict. How say you, gentlemen of the jury? You find the prisoner guilty or not guilty?
We find the prisoner, John Applegate, guilty of murder, as charged in the indictment read by the sessions clerk.
John Applegate, you have heard the verdict returned against you. Have you anything to say why the sentence of death should not be carried out upon you?
Your Honor, I'm not guilty. I swear it. I was never at the Rose and Thistle Tavern. I never saw the murdered man. I'm not guilty. I'm not guilty.
5 men and 4 women have identified you. You say that you spent the night in company with a gentleman of quality. But no gentleman, either quality or of the common, has come forward to bear your witness.
I don't know who he was, Your Honor. I never saw him before. I only know I'm not guilty.
John Applegate, hear this. The sentence of death is to be carried out upon you. You shall be taken from this place to the place whence you came, and thence to the public gallows, where you shall be hanged by the neck until you be dead, dead, dead. And may Almighty God have mercy upon your soul.
Amen. In those days, public hangings were regarded as a legitimate entertainment, and the old men loitering around the gallows being erected by the public executioner and his assistants discussed previous hangings they had attended. In his dank cell, John Applegate prays incessantly for deliverance. His stuttered, broken sentences punctuated by the dull, ominous thud of the carpenter's hammers as the gallows grows, stick by stick, beam by beam, and nail by nail.
It's time to get up.
What's that? Oh, yes. Time to get up. Odds fish. It's still dark.
You said to call you, sir, at 3 o'clock.
I did I? So? I don't remember. Where am I going that I must needs rise this early?
I don't know, sir. But you did say, sir, that you had to get to the village early.
So be it. So be it. If I did, I did. But I swear that it's beyond me. I don't know a thing of it.
Katie, have you waked the master? Yes, Miss Janet. He'll be down directly. I don't know what's wrong with him, Miss Katie. What do you mean, wench? He swears that he doesn't remember giving us orders to wake him early. He's half asleep yet. Wait till he wakes, he'll remember. Come now, hurry and set table. Yes, Miss Janet. And remember, wench, though breakfast be in the middle of the night, pewter must be cleaned properly. Yes, Miss Janet.
I swear, I don't know what this is all about. I never said that I wanted to be about at 3 in the morning.
You've forgotten, sir. He came to my room last night, waked me and said, Janet, I want breakfast at 3. I must needs get to the village before 9.
But I have nothing to go to the village for. You, Katie,
When did I tell you that I must rise early?
Last night, sir. Late it was, sir. Oh, I was fast asleep and you came and knocked on the door. You said, Katie, I must be up and about at dawn. I'll break fast at 3.
You've forgotten, sir. Come, Master. Breakfast is ready.
Odds fish, I haven't forgotten it. I tell you, I'd not to go to the village today.
Horse be saddled and ready, Master.
What's this? You too, Jacob?
Me too. What ails ye, Master?
Did I waken you two in the middle of the night and tell you that I must be to the village this morning early?
Indeed, and that you did, Master. Don't you remember? I told you it was foolish like to be coming down to the stables in the cold of the night with no coat on your back.
Odds fish. It seems that I must have done.
But yes, Master. You said that the best horse must be saddled and ready for the road at 3.
Come, Master. You're not eating enough. If you're for the road, you can set saddle better on a full stomach.
Jacob.
Yes, Master.
I never go to the stables in my slippers.
No, Master.
Then if I did last night, there will be traces on the slippers. Bring them to me.
Yes, Master.
It seems that I must, whether I will or not, be off to the village. I would that the good Lord would tell me what for I have no idea.
Aye, but you'll remember, Master, when you're on your way.
Zounds, ye act as if my memory were leaving me.
The slippers, Master.
And clean as a hound's tooth and dry as a bone, I'll be bound.
Yes, Master.
This smacks of witchery. But I'll go. I'll go to the village and see what befalls. Come, Bess. Giddy up. Come on.
Down the dark highway rides Kingsley. A strange feeling, half fear, half anxiety, drives him on. And ever and anon he mutters to himself about the foolishness of the journey. 3 hours later, the horse's pace slackens. The horse knows that around the next turn is the toll bridge, which he must cross to complete the journey to the village.
What a fool I am. The bridge will be closed, locked tight, and old Jerry doesn't open it till nigh on 9.
Mr. Kingsley, sir! Mr. Kingsley, is that you?
Jerry! Jerry! Is it you, Jerry?
Ride on, Master! Ride on! The bridge is open! There he is! There he is! Riding a horse! The man, the gentleman of quality I was with the night of the murder! Oh, praises to God, sir! You've saved my life!
And so John Applegate did not hang. Mr. Kingsley, gentleman of quality, identified Applegate as having been with him far from the scene of the murder. So firmly did Applegate believe that Providence had intervened because of his prayers that he forsook the world and retired to a monastery, where until his death he was called Brother Jonathan, the man whom God had saved. Out of deference to people who may still be living, character names in some of these unsolved mysteries have been changed. Inasmuch as any solution must of necessity be supposition, liberties of time, place, and characters have been taken. In just a moment, you will hear a solution to the toll bridge mystery. Ladies and gentlemen, the solution for which you have been waiting.
Do you mean to say that you have an explanation of the toll bridge mystery?
I believe I have. Of course, you understand that I'm not an authority on the subject, but in consulting writings by world authorities such as Manhood of Humanity by Alfred Korzybski, the files of the London Society of Psychical Research, and others, I've formed a definite opinion.
I see.
In the first place, further investigation of the mystery disclosed that the toll bridge keeper, old Jerry, had been warned about 12 the night before by Mr. Kingsley and told that he would be wanting to cross the bridge about 7 in the morning.
But didn't the toll gatekeeper think that strange? I mean the idea of Mr. Kingsley riding that 3-hour trip at midnight and turning around to ride home again?
Well, naturally he thought it strange, but the very strangeness of it provides the solution.
I don't quite follow you.
Well, don't you see? It was impossible for Mr. Kingsley to be at the toll gate at midnight and at the same time waken Janet, Katie, and Jacob, the groom.
Yes, of course. Kingsley couldn't have got home till 3.
It is accepted by many, and I think justifiably, that wishing precedes thinking, and wish forms precede thought forms. Now, Applegate, lying in jail and knowing that he was innocent, was wishing to be saved.
That's natural.
Applegate knew that the only person who could save him was the, as he said, gentleman of quality who would provide him with his alibi. He concentrated his every thought, his every wish on Kingsley, although he didn't know him. Since mind is everywhere, Kingsley's subconscious was aware of the dire straits of the man Applegate. And these thoughts, in turn, were directed toward the persons necessary to assist Kingsley in getting to the village.
In other words, Applegate's direct thoughts were taken into partnership with Kingsley's subconscious thoughts. And Katie, Janet, Jacob, and the toll bridge keeper were awakened by the strength of these thought waves, rather than by the physical appearance of Kingsley himself.
Yes. And you must not lose sight of the fact that neither Katie, Janet, Jacob, or the toll bridge keeper had any suspicion that there was an execution impending, much less that their friend and master, Mr. Kingsley, had anything whatever to do with it. That is the final proof that the entire thing hinged on thoughts, rather than anything physical.
Wherever hospitality is a gracious art, the best serve C-R-E-S-T-A, B-L-A-N-C-A, Cresta Blanca, Cresta Blanca. Yes, following a tradition of pleasing the world's most discriminating travelers, American Overseas Airlines offers its passengers Cresta Blanca California wines. To help you distinguish your entertaining, Cresta Blanca has created a magnificent selection of wines to please every taste, to enrich every occasion. Shenley's Cresta Blanca Wine Company, Livermore, California.
And now, Shenley brings you radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Presented by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A. Roma Wines, for your everyday enjoyment.
Tonight, Roma Wines of Fresno, California bring you Miss Lynn Barry in Murder by an Expert, a suspense play produced, edited, and directed for Shenley by William Spear.
I didn't want to hurt him. But I couldn't do it while he lay there sleeping so peacefully. He had to be awake when it happened. He had to be awake. Bob? Bob, get up. Get up.
What's the matter? I haven't...
We have an audition.
What time is it?
20 minutes to 11.
An audition in the middle of the night?
There's a club over on 8th Street needs a dance team. Tabor just phoned me. Said to get over there right away.
I didn't hear any phone.
You were asleep.
He was awake, huh? All right. I'll get dressed.
suppose they want us to go on tonight. We're not going to be much good. I think you could wait till morning.
That was step number 1. While he was dressing, I stepped out to the payphone in the hall. I could hear him in the bathroom. I looked at the watch. I didn't have to rush. I had time, enough time.
Yes?
Hello, Jimmy?
That you, Edith?
Yes. Jimmy was battling again. I think this time it's the end. He's going to leave me.
No, that's silly. Is he there now?
Yes.
Well, put him on. I'll talk to him.
He's in the bathroom. He wouldn't come to the phone for me anyway. Perhaps it's best we split up. I don't know.
No. Well, you're the best thing that ever happened to that kid brother of mine, and I won't let him do anything you'd be sorry for. And suppose I drop up there now and see him.
I don't know, Jimmy.
I'll be right over, kid. You just sit tight. Leave it to me. I've been managing that spoiled little brat for years. I'll be right up there.
Yes, Jimmy. Step number 2. The big brother was going to step over and straighten everything out. I looked at the watch again. It was 11:15. He'd get there at 11. Just the time. Just the right time.
All right, are we going or aren't we?
Oh, you got ready quickly.
Who's that on the phone?
Wrong number.
Yeah? Did you tell the wrong number? You couldn't go out with them tonight?
I said it was the wrong number.
I heard you.
You don't believe me?
You're going to get ready to go out or aren't you?
I didn't like to have it that way, but that was how it had to be. Violent, angry. Like there'd been an argument. That was how it was going to have to look. He turned his back to me and started lifting our costumes into a little suitcase. I slid the knife into my hand. Cold. Even the wood handle was cold. What would the steel feel like to Bob? I came very close to him. He started to turn.
Where's your other...
And I jumped forward quickly and lost the knife somewhere in his throat. I hadn't meant to let the knife slip out of my hand that way. I stood quietly until he stopped driving. Then I reached down and lifted the knife up and wiped the handle off. I had to do that. Then I dropped it again. For a moment, I watched the blood soaking across the rug. I couldn't take my eyes off it. I was fascinated by it. Then I snapped awake. I looked around the room. I don't know what for. I'd taken care of everything, but I looked anyway. And then I saw it. The little pocket watch that George had loaned me for the timing, because everything had to be timed right, just right. I must have put it down there when I did it. I slipped it into my handbag, put on my hat and coat. It was 10 to 11. That was when he died. 10 minutes to 11.
For Suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you Lynn Barry in Murder by an Expert. Roma Wines' presentation tonight in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills, is brought to you by Roma, that's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines, America's largest selling wine. So cool to come home to. That's what thousands are saying about that wonderful warm weather thirst quencher, Roma Wine and Soda. In town, cool Roma Wine and Soda is a tempting treat for the family, a delightful refresher to serve friends who drop in these sultry evenings. Just half-fill tall glasses with your favorite Roma California wine, such as Roma Burgundy or Sauterne. Pop in a few ice cubes. Fill with sparkling water, sweeten to taste. Remember, wine and soda made with Roma is better tasting, because Roma wines are selected for your pleasure from the world's greatest reserves of fine wines. And now, Roma Wines brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Lynn Barry as Edith Reed in Murder by an Expert, a play well calculated to keep you in suspense.
It was 10 minutes to 11 when I slipped out of the apartment. The timing had to be right, just right. That was when I'd killed him. 10 minutes to 11. I had to get away quickly now. It had to be the back stairs. I went down them as quickly as I could, my heart beating wildly. If anyone saw me, it was the end. I'd die in the chair for what I'd...
How can we go down, Pinky? Here's the elevator. Oh, Pinky wants to go down the stairs. Yes, Pinky? Oh, the elevator. Very well, Pinky. The elevator. Pinky, you can get some good time. Come along, Pinky.
I was trembling violently when I hit the street. Nobody had seen me. Nobody had seen me. I lost myself in the Broadway crowd. But all of a sudden, I didn't want lights. I wanted quiet and shadows. I tried to cross the park. I passed the apartment house once. There was no one around. I came back and dove down the stairway marked service entrance. I walked through the cellar. Here, over here. Oh, George.
Did anyone see you come in?
No one. I'm sure no one did. Oh, sure.
Come on, up the stairs here. I thought you might use the service elevator, but it's too risky. It's only one flight up. Steady now. Corridor's clear. Come on. There, it's all over. It's all over, dear.
Oh, George, hold me. I'm shivering so.
Well, it's all over, dear. It's all over now.
There were no more things to do now. No more steps to take cautiously, carefully. I was on the top of the ladder now, and I could reach out and pluck the stars right out of the sky. I had to stay up there. I wasn't nervous at all, Bob. You'd have thought I'd been doing that sort of thing all my life.
You're wonderful, Edith.
All I remember is the blood on the carpet. It'll have to be cleaned, you know.
Mm-hmm.
We will be happy now, won't we, Georgia?
Oh, that will be the police.
Oh, I'd forgotten. I was thinking it was all over.
It's just a little more. Do you feel up to it?
Oh, I'm all right, dear. I'll be fine. You'll see. I won't throw it all away now. Open the door.
Miss Reed?
Yes?
We're from the police department, Miss Reed.
The police department? What?
Well, Miss Reed, your husband's had an accident.
Bob? Tell me.
He's been stabbed, ma'am. He's dead.
Bob? But...
We'd like to have you come down to headquarters to identify him and...
Bob! Oh, no! I cried then. It was sort of a release. I was tired and lost all of a sudden, and I cried real tears. I knew they would be impressed. I was crying because I was tired, and they would think I was crying because of Bob. And that was good. I thought we might go downtown in a police car. Instead, they had a cab waiting, and they were considerate, and they drove slowly. Only they drove slowly along Broadway, and I couldn't ask them not to. And I had to close my eyes to keep out the light, to hold down the memory. And that was good, too. They thought the pain I was having was grief over Bob.
He's in here. This door here. On the table here.
Just a lump under a white sheet. Just a long lump under a white sheet. All that was left of Bob. All that was left of the man who'd been my husband.
I'll have to take the sheet off his face now, Miss Reed. Steady. This your husband?
Yes. Yes, that's Bob.
Steady. That'll be all in here. You'll come with me. You'll come in here.
What?
It'll only be for a moment, I'm sure. There's Lieutenant Milgram in charge of the case. This is Miss Reed.
Oh, Miss Reed. Won't you sit over here?
Thank you.
I know you must be under a terrific strain, and I won't keep you any longer than I have to, Mrs. Reed. I'll make things as easy for you as I can.
He had no enemies. Was it robbery or...
No, I'm afraid it was no robbery.
But then what?
You went out tonight.
Yes.
Early?
Yes, at about 7. I don't know the exact time. Close to 7. The doorman would know.
As we asked him, he said 7. When did you return to your apartment?
I hadn't been home all night.
Where were you? Well, she was at my place. You must know that. Your men picked us up there. Yes. Yes, she was with me. Oh, on business, I assure you. Mr. and Mrs. Reed were two of my dearest friends. I'm a dance director. I was working with them on a routine.
He had wanted me to say I'd been in another man's apartment. He'd wanted me to come right out and say it. Cops thought it was unnatural to be too good. They became suspicious if you were too good. There was a leaky water faucet that kept dripping somewhere in the room.
And you stayed in the apartment till now?
Yes, of course.
I see. What time did you get to Mr. Lee's apartment? Before you left your own place, Mrs. Reed, you asked a neighbor to go into your apartment at 11 o'clock and wake your husband up, didn't you?
Yes. Bob was supposed to come with me to Mr. Lee's, but he had a headache and said he would lie down for a while. Try to sleep it off and join us later. I asked Mrs. Ryan to drop in on him at 11 and wake him.
Uh-huh.
I knew he would sleep it out if I left him alone, and I did want to get this routine finished.
I see.
Mrs. Ryan didn't stab him.
No, Mrs. Ryan didn't stab him. She went in at 11, as you told her, and she found Mr. Reed lying on the rug and someone standing over him with a knife in his hand.
Who?
What?
Who?
Joe asked one of the boys to bring in,
Yes, sir.
The timing had been perfect. Everything had gone well. I was aware that I wasn't shivering anymore. I was complete master of myself now. I had nothing to be afraid of now. Why, he'd even picked up the knife.
Edith! Oh, Edith, thank heaven.
Jimmy, what?
Edith, will you tell these guys what's what? They seem to be in some kind of a fog. They think I killed Bob. I don't know what's happening to me, but...
Easy.
You don't mean he...
Yes, he's the fellow Mrs. Ryan found, with a knife in his hand, his own hunting knife.
Oh, no, that's impossible. Bob was his brother. Jimmy, I know you didn't do it.
Well, of course I didn't do it. Tell him about the quarrel. Tell him about the phone call.
About the quarrel? The phone call?
Yeah, tell him that I was sort of a misfixit for you two when things got out of hand. Tell him how I felt about Bob and you.
What quarrel, Jimmy? What phone call?
What quarrel? Well, the one you had tonight with Bob. What's the matter? Tell him about calling me up.
Jimmy, what are you talking about?
What am I talking about? You called me tonight in the apartment and said you and Bob were splitting up and... Well, why are you shaking your head?
I just don't know what you're talking about, Jimmy. Bob and I didn't quarrel. I didn't call anyone.
What time did the call come?
Oh, about 11:15, and around that, I said I'd be over and try and straighten things out.
Mrs. Reed was with you at the time?
What? Oh, yes, certainly.
Did you make any calls?
No, none.
Edith, for heaven's sake.
Was anybody with you when you got the call?
No, I was in bed.
It was your knife, wasn't it, Mac?
Oh, yes, but I don't know how it got to Bob's apartment. It was there when I got there. Bob was dead when I arrived.
You quarreled with your brother on occasion, didn't you?
Not quarrel. No, I was the older brother. I had to straighten him out once or twice.
Mrs. Ryan says you often quarreled with him.
Oh, they weren't quarrels. Edith, she used to call up when things went wrong, and I'd hustle over and help out. I had a lot of influence with Bob. I tell you, Oh, Edith, you're kidding with me. Tell him how I felt about Bob. Go on, tell him. You killed him. You killed him, Edith.
I told you I loved him. I told you that the last time you asked me to leave him and go with you. I told you that the last time and the time before that and the time before that.
Edith,
You mean he and your husband quarreled over you?
Yes.
Edith, why, you don't know what you're saying.
You had to kill him. Love you. I hate you. I hate you. I'll start hating you.
You're crazy. You're lying.
Take him away.
Edith! Edith!
I did it well. I did it superbly. I was sorry for Jimmy, but he didn't count, really. It was him or me. I was after happiness, and nobody was going to stand in my way. Nobody. They drove me home in a police car. George went home alone. I suddenly remembered I hadn't a chance to give him back his watch. It was a foolish little thought to have now.
The night air will make you feel better. Cool, you know.
Yes.
Your husband was a fairly wealthy man, wasn't he?
I don't know. Yes, I suppose he was.
Didn't use much of it, did he? Why?
Well, He wanted to be a great dancer. Show business was in his blood. He said he was going to become as great as Astaire or Bolger or Kelly. He was going to do it the way they did it, the hard way. He wasn't going to buy success. He insisted we live on our club earnings and ignore the other...
I see. Well, you'll be quite a wealthy woman now.
I don't want to think about it.
Here we are, Chief.
Well, good night, Mrs. Reed. Oh, it's almost 2 o'clock. Good morning, Mrs. Reed.
Good morning.
Want me to see you in?
No, I'll be all right. Thank you for everything.
Oh, good evening, ma'am.
Hello, Joseph. 6, please.
I'm sorry about
you.
Joseph. You're not going to sleep up there, are you?
Yes, Joseph. There's nothing to be afraid of. When you love someone the way I love Barbara.
Oh, yeah, I understand, ma'am. You're right. Oh, here we are, ma'am.
Thank you, Joseph. I stood in the doorway for a moment before I snapped on the light. I thought I could smell the death in the air. They do in novels. But there was nothing. Nothing. I snapped the light on and closed the door. The police had cleaned the room nicely. There was only the spot on the rug. Only the blood on the rug. There was nothing here to be afraid of. No voices, no ghosts, nothing. I was tired. I needed sleep badly. I went into the bedroom and locked the door and tried to sleep. Can you be so tired that you can't sleep? Can't even force an eyelid down over your eye? Can you be that tired? And the blackness and the quiet, they seem to be smothering me. And then I heard it. At first I didn't know what it was. I wasn't frightened. I just didn't know what it was. George's watch, of course. The little pocket watch he'd loaned me in my handbag on the bedside table. Oh, silly. They sound so loud in an empty room at night. I snapped on the light. It wasn't that I was afraid. There was nothing to be afraid of. Not really. But suddenly I was just a lonely little girl. I didn't want quiet now. I wanted to hear voices, happy sounds, happy noises. I wanted George. I needed to be with him. I needed terribly to be with him now.
Yes?
George?
Oh, Edith. What's the matter?
I forgot to give you back your watch.
Oh, Edith, don't be silly at a time like
I
this.
know it. It isn't really that.
Well, what is it?
I've got to see you. I'm coming over.
No, wait. At this hour, it's silly, Edith. It's dangerous.
I can't help it, darling. I've got to see you.
Oh, wait a minute. Not here. There's a little place on 7th Avenue, an all-night lunch place near 40th. Village, I think it is.
Right away.
All right.
The place looked empty when I got there. Only a fat little man at the counter slicing some kind of meat. And then I saw George at the back at one of the few tables in the place. I ran back. Dearest.
Edith, no. It's not smart.
I just want you to hold me for a moment. I need you so
Edith,
much.
please, the waiter.
Oh.
Stop trembling. You're trembling. Yeah? I'm a big folks. 2 coffees, please. Do you want anything else, Edith?
Just you.
Huh?
I bought him tonight.
Get 2 coffees. Just 2 coffees, please. Sure. You're overwrought.
Why? Because I said I bought you. When will we get married, dear? Soon?
You should be home sleeping.
I suppose we will have to wait a little while for appearance's sake, but set a date, dear. Now, go ahead.
Please, the waiter. 2 coffees.
Next month, perhaps. In June.
Edith, please, let's discuss this whole thing tomorrow in the sunlight when things are normal.
In July, then. Sometime in July. What's the matter, George? When, then? I can wait, darling. I've waited this long.
Let's get out of here.
No, George. I'm not going to move until you answer me, George. When are you going to marry me?
Never. I'm not going to marry you.
You're joking. Don't joke with me, George.
I'm not going to marry you. Now, I don't want to tell you this now, but maybe it's better. Maybe the quicker we get things straight, the better.
Get things straight?
Please listen to me. Edith, you're a rich woman now. You've got a lot of money out of tonight. You got rid of him at a nice profit. So why not look at it as a good business deal and nothing else?
I don't understand.
A good business deal for both of us. We both took chances.
George, I don't.
I want half of what you inherit, the insurance and such, for my silence and my lies and my general help. I'm not in love with you, Edith. I never was. I needed the money.
There's someone else?
Yes.
There always was. Even while...
Yes.
You wanted to blackmail half of my money to finance you and someone else. A business deal. The whole thing was just a business deal.
Please.
That's very funny. Bob wouldn't give me a divorce, and even if he had, I'd have gotten no money. And you and I would have needed money to live on. So I killed him. All that terror and all that blood for a business deal. A business deal. It's very funny. It's really very funny. I got out of there somehow and back to the apartment. Oh, I knew what I was going to do. I knew exactly what I was going to do. I took the little watch out of my handbag, the little pocket watch that George had loaned me so that everything would go right. Just right. The little watch with his initials on it, the inscription from his father. I held it in my hand a moment, listening. Then I set the hands back to 10 minutes of 11. The exact time. The time he died. The time I killed him. Then I put the little watch down on the floor and ground it under my foot. I picked it up and listened. It was stopped. Broken and stopped. Stopped at 10 minutes to 11. Lieutenant Milgram, please. Lieutenant, this is Edith Reed. I lied to you, Lieutenant. George did it. We planned it together. Why am I telling you? Guilty conscience, I suppose. Oh, you can prove it all right. I found his watch under a corner of the carpet. It was broken during the struggle. Yes, it had stopped. At 10 minutes to 11. Yes, that was the time. 10 minutes to 11. It's terrible to love someone as much as that. I wonder if the other one loved him that much. But he'll never know now. And I suppose he'll never forgive me. George will never forgive me.
Suspense. Murder by an Expert, starring Lynn Berry, presented by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A, Roma, California Wines. Those better tasting wines from the world's greatest reserves of fine wines. Better taste is the reason Roma Wine and Soda is one of America's favorite summer refreshers. In Roma, you enjoy better taste that starts with the natural juices of California's choicest grapes. Then, with ancient skills and unmatched wine-making resources, Roma guides this great treasure unhurriedly to peak taste perfection. These Roma wines are placed with mellow Roma wines of years before, and from these, the world's greatest wine reserves, Roma later selects for your pleasure. Try a refreshing Roma wine and soda made with robust Roma California Burgundy or delicate Roma Sauterne. After a sweltering day, it's so cool to come home to, and so much more delicious when made with better tasting Roma wine, America's largest selling wine.
Lynn Barry may soon be seen in the Eagle Lion production, Man from Texas. Tonight's suspense play was by John Shaw.
Next Thursday, same time, you will hear Jerome Cowan as star of Suspense. Produced and directed by William Spear for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California. For the thrilling adventures of the FBI in peace and war, following immediately over most of these stations.
From WHYY in Philadelphia.
Suspense. On the wine lists of America's most distinguished hotels and restaurants, the honored wine featured is Cresta, Blanca, Cresta Blanca. Cresta Blanca. Yes, Cresta Blanca wines are featured in America's smartest dining places, because these treasured wines are favorite selections of those who know fine cuvées. Let Cresta Blanca California wines lend gracious distinction to your dining, too. Enjoy delightful Cresta Blanca Burgundy, Sauterne, or any Cresta Blanca table wine soon. Shenley's Cresta Blanca Wine Company, Livermore, California.
And now, Shenley brings you radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Presented by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A. Roma Wines. For your everyday enjoyment. Tonight, Roma Wines of Fresno, California bring you Jerome Cowan in Mort Main. A suspense play produced, edited, and directed for Shenley by William Spear.
Sitting in a chair across the table from me was a dead man. His stiff, cold fingers still touched the shotgun he'd brought to safeguard his life. Police Chief Martin couldn't seem to sit still a minute. He kept pacing the floor behind me, back and forth, back and forth. We'd been waiting a couple of hours already for the coroner to arrive and examine Screed's body. Meanwhile, every cop in the city was out looking for George Perry, the obvious murderer. Where the devil was that coroner? You know, it's not the pleasantest thing in the world to sit around a dirty kitchen with nothing to do but stare into the face of a dead man and think. Think how it all started that day less than 3 years ago when George Perry, my law partner at the time, walked into our office and told me the good news.
Damn, old boy, congratulate me.
What for?
You're looking at the next district attorney.
What? You?
Yep, it's in the bag. I've just come from a talk with Harry Polk, and he told me that when the committee holds its meeting next month, they're going to nominate none other than yours truly.
I see.
And that's as good as election in this town.
Yeah, but I thought...
You thought you were going to get it, huh? I'm sorry, Sam. I just assumed you did get it, really. I didn't go looking for it, you know that, but they picked me for some reason. And what's the difference, Sam? What's good for me is good for you. We're partners, aren't we? And we'll stay partners.
Oh, yes, of course. Congratulations, George.
You don't really mind, do you, about the nomination?
Oh, no, it doesn't matter.
Well, I thought not. After all, my being the DA will bring the firm a lot of business, Sam. Well, I got to go tell Alice. She'll be tickled pink to hear the news. But keep it under your hat, Sam. It's not official until the committee meeting.
I understand. I watched George leave the office. George, the smiling and the debonair, the most popular lawyer in town. But it was my work that made him look good in court. My brain that brought him every easy success at the bar. And I hated him for having so easily gotten what I'd have given half my life for. He'd gotten himself engaged to Alice, the girl I wanted almost as much as I wanted to live. Now he'd taken the first step in a political career that could lead anywhere. I'd tried by fair means to get the same things and failed. Now I would try other means. I picked up my hat and walked out of the office. I went down to the waterfront to see a certain Mr. Screed.
Yes. Oh, hello.
Let me in quick. I don't want to be seen.
Sure. Come in.
Are you alone?
I always am. It ain't quite right, is it, Mr. Boston? Coming to see the foreman on the case you're going to try tomorrow?
I'm not going to try that case tomorrow. I know I picked the jury today, but I won't be at the trial. My partner will be trial counsel.
Still ain't right, it seems to me.
Never mind that, Screed. I think you and I can get along.
Always aim to get along. Not that I got rich at it, but I ain't complaining. Not too much.
Listen, Screed, I know you're hard up.
It ain't no secret. I guess everyone in the city knows that.
I can put $10,000 in your way, Screed. Cash.
10,000? Hey, that case don't rate no 10,000. Why, you could buy the complaining witness for 1/10 of that.
I know. I'm not interested in the case as a case. But I am interested in your being the foreman of that jury.
I don't get it.
First, let's understand each other. I'm offering you $10,000 for certain services. Are you interested?
You kidding? Why, for 10 grand, I'd just about commit murder.
I thought I had the right man. Now, listen.
Hear ye, all persons having business before this honorable court of criminal sessions. Draw near and give your attention, ye shall be heard. First case on the calendar, People against Henry Barron. Both sides ready.
Your Honor, please. There's been a substitution of counsel for the defendant. I will try this case in place of Mr. Boston, who was taken ill yesterday afternoon.
Very well, Mr. Perry. The clerk will note your appearance. Is the assistant district attorney ready to proceed?
Ready, Your Honor.
Call your first witness.
Just a minute, Judge.
What is it, Mr. Screed?
Before this case begins, I've got something to say.
Does it pertain to this trial? You're not seeking to be excused from jury duty at this late hour, are you?
Well, that depends, Your Honor. Maybe I'd better not serve on this jury.
Why not?
Because the defendant's attorney tried to bribe me last night.
What?
That's a lie. My partner would do no such thing.
I ain't talking about your partner. I'm talking about you, George Perry.
What? Come out of that jury box, Mr. Screed. Step up here. Clerk, swear him.
You shall only swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
You charge Mr. Perry with an attempted bribe, Mr. Screed?
I do.
Your Honor, I protest. This outrageous
You
charge...
have your opportunity to defend yourself, Mr. Perry, in the proper place and at the proper time. Just now I'm interested in this charge. Mr. Screed, you understand you're under oath. I want your entire story.
Well, there ain't much to tell. Last night about 10 o'clock, I was home having some coffee. I heard a knock at the door, and I go to answer it. It's Mr. Perry. He comes in and he tells me that his partner is sick and that he's taking over the case. I tell him maybe he oughtn't to be talking to me, but he winks at me and he says it'll be all right. So I let him talk just to see what's in the wind.
I was never at his house. The man's lying.
Quiet. Proceed, Mr. Screed.
He tells me he's out to make a reputation for himself. And while this case is peanuts, still he wants to win it. He knows he can't unless he's got someone on the jury to cooperate. And he thinks maybe I'm his man. He offered me $200 to hold out for an acquittal.
Did you take the money?
Well, sure. Sure, I played right along, Your Honor. I told him I'd do what he wanted, but all the time, I was just kidding him. See, I was going to tell you what happened just as soon as court opened. Here, Your Honor. Here's the 200. Brand new $100 bills.
Why didn't you notify the authorities sooner?
Well, there wasn't no hurry, was there, Judge? He wasn't going to run away. And I knew I could spill the beans this morning instead of wasting half the night down at headquarters.
Your Honor, may I question that man?
You may not.
But he's crucifying me with a wicked lie. I should have the right to defend myself, to cross-examine him.
You will have that right in the proper forum. I declare a mistrial in the case before me. The assistant district attorney will obtain a copy of the minutes for preparation to the presentation to the grand jury. Bailiff, you will place Mr. Perry under arrest. Court's adjourned.
I showed the proper expected astonishment at the news. I expressed my sympathy in 100 different ways. I even arranged bail and took on my partner's defense personally. And when I spoke to George, already half broken under the strain, and to Alice, filled with worry and doubt, I was as calm and assured as a retired bank president. Why, it's as plain as the nose on your face, George. It's a political trick. The opposition somehow heard about your being the next DA and will have to spike you before you even got started.
But who did it?
You leave that to me. I'll get him, whoever he is, and when I do, the case will fall apart.
Sam, I don't know what we'd do without you. You've been like
Like the Rock of Gibraltar to both of us. If we didn't have you to turn to...
You leave everything to Sam, Alice. He'll get your George out of this jam and know the reason why.
I know it, Sam. Darling, you see, everything will be all right.
But we haven't gotten anywhere, Sam. Not a single clue to the man who is behind this. Something will turn up. We still have 3 weeks before the trial. Now, if you're innocent, George, you're not going to jail.
If I'm innocent? There's no question of that in your mind, is there?
Well, it doesn't really matter. You're going to beat this rap. Now, don't you worry.
No, Sam, no, you can't believe it. You can't really think I tried to bribe him. You know me better than that, Sam.
Sure, George, sure. I don't believe it. Now, I'm naturally going to give my full time to getting up your defense, and Alice can help me.
Oh, Sam, I don't know how to thank you for standing by us. I'll never forget this. Never.
Would you do the same for me, wouldn't you? All right, now, you two, don't worry. You've got an awfully good lawyer, you know. I got George to go away up to Fieldstone for a few weeks. I spent a lot of time driving Alice around in search of non-existent witnesses. My zeal and devotion to George were unbounded. And if I failed to find any proof of his innocence, it hurt me as much as it did Alice. In time, even she began to wonder, to have a gnawing doubt.
Doesn't look good, does it?
No, not too good.
Sam, what are we going to do?
Oh, now don't you get to worrying, Alice. A smart lawyer can do a lot, even without witnesses. Don't forget, the law assumes that a man is innocent until he's proved to be guilty, beyond a reasonable doubt.
Sam, I've never asked you this. I've always wanted to go on thinking that George was innocent. But I must know. Did he do it?
Alice.
Did he, Sam? You would know.
No, Oh, if I did know, I wouldn't tell you.
Why, Sam? Why should he have done a thing like that? It wasn't an important case. It didn't really matter if he lost it.
Well, he'd just been offered the nomination for district attorney. Maybe that had something to do with it. Who knows? All I can say is I'll do my best to get him off.
Sam, you've been just wonderful. I've never really known how wonderful you could be until this past month. You've worked so hard. You've been so understanding, so sympathetic. If it hadn't been for you, I couldn't have gone on. No matter how this turns out, I want you to know I'll always be grateful.
Thanks, Alice. Well, tomorrow is our big day in court, and I want to be on my toes. For George and for you. Good night, dear. I was brilliant in court that day. Every legal dodge, every technicality that the law allowed, I made use of. From the last spectator in the last crowded row to the judge on the bench. They all knew that I was putting up the greatest legal fight they'd ever witnessed. But I couldn't break the keystone of the prosecution, the testimony of Screed. No matter how much I went over his testimony, his story stood up, became stronger with every question I hammered home. And when I put George Perry on the stand in his own defense, he still had no alibi for the hours during which he was supposed to have visited Screed. His story that he'd been riding in his car seemed almost ridiculous. When the jury came in with its verdict, I knew very well what it would be.
Gentlemen of the jury, have you agreed upon a verdict?
We have, Your Honor.
And how do you find? Guilty or not guilty?
We find the defendant, George Perry, guilty as charged.
No! I'm innocent! I'm innocent!
Quiet, George.
And so say you all?
And so say we all.
The clerk will record the verdict. George Perry, rise and face the bench.
Your Honor, this is a grave miscarriage of justice.
The court fully appreciates, Mr. Boston, your tireless energy and diligence on behalf of your partner and friend. However, George Perry, you have been found guilty of bribery of a judicial officer under Section 371 of the Penal Code, which defines a juror as a judicial officer. As provided by law, you are subject to imprisonment for not more than 10 years and fine of not more than $5,000. Because of your previous record of good conduct, I shall impose no fine and shall not subject you to the full term of imprisonment. But you are sentenced to serve 5 years in the state's prison. You're remanded to the custody of the warden of such prison at once.
Suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you Jerome Cowan in Mort Main. Roma Wines' presentation tonight in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Suspense,
radio's outstanding theater of thrills is being brought to you by Roma. That's R-O-M-A. Roma Wines, America's largest selling wines. This last day of July is a warm reminder that after a hot day's work or play, the tasty refreshment of a tall, frosty Roma wine and soda is so cool to come home to. Yes, Roma wine and soda gives you quick, thirst-quenching pleasure on the hottest day. A cooling treat that your family and friends will cheer to the echo. To prepare, simply half-fill glasses with robust Roma California Burgundy, or delicate Roma Sauterne, or any Roma wine. Fill with ice and sparkling water, sweeten to taste. In less time than it takes to tell, you're enjoying America's smartest summer drink. For delicious, low-cost refreshment or entertainment, enjoy Roma wine and soda, made with better-tasting Roma wine, America's favorite wine. And now, Roma Wines bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Jerome Cowan as Sam Boston in Mort Main, a play well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Lost the case, but losing that one, of course, helped me. I gained a swift popularity not only with the public, but with the politicians who have an eye open for brilliant lawyers. It wasn't long before I was having a little talk with Harry Polk and was being offered the nomination that should have been mine in the first place. The next thing I wanted was Alice. For the next year and a half, I was after her until finally she said yes, and our engagement was announced. The whole town congratulated us. And then George, with time off for good behavior, came home from prison. One afternoon, I went to call on Alice. He was there.
Hello, Sam.
George, you're crazy to have come back here. You should have gone where you're not known. Started new, where your record won't be held against you.
I don't want to start new. I came back here for a purpose.
And that?
I'm going to find the man who framed me, and when I do, I'll kill him.
Oh, that's not good. Not good to talk that way,
I know
George.
you both think I'm guilty. Everyone else thinks so. But I know I'm innocent, and I'm going to prove it if it takes me the rest of my life.
How are you going to live? No job, no money.
I'll get something to do. I'll shine shoes if I have to.
Oh, I wish I could help you, George. But you realize my position.
I'm not looking for help from anyone.
Okay, George. But if you want my advice...
I'm not taking advice anymore, Sam. Not from you or anyone else. I'm in this on my own. And I'll get him.
Alice, you mustn't see George.
Why not?
I can't allow it, Alice. My fiancé consorting with a jailbird. My reputation doesn't permit such things.
George may have been in jail, but he's not a jailbird.
Well, it amounts to the same thing. I demand you stop seeing him.
Sam.
What?
I'm going to break our engagement. George needs me. He needs me desperately, and I want to help him.
Alice, you can't mean you're still in love with him.
Oh, I don't know. After all these months, it's hard to say whether I'm in love with him or not. But he needs help, and I'm the only one he can turn to.
Well, what about me?
You don't need me, Sam.
I don't need you the way he does for a prop and a consolation prize. I love you, isn't that enough?
You don't love me, Sam. I've always been second to your career.
And now you're doing your best to ruin that career for me.
How so?
Don't you see what it'll mean? You're breaking your engagement at this time just when I'm about to get the nomination for judgeship? Nobody respects a man who's been jilted. Just keep on going with me as though nothing had happened. Afterward, we can break off gradually.
Yes. All right, Sam. Now, I think you'd better go.
Evening, Mr. Prosecutor.
Come in. All right, Screed, what is it?
Can I talk? Ain't nobody going to hear me.
No, the servants are off tonight. You can talk.
He's been around to see me.
George? Perry?
Mm-hmm. He wants to know who was behind it.
Well, naturally, you sent him about his business.
Not quite. Said I might have something for him, maybe.
What do you mean?
He showed me a roll of bills. Came close to 5,000. It was mine for just one name. That's all he wanted, just a name.
Do you know what would happen to you if you so much as hinted at it?
I know I'd get $5,000 from Mr. Perry.
And 10 years in jail for perjury and accepting a bribe. I still have your written statement, you know, right here in my safe.
You couldn't use it.
Oh, couldn't I? Why not? A confession that you'd been bribed to frame Perry. Bribed by an unknown man representing Perry's political opponent.
How would you explain your not using it before this?
Oh, very easily, Mr. Screed. It just came into my possession. Came to me in the mail.
I still don't think you'll use it. You see, I kind of figure you'd be dead before that. That Perry, he means business.
Got it all figured out, haven't you?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I reckon I'm sitting pretty.
All right. How much?
Well, now, I won't be a hog. Let's say another 10, huh? You can scrape that much together, I reckon.
On one condition.
Oh, yeah? What's that?
That you go away and never come back.
Oh, I like it here.
Then it's no deal.
Okay, I can still get that 5,000.
Wait. I know I'm a fool to give it to you, but there's nothing else I can do. When do you have your appointment with Perry?
I don't have one. I told him I'd get in touch with him.
I'll have the money for you tomorrow night. Don't come here. I'll bring it to your house.
Don't try any cute tricks.
I'll see you tomorrow night, okay?
Okay. Good night, Mr. Prosecutor.
After he left, I wore the rug in my library while I thought about it. I knew this payment was only the beginning. Screed would go on with his blackmail until he bled me white. Something had to happen. And it did. I've got to talk to you. George, sure. Come in. Oh, what's on your mind?
Two things. Alice and the man who framed me.
Yes?
I know how it is with you and Alice, Sam. She told me you'd let her out of her engagement after the election.
What else could I do?
Well, it was decent of you not to put up a fuss.
Well, where would that get me? But what about the man you say framed you? Do you have anything on that?
Well, I've been putting the pressure on Screed. I think he'll talk. But I need $5,000 to pay him.
Oh.
You know, I don't have that kind of money. I could get it from Alice, but I'd rather not.
You want me to give it to you?
Would you?
Now, listen to me, George. If I thought paying him $5,000 would do any good, I'd let you have it. But it won't. He'll just take your money and give you a runaround.
But, Sam, if...
Let me finish. You know what would happen to him if you shot off his mouth? He'd be killed. He knows that, too. He's not going to talk for $5,000 or $50,000. Forget it, George.
Oh, maybe you're right, Sam. I
know you're willing to grab at any straw. And there's another thing. Your loose talk about killing the man who framed you. The police know about it, and if it weren't for me, you would have been picked up. I understand you've gone and bought yourself a gun.
Yes, I did.
Give it to me. I'll turn it in.
All right, Sam. Here it
is. Just put it on the desk. Now, you follow my advice. Get out of town. Leave as soon as you can.
Oh, I've been a fool. Sam, someone promised me a job out on the coast. I'll go tomorrow night. Alice can follow me after election. And, Sam, thanks. Thanks for pounding some sense into my head.
Oh, you know how I feel about you, George.
Yes, I know. And I wish you every success in the election, Sam. I know you'll make a good judge.
Goodbye, George. And luck to you. You'll need it. It was shortly after 10 the following night that I drove out to Screed's with George's gun wrapped in a handkerchief in my pocket. I parked the car a short way down the road and walked quietly toward the house. I looked in at the kitchen window and saw Screed sitting at the table. His chin was on his chest. He was breathing slowly and regularly through his sleep. He was prepared for me, waiting with a shotgun in his hand. But I wouldn't ring the doorbell to wake him. Oh, no. I quietly opened the kitchen door, tiptoed across the floor, and placed George's gun, which I held in my handkerchief, against the back of Screed's head. His head bobbed forward, and that was all. His body didn't move. His finger remained motionless on the cup trigger of the shotgun resting on the table. Well, that was that. 2 birds with one stone. Screed dead, George Perry the obvious murderer. I dropped the revolver on the floor and went out. When I got home, I phoned Chief Martin. He said...
What's on your mind, Sam?
Martin, I'm worried. George Perry has been over at my house making all sorts of wild threats about killing the man who testified against him. I wish you'd send someone out there and get the old man to take precautions.
Sure, Mr. Boston. I'll do that right away. I heard about Perry's talking wild. Maybe I ought to lock him up just to be on the safe side.
Oh, I don't think you can. Not enough to hold him. But it might be a good idea to give Screed a bodyguard until I can have another talk with Perry.
I'll tend to it right away.
And then I went to bed. I didn't have very long to wait. Hello?
Mr. Boston, I've got some bad news for you. Our man got out there too late.
What do you mean?
Reed's dead. Shot right through the head.
Good heavens.
Better come out here.
I'll be there in half an hour.
Perry sneaked up on him and shot him. Reed must have been tipped off that Perry was out to get him. Sat up waiting with the shotgun.
Have you found Perry yet?
No, I have a dragnet out for him, though. He won't get away. I'm having the gun traced and examined for prints. We'll have a report pretty soon.
When is the coroner coming?
In a couple of hours, he's tied up. But you don't have to wait.
I may as well while I'm here. I sat down on the kitchen chair across from Screed. Now he'd never talk. And Alice, any last vestige of feeling she had for George would disappear with his arrest. Everything was working out fine. I looked at Screed. His position hadn't changed. His hand still clutched the shotgun, and I smiled, thinking how much he'd like to pull that trigger if he was still alive. And even as the smile crossed my face...
Mr. Marston! Oh, my gosh, what's happened?
The gun went off. My chest.
Hey, what's the matter here? Let's have a look.
Oh, my.
Give it to me straight, Doc. Will I live or won't I?
A couple of hours, more or less.
You're certain?
I'm sorry, Mr. Boston.
Okay, I've got something to say. Get a stenographer. Take it all down.
All right, Boston, we got it all. Don't talk anymore.
So old Screed got to use his shotgun after all. Mort Main.
What's that?
Mort Main. The dead hand. It's a lawyer's joke, Doc. You wouldn't understand.
Can't say I do.
Oh, never mind. By the way, what was it? Some sort of miracle? Divine justice acting through a corpse?
If you want to call it that. Really, just a tightening of the finger muscles that caused the trigger to be pulled back. We doctors call it rigor mortis.
Suspense! Mort Main, starring Jerome Cowan and presented by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A, Roma, California Wines. Selected from the world's greatest reserve of fine wines for your pleasure. If you were to see how Roma wines are grown, you would readily understand why Roma is America's favorite wine. First, you would see how Roma selects and presses the choicest California grapes. Then, how these finer natural juices are guided unhurriedly with ancient skills and America's greatest winemaking resources to peak taste richness. Finally, you'd see these Roma wines placed with mellow Roma wines of years before to await later selection for your pleasure. Only a few can see how Roma creates better tasting wines, but everyone can enjoy this better taste. Whether your favorite wine is nut-like Roma California Sherry, Ruby Roma Port, or Golden Roma Muscatel, you'll find any Roma wine your best buy in better taste, for everyday enjoyment, for friendly entertaining. So, when you buy wine tomorrow, insist on Roma.
Jerome Cowan may currently be seen in the 20th Century Fox production, Miracle on 34th Street. Tonight's suspense play was by George and Gertrude Pass. Next Thursday, same time, you will hear Walter Abel as star of Suspense. Produced and directed by William Spear for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California. In the coming weeks, Suspense will present such stars as Donald O'Connor, John Lund, Edmund O'Brien, Lloyd Nolan, and others. Make it a point to listen each Thursday to Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.